Right. Sorry about that delay, chaps. Guten Abend, good evening. Wassalamu alaikum to the Muslim viewers. And of course, shalom to all the Tommy Robinson fans. I haven't streamed for a while, but this is something quite fascinating. I wanted to talk about, generally about, as part of the new right, the sort of failings of the right or the limits of the current right. And I've been tracking the adventures of young Zubida with great interest, as she has been slaying different dimensions of the models that interest me. And she's been having this ongoing conversation with Joseph Cohen about the state of Palestine, Israel, and concerns legitimately for her Muslim brothers and sisters, and Joseph's for the state of Israel and his people. And then we had the four members of the right walked in. I wasn't sure how to title the stream. Do I come out harshly and say four neo-Nazis walk into a bar mitzvah and get chopped? No, that's quite caustic. Four anti-Semites walk into a bar mitzvah and get chopped. No, that's a bit harsh. Four misguided people walk into a bar mitzvah and get chopped? Or should it just be four morally malaligned individuals, potentially? Because I'll make the claim, the strong claim, that as we end the second right wave by many, many measures in data, yes, 37, data mate, we can see that there is a moral vacuum that has resulted in a sort of fatigue, while the globalists are winning and they're ramping, running around Europe, mass migration, all the primary concerns for the nationalist right and going further right. Demographic replacement, the erosion of Western cultural societies, the loss of power and control, atomization. And you look at all these legitimate concerns, there has been limited or spectrum of resistance. And a part of that underpins that is a moral loss of way, for lack of a better word. I've seen this reflected in me by many different people who may not be pro-right, also remarking on that very same thing. Jewish people, Muslims, Christians, remarkably people who believe in God, pointing that the right seems to be in a moral marsh, for lack of a better word. So Zionism crippled the right, says someone else. Indeed. So really what we're going to have to do is, because I've had some time for the first time, I've done most of my duties for the last few days, is I want to take a broad look at this, the Jews. I mean, I want to separate Jewish people, the Jews, from Judaism, from the state of Israel and Zionism. But underneath that, there's a very deep structure that's pervasive, that is part of the inner structure of the right. And it only kind of leads to one thing. So why this debate and why now? Because some of our favorite characters, we have a fascist Phil. So I ran into him a few years ago when I entered my ventures, he and his buddy Liam. When I first fell out with Liam, it was about the Jews. Everything was swimming before that, for the English and stuff. And as soon as it came to finance and the Jews, with a couple of quick debates or arguments on panels, I realized that Liam doesn't understand anything about the mathematics of money. I've had to work in such an industry for my sins. And very quickly was hostile because obviously it's the Jews and the financial system. I was like, okie dokies. That's when I first met Fascist Phil. He called him just Fascist Phil at that point. And he was like, it's the Jews, right? I'm like, okie dokes, it's the Jews, let's go. And then a couple of years later, we've gone through all these things, the Nazi wars, and the four of them, have now broken up. The right is now divided by all the volume traffic. PA has broken into two fragments. The other one is now being steered or shepherded quietly by Mr. Nick Griffin, another anti-Semite with a pedigree of hating Jews, is now steering young Christian patriotic talk, going, oh, we can be pro-English for the English, but you've got to get the Jews. So fundamentally within the right is in getting the Jews issue. And what happens and why I even bother responding to this is when you live, and I live in Berlin right now, when you live in a time where Phil can just say to a person on a live stream, get back into the gas chamber, you kike. We have hit a certain zeitgeist, a certain apex of despair. You've hit an absolute place of mimetic exhaustion when you can and will say gas the Jew in public, because in some sense it represents a purity position. And if you look at the models of the right, and if you look at the data of the right, they divide cleanly along the progressive march. Sexism first, what do you think about women? Racism, are you racist enough? Anti-Muslim, anti-gay, anti-Jewish. But the crown jewel is the Jews. I mean, you have, for example, one of the well-known popular cheerleaders of the digital alt-right, dual citizen himself. proudly portraying a anti-Semitic Wyatt, a very clever name. We must grant him that name. Jewish citizen is very clever, but fundamentally in that it is the Jew. So then the question for the right becomes, is this what wins the game, or does it signify moral failure? Does it signify the end of an intellectual moral position that has nowhere to go? Because that leads to Holocaust denial, leads to a range of things that all the left have to do is point at you and call you a neo-Nazi, and the charge sticks. So I thought we're going to look at this debate. It's going to be quite interesting. I'm not going to look at all at all. Assalamu alaikum oneness. I'm going to look at this, and there's a couple of key things going on here. I'm going to weave in and out of it. We're going to talk about how anti-Semitism and anti-Jew hatred works as a structure. That's important in of itself, because people are going to be, Ralph is simping for the Jews. He wants to be pro-Jew. I mean, he's acting like a Jew is what Chris Patriotic Talk and Phil said. Zubida is acting as she's being a Jew. So Jew is not just a person, a Jew is an idea, right? It's an idea with a lot of embellishments. And ultimately, it only leads to one thing. So this is a wonderful book on from an art collection. And this is a remarkable book. It has some wonderful, wonderful photographs, portraits, and evidence. And then here you'll see a photograph of a young woman, perhaps in her 20s, who has had her leg completely opened up and experimented with, and then sent on her way as she tries to put on a heel to restore dignity. It is a wonderful book, because I do like art history, and the book is called Fascismus. And this book points very much to the principle underneath there that the Jew is at the heart of everything. And we're going to look at this, what is this Jew you speak about? Why do you believe that? How did this thought come about in the first place? What is the modern right's anti-Semitism? Where does it come from? Those who read well in the canon, particularly the German canon, will know the answer comes from the moral misunderstanding and the hatred that Hitler personally felt and his close collections to partially read Nietzsche, partially misquote Nietzsche, and Nietzsche, of course, is influenced by the groundbreaking work of Darwin. So a quick summary of the deep thinking of National Socialism, the source of Jew hatred, is when Darwin realizes that the world is changed by natural selection and evolution at the peak of Enlightenment thinking, Nietzsche has the insight that says, gosh, if that is true, and everything is just an evolutionary function, by the formidable genius of Nietzsche, he quickly grasps on the fact that there can be no absolute truth, there can be no God, all there is fitness and survival. From that, he gets the his theories of racial evolutionary functions, all the good stuff that's actually quite sound, a lot of it's thinking. In an evolutionary system, the Nazis take this, mutate it into a dominance racial hierarchy, well documented in National Socialist writing, and then they take those famous quotes and they say, oh, therefore there is a racial hierarchy as opposed to a pluralistic jungle. And in this jungle, there is one winner, and the winner takes all. And that must be a racial hierarchy. And the antithetic nature of that must be the opposite force, which the National Socialists decided were the Jews. Again, misreading Nietzsche, Nietzsche thought anti-Semites were Untermensch. He despised anti-Semites. He didn't like Jews, but he hated anti-Semites more. Well-documented Nietzsche, thinking that what is more Untermensch than to believe that the future of your people, the future of your genetic stock depends on the other. But the National Socialists were having none of it. They were like, no, it is the Jews. And therefore the pedigree of that thinking into the modern right since 1945, up until IDs like Jewish citizen, are sitting there wanting to blame the Jews. Now, does that mean that the Jewish people are responsible for things or not? Those are fair and healthy conversations. We can see Zubida taking Joseph on the state of Israel. I've had many Jewish friends and colleagues in my life, and one common trait about them is they like an argument in a debate. They're happy to debate policies. They're not a single polity. They're left-wing Jews and right-wing Jews. I've worked with hyper-capitalist, racist, Zionist Jews. And I've worked with, left them all in, progressive Jews. So you've got this polity, and then you've actually got Jew hatred, which ultimately is the same source of this otherization. So what we're going to do first of all is have a quick look, and fundamentally in Phil's claims, backed by Chris. Oh, by the way, let's have a quick note on the other two people. Elron has run into Joseph before on my channel, and I think Elron realized in his first round that Joseph's no mean feat. He's not like debating different people. He is well-read, well-skilled. And Elrond did very well to actually try to represent the pro-European position, the pro-German position, the pro-ethnopluralist position, without exhibiting negative moral traits and negative moral behavior. Young Jordan, I have no idea where. Shalom to Jordan. I know he's going to see the movies tonight. But Shalom is there's a bittersweet irony for young Jordan. He actually has come up with his far-right credentials until they found out he was part Jewish, and unironically, Phil Lee and the rest of them went straight in a feeding frenzy like Lord of the Flies. Look, Jordan is part Jewish. He's not one. Look, he's actually got Jew in him. And then poor Jordan himself thinking, oh, this could be a great thing. I tried to warn him early. Ran into this and then had to retreat a little bit. And then I'm aware of a certain hit squad who removed his channel recently. So I think he's probably not in his usual form. But even Jordan comes out there with an absurd argument that the rest of the anti-Jewish cheerleaders think is some winning argument, which is why I don't have a reciprocal memorial. So we separate Elrond, who's actually didn't do the right wrong in any sense other than having to deal with his argumentation. Jordan having a fit because I guess the rejection because he's part Jewish is kind of like probably whirling around in his brain. And then we have two little young neo-Nazis, like Chris under the neo-Nazi guide of Mr. Griffin and Phil the fascist. So the claims they make is the Holocaust didn't happen. It must be diminished. It isn't true. Revisionist historianism, all of this stuff. And if you look at this writing, and a lot of it goes to people like David Irving, the question is, how much of this is real and substantiated? What would the arbiter of this be? Would it be Ralph? Would it be Elrond? Would it be fascist Phil? Or would it actually be the highest courts of law? So you can argue that the three peak examples of universal jurisprudence as developed by the West is the English, French, and American courts. And would such things hold up in an English, French, or American court of law? So we're going to look at that for a second. But before we do that, let me just quickly share my screen for one other thing. And I just want to show you something quite interesting. So we go to my Telegram page. Let's see if it's actually working there. Brilliant. I actually ran a little poll recently just to see if that young Phil who declared today that he is not scared to show his face to the world, said Phil, here I am the man who wants to gas the Jews, look at me, here I stand. But that's not what I want to show you. I want to show you three different polls that I ran recently. If you imagine this anti-Semitism and Jew hatred as having a hard line, there are English people, nationalists who are proud of their country, they're proud of their culture, they are anti-demographic replacement, they want to maintain and preserve England, but they don't hate Jews. They don't necessarily have any great concern of Israel. They may be ethnopluralists and say, look, let the Jewish people do their thing here, but I want to deal with my German people in Germany. So I asked them, who's done the most to destroy any chance of political success on the right, using the dimensions to fragment the question. Of the 230 responses, 37% said Mark Collett, white fascism, Whig fascism. 30% said BNP Nick Griffin, British fascism. That's neo-Nazis for Brits, i.e. Chris and Phil. And then, of course, the 37 people who are confused as to whether they're British nationalists, but they're swimming constantly with British fascists. And then, of course, there's a Tommy Robinson anti-fascist movement. When I asked them, 87 people responded to the same five-dimensional dissection of which of these 5 Long March violations has most destroyed the chance of success for the UK right, the thesis of this stream. And interestingly, 44% say racism. At least 44% of those people are self-aware enough to know that if you are racist, most of the English white people will fight you. You don't speak for them. When you're racist, like in those chats and channels, you don't represent England or English people. The majority of English people will find you loathsome and they will fight against you. So at least 44% of the people understand that racism doesn't work, but a healthy 30% at least are conscious that anti-Semitism is fundamentally destroying any chance of political success for the UK right. Why? Lest we forget on Remembrance Day all the glorious dead who died to ensure your idea doesn't win. Those very same people whose grandparents died in the war will fight you to the death if you ever try to institute such a political ideology. You will be beaten physically, militarily by white people. So anti-Semitism has a healthy 30% in this. So that's going to be that big, just to get a good little sense of that. Now, what we're going to do is I'm going to play the first point of refutation. So if the claim is made by people like, before you watch this, if the claim is made by people like the Phils, the anti-Semites, the Holocaust doesn't happen, it's denied, David Irving, revisionist historian, well, let's have a look at what happens when this thing is actually tested. Not by Ralph, not by me, but by the courts of law, right? This is Berlin, that's where I am. Of course, I'm sure Phil and Chris, when they have the chance, they really should visit the Jewish Holocaust Museum.
Holocaust denial is an assault on memory. It's an assault on a memory embodied in Holocaust survivors. There are very few Holocaust survivors, and especially Auschwitz survivors, left. We are in some way considering what will be the future of Holocaust memory without the survivors. We're here at the Royal Ontario Museum, and we're at the entrance of the evidence room. My name is Robert Jan van Pelt, and I'm a professor.
I don't want to interrupt this. I'm going to let it play. He is a professor, an academic scholar who testified in the most famous case against David Irving of denying the Holocaust in the highest court of law with evidence.
At the School of Architecture at the University of Waterloo. The evidence room has its origin in a trial that was held in the year 2000 in England. It was a libel trial in which the Holocaust denier, David Irving, sued a Holocaust historian, Deborah Lipstadt. Deborah Lipstadt had accused David Irving of being a falsifier of history, a Holocaust denier. Irving decided in 1996 to sue her in a British court. Irving had converted to Holocaust denial in 1988 here in Toronto, when he attended as a witness the trial of Holocaust denier Ernst Zundel. During this trial, an American engineer named Fred Leuchter presented evidence that the gas chambers in Auschwitz could not have worked. The testimony by Leuchter in the Zundel trial had convinced David Irving that indeed the Holocaust was a lie, that if Auschwitz had not been an extermination camp, that none of the evidence could be trusted about the mass killings of Jews in German-occupied Europe. And he became the main propagator in Europe, but also in North America, of the thesis that the Holocaust was in fact a ploy, first by British intelligence and later by Zionists, to swindle the Germans out of billions of marks and the Palestinians out of a homeland. I was asked to join this trial and to testify about the evidence about Auschwitz. I had to show that the evidence presented by Leuchter was basically not worth the paper it was written on. And so here we have a model of crematorium number 3. This is one of the 4 gas chamber equipped crematoria. It consisted of an underground undressing room with the victims entering at the far end. This was a very large room. It was over 250 square meters large. Once the victims were undressed, they were herded into an underground gas chamber. The underground gas chambers had gas columns through which the gas was introduced in the space. And after everyone was killed, their corpses were brought into a little elevator which brought the corpses up to the main floor. And there were 15 ovens in 5 triple arrangement that could incinerate the corpses in 24 hours. Now, what Holocaust deniers say is that these buildings were not really killing machines. That yes, there are a lot of ovens, but that these ovens had the capacity, the alleged capacity, they say they had of 1,500 corpses per day to deal with the victims of typhus epidemics. The gas column became in the trial the key piece of evidence that was challenged by Irving. What were these gas columns? The gas came in tins. The tins were commercially available tins of helium.
And you can see immediately, of course, the chat lights up, and the Jewish people say, "Oh my God, the Jewish haters go, this can't be true. This looks like it's charcoal drawings," says Damien. "It's an artist's impression." Yes, it's a museum by the person who won in the court of law. So if you have counter evidence and you're willing to take it up, like David Irving, if you have the balls to be a Jew hater with enough evidence from my A BitChute channel, and you're willing to take your evidence from your Odyssey channel to the court of law, where it will be scrutinized, then of course, bring it on, right? But right now, the result is the evidence was brought on and was dismissed out of hand. And here's the story about the person who did it. He won, right?
Lousing agency called Zyklon or cyclone. Now, when the Germans started using this product, this toxin, on human beings, they discovered very quickly that when people were exposed to a concentration of around 300 parts per million, they would die within 5-10 minutes. However, the degassing of the cyanide would continue for another 23.5 hours. This was not a problem when you were involved in occasional killing, let's say every week or so. But when trains started arriving on a 24-hour basis at Auschwitz, and the Germans wanted to kill people on a 24-hour cycle in which within 24 hours people arrive, are selected, brought to the undressing room, into the gas chamber, killed, and then their corpses are being incinerated before the next transport arrives. The continuous degassing of the pallets of cyclone was a real problem. So this is why they created this gas column. So this gas column has the purpose not so much of introducing the gas.
Until the amateur anti-Semites in the chat, i.e. some sort of acolyte of David Irving knows a lot more than you, and this is the refutation to David Irving in a court of law. So I know it's amateur anti-Semite hour for the acolytes of David Irving, but it was a resounding defeat.
Introducing the cyclone into the space, but even more importantly, to take it out after 15 minutes, so that this 24-hour cycle of killing and incineration could be maintained. Then, after that, the ventilators could be turned on, and the Sonderkommandos, the slave workers who had to clean the gas chamber, would, after 10-15 minutes, be able to enter the gas chamber and start the gruesome work of removing the corpses, retrieving dental gold, and so on, and then bring them up to the incinerators. Now, Holocaust deniers, and also Irving, have made the existence or non-existence of the columns in some way the key to their argument. They say, no holes, no Holocaust. And the holes they're referring to are the holes that existed in the concrete roof of the gas chamber through which the central column connected to the outside world. When the SS left Auschwitz in January 1945, they dynamited the gas chambers. And this meant that the roof collapsed on the floor of the gas chamber. And we were, in the trial, able to prove to the satisfaction of the judge that indeed these holes had existed, these purposely made holes had existed in the ruined slab of that covered the gas chamber. One of the pieces we see in this room is a door, a gas door. This door basically has two sides.
And if you read the comment stream, it's fascinating, because I preface this by saying that the holy jewel, Mr. Jewish citizen, that the holy jewel at the top of these mountains of Raikonda, on these 5 tranches of data, is anti-Semitism, and Jewish citizen, almost as if like the trope is living and is real, suggests I should be called revised reaction, which is really funny. Jewish citizen is a funny chap, but nevertheless, exactly demonstrating what I mean. The holy jewels, what is sacred, what is guarded in the holy ring of this nest, if you like, is almost the Jewish-like trope that Gollum himself must be Jewish, and the ring you're defending it has to be the Jews. Tonight, despite primary evidence being demonstrated in the highest court of law, which you have none, and nor will you submit any, just to be crystal clear, right?
This is the place that we call it the perpetrator site. And we see here 2 latches that are used to close the door when the gas chamber will be brought in operation, to close the door after all the victims have been brought in. One of the latches moves, can be closed.
What is a model? I think
And this is the last thing that 2,000 people would have heard before the gas would be introduced. Now, Holocaust deniers say that this gas door actually had not a genocidal function, that air raid shelters have gas doors, because during an air raid, one could also have all kinds of toxic gases that are being produced by the bombing, and so a normal piece of equipment in an air raid shelter is a gas-tight door. Now, why is this not a door for an air raid shelter? First of all, the question is, if you walk into this space, which is protected by the door, you wouldn't want to be inside with somebody on the outside being able to close the door like this. And you would have no means.
And we are the 99% not being debunked by me, but debunked in the highest court of law and arguably the highest courts of laws in the world. Being debunked systematically as none of it having any basis in fact. I believe when I read some of the excerpts, the judge there was no basis in fact for any of the claims.
From the inside to open the door again. You are going to be locked in. Always somebody on the outside will have to open the latches to allow the door to open again. But when we go to the other side of the door, and we look now at the door as it would be from the inside, we see also that for an air raid shelter, this door would really not have worked. The first thing which is very clear is that there is no hint, that there's no way on the inside to actually manipulate this door. There's no way to open it. There's no handle. So once you're inside and somebody has closed the door on the outside, you're locked in. This we call the victim's side of the door. People were pushed in this room, 10 people per square meter, and when the gas was introduced, a panic would happen. The panic was such that we have eyewitness reports that the victims tried to break the glass of the peephole. That was the only agency they still had left in this panic. And therefore the Germans created this protective half sphere made out of steel over the peephole. And in some way, it is this protective device that in some way gives an indication of the terrible conditions that were inside that gas chamber. If the only thing that you can still do is try to break the glass in that peephole as the gas enters, it really means that you have no agency, no options whatsoever. After a trial that lasted 33 days in court, Irving was declared the loser by the judge. This case was very important because for the first time, both Holocaust denial and the theories that support Holocaust denial, as well as the evidence, in this case for the killings in Auschwitz, had been subjected to a judicial review. And a judge who presided over the case without a jury had come to the conclusion that the Holocaust indeed had taken place, and that the key place in the Holocaust, Auschwitz, had been an extermination camp in which more than 1 million people had been killed in gas chambers.
And the images you just saw there, right there, do you assume that these dead people were just accidental? So that, for example, was a good place to just pop and show the lost evidence and the lost trial that really matters in history, in a sense, where any attempt to deny the Holocaust, to literally say the Holocaust didn't happen, is absolutely absurd, does not stand up to inspection in a court of law. And if you're amateur anti-Semites and acolytes of David Irving with your collection of BitChute channels, really believe this is true, if you really believe the future of white well-being and the future of the white race and the future of white people results in having to deny the Holocaust, then there should be nothing stopping you submitting this in a court of law. There should be nothing stopping you doing better than David Irving. If you genuinely in your heart of hearts believe that Jewish people are out to stop white people succeeding and that the Holocaust didn't happen and that's part of their plan to make you guilt-mongering, I think is what Jordan called it, that you're guilt-mongering about these events, and these events aren't really that important and they aren't significant, despite that they represent in living memory the worst atrocity ever conducted in humanity. It's very hard to compare the atrocity. Now, of course, the chat immediately goes, no, we've been programmed by the alt-right. We must be based. Someone in the comments said, anti-Semitism is based. It's based as fuck. Saying gas the Jews, as Phil said, is based. Despite the fact that you can see the evidence, you don't have any contrary evidence that would stand up in a court of law. Your top boy, David Irving, couldn't substantiate his case in a court of law. But nevertheless, it's the anti-Semitism that says the Holocaust didn't happen. So that's a good point to say, okay, let's see if we can jump in and look at this debate review. So that's for Phil to go away and for Phil to counter if he wishes. For Phil to come back with a refutation of the proceedings of the trial involving David Irving. All Phil needs to do is return and refute to the same standards of evidentiary submission what David Irving failed to do. And you've got my attention. You've got me to believe you, man. If you can prove on the internet that you can publish the refutation of the results of that trial. Yeah, you're right, man. The Holocaust didn't happen. It's just a hoax, right? There are no dead bodies. There's nothing. Wooden doors, lampshades, whatever you want to call it, right? But let's be honest. What's the truth? The truth is you want it to be the Jews. You need it to be the Jews. The human psyche has a need to externalize responsibility. We know this from faith. We know this from religions. We know this from studies of the brain. Externalizing responsibility and blaming the other is an evolutionary defense mechanism for socialized primates. You need an enemy. Those of the faith know this from Leviticus. You need a scapegoat. You want the scapegoat to be real. You need to believe the bogeyman is real. You need to make him realer than real. And if you want him to be the Jews, then he is going to be the Jews. No amount of evidence is going to change that. Because again, to the primary thesis, the malfunctioning isn't evidentiary. The malfunctioning is moral. You actually don't feel anything was wrong about what you see and witness. When you claim the Holocaust didn't happen or you diminish it, you have taken a moral stance that the death of X million people isn't something worth labeling as an absolute unconditional bad. You want to dilute it, deplete it. You don't take the absolute moral position that what was done to the Jewish people was wrong. And then what you do is you do the entire right a disservice, because good conservative people, people of the right, including the far right, who have not got their moral compass maligned in such a way, we can see and differentiate between loving your people and wanting the best for European people is not the same as hating the Jews or depleting or diminishing the Holocaust. But let's listen, what would I know? Let's listen to the wisdom of Phil and Chris. Let's see where we start. I think it was roughly around here somewhere. On a couple of side notes on this debate, nothing really to report the Zebida. I don't want this to be about the Zebida. Zebida held full credit to Zebida for immediately booting and banning Phil for when he did it and said what he said. Credit to Zebida over there. But let's go jump in and see if we can pick up where Phil comes in. So basically it's Phil. Chris kind of rides his coattails for a while, goes, yeah, the 6 million and stuff. Doesn't really mount an argument. Then you have Elron mounting some strong arguments, trying to mount strong arguments. And you have Jordan kind of in it with knickers and twists. So I think if we start, let's see, there's some really interesting bits. I think maybe around here. Where does Phil enter? Here you go.
A question here, 1 second, right here. So, I've heard this could be deemed as anti-Semitic when somebody says Jews rule the world. Would you say that's anti-Semitic?
Yeah, that's an anti-Semitic trope because Jews don't rule the world. That's a classical trope. That's one of the most common anti-Semitic tropes.
What about this? Sorry for you. I don't want to say it in a controversial way, yeah? But Wiley, for instance, said Jews are they own all the mainstream media and stuff like that. Why would you, and it's an honest question, why would you be offended by something like that? Because to me, that signifies that, yes, we're creative, we're able to, own certain industries. For me, why would...
And this is a great question, actually, which Joseph deals with. Joseph is very good at dealing with all these argumentations, but there's a classical line of argumentation saying, but the Jew is really clever, the Ashkenazi guy is very greedy, he's very successful, he's very rich. And the trick is you apply positive traits to someone, but really what you're trying to do is demonize them, right?
Would you find that offensive and dangerous or an insult to Jewish people?
So I think it's a really good point, and it's the classic misunderstanding of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism is often incredibly complimentary. It puts the Jews as being like the Ashkenazi Jews. They got really high IQ. They control the banks. They control the media. They're so clever. And what it does, that's actually what led to, or one of the things that contributed to the Holocaust in Nazi Germany, in the sense that the stereotypes weren't negative, they were positive. It's the Jews are rich, the Jews are controlling Germany, the Jews causing the Germans to be impoverished. It was all positive things they were saying about the Jews that led to the persecution. And so that's one of the reasons you need a working definition for anti-Semitism, because
were they inaccurate though, Joseph?
Can I say something?
Sorry.
So just to interrupt there, Joseph's response is that it's a response used by many other people and many other genocides and just general killing. It was used in Rwanda. Is what you do is you kind of take your enemy and say they're really bad because they're really good. Look, the Indians, for example, in South Africa, look, they're opening businesses. These Indians are really good at business. Let's burn their shops down. Look, the Indians are successfully calling the market in Durban in South Africa, in Uganda, Idi Amin. Let's burn down Indian shops and kill Indian people. So quite common, if you look at studies for things like genocides and everything else and general tribal killings, it's quite a common thing to give your enemy some positive attribute to use it against him.
But what, like Jack said, with the Rothschilds especially, would you not say they did have sort of some involvement in sort of financing certain things? Like, you know, when we make statements like that, because the thing is, if historically,
So
yes,
if,
is it
so
wrong
if you were
to
to
call out those Jews? I think it's wrong to generalize, but sometimes these generalizations actually come from accurate events.
So I think let's deal with some accurate things, and then we can come to the Nazi Bolshevik.
Pardon? Okay, yeah. Go on,
With anti-Semitism, there are often kernels of truth where the anti-Semitic trope has come from. So if you were to say, for instance, the Rothschilds or some Rothschilds funded the state of Israel, well, it's incorrect, but there were definitely some Rothschilds that invested in some of the early settlements that helped build the state. There are other Rothschilds that were opposed to the state of Israel. If you were to say that George Soros is involved in a number of leftist causes, I mean, it's an accurate description. It's not anti-Semitic, but it depends where you go with that and how that trope is then applied. So if you were to say that Soros and the Rothschilds are part of a cabal that controls the world, then that's 100% an anti-Semite. Anybody that thinks the Rothschilds today are in some sort of cabal that controls the world, they're massively mistaken, and they've strayed into anti-Semitic territory because it's actually not true.
And this is quite a common trope, particularly of the Rothschilds. I'm sure Thomas Waffen Rice and stuff would disagree, but you know, and you see this evidenced in the another embarrassing performance, this time by Nativist Concern, when he goes against Ambrosie and anti-Semitism. He comes in there all cocky, going, "You Jews, you this, that, the other, the Rothschilds," and she's like, "Could you name them, please? Which ones?" And he couldn't. And a cursory inspection of the Rothschild fortunes and stuff show you that they're not that rich and powerful anymore. But what is powerful and rich and enduring is a name. So now I can name the beast. The name of the beast, one of the names of the beast is the Rothschilds, right?
I just come in because I've been waiting, but the thing is, I don't know what the purpose is. The purpose to compare the Islamophobia with the amount of with anti-Semitism, and to compare the southern whatever. Can you please mute up because
it's the Nazbol.
Sorry, I'm drinking an energy drink and a bit. Sorry about bad manners.
Yeah, we're trying to compare the anti-Semitism with Islamophobia and the way that society approaches both, because I don't even know if you can compare it to obviously the totally different groups,
nobody's,
right?
Nobody's doing that.
And apart from that, so someone brought up Wiley. Wiley was never charged. He was dismissed by his organization. They weren't happy with the things he was saying, but he was never charged of any criminal offense.
You know why he was? You know why he wasn't charged, Reggie? He wasn't charged because the crimes were committed when he was in Amsterdam rather than the UK, so he couldn't be charged under British law. I've actually got messages from Wiley. We were going to go for a coffee. I wanted to teach him about anti-Semitism, but he went even crazier. But the issue was he said the things he said.
Can I ask you a question, mate?
Regardless, it was.
So it's quite amusing itself that Cohen was himself going to go out with Wiley and try to try to kind of lead him back to the moral middle ground, if nothing else. But he just actually went, I guess, full New Zealand and full reservation, right?
He wasn't charged under UK law for what he done. He wasn't. I don't even know if in Amsterdam he wasn't charged either. Obviously, interpretations of whether he was anti-Semite. I'm sure some Jews will disagree. Some will agree, right? The same with Islamophobia. If you ask different people,
you struggle to find Jews that would say what he said wasn't anti-Semitic. I mean, obviously, you'll find some real edge cases, some fringe, some outliers, but there was universal agreement that what he said was anti-Semitic.
So, what about capitalist Jews, though? What about capitalist Jews? Is there a tendency that Jewish people tend to be more embedded in the capitalist system?
I thought they were Bolsheviks.
What? I've never said that.
No, but I thought that was the Nazi trope, and then the Nazis appropriated their Bolshevik identity.
I'm not sure if this is Phil on a bad night, but it's actually really embarrassing because I don't think he thinks Joseph understands economics. And I can assure you Joseph understands economics and understands Marxism and Hayek. But Phil has a habit of kind of wandering around the low IQ chats going, I'm the econ man or something. And I'm the man who understands the difference between economics and ideology and capitalism and ideology and stuff. And he can't really handle simple questions by Joseph about it. Who I can assure you has read economics books.
Confusing.
What are you on about? Why? That's not my idea.
What's your handle mean? Nazbol. What's that stand for?
That's national Bolshevik. Yeah.
Yeah. National socialism. Yeah.
Basically,
No.
Basically, Nazis glorified Stalin.
You basically have the swastika, but you have the sickle in the red flag with the white circle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hammer and sickle there instead. Yeah.
You can strawman me if you want, but you can like have a proper dialogue with me if you want to.
I mean, obviously, the thing is that we know Phil, and you know, we would say he's a British nationalist with certain controversial views. But as long as you know he's respectful and obviously he's not overly offending you, Joseph, because we don't want it to be an echo chamber. This, as you can see, we've got Christians on this panel, we've got Jews, we've got more.
And it's nice that Zubida tries to maintain it. She's understanding she has to broker a very heated topic, but I'm sure Joseph has dealt with much more than Phil.
And we've obviously got Ralph and Phil here. So it's a bit of a melting pot.
Right. All I'm saying is that there's a tendency for Jewish people, not all Jewish people, but there's a tendency that Jews tend to be upper class, middle class, and they tend to be more sympathetic with the capitalist system. That's all I'm acknowledging, and that's a fact.
So I grew up in a pit village.
I must say this for the first time. This was interesting. I've never used the word. I've never seen the word. Maybe it's quite. Maybe it's just my ignorance. I've never seen the word tendency used that way in English. So it looks like Jews have an innate tendency to do things and be things, right? Interesting use of language. Uses the word tendency a lot.
I grew up in a pit village in the north of England. I played in a colliery band.
Are you ethnically Jewish?
Working class background. Pardon?
Are you ethnically Jewish?
Yeah. My surname's Cohen. I come from a line of rabbis. Biologically, I come from a line of rabbis.
That's not why I did. I heard you were a convert.
No, so I've got Irish blood as well, and that's where it gets confusing.
I think again, I'm not sure if Phil is being deliberately stupid or ignorant about Jews being multiracial, right? He must understand that the Jews are multi-ethnic. They're not one ethnicity. That's stupid as fuck. He almost seems to imply, look, you might be Ashkenazi, European looking, therefore you're not Jewish, means you don't understand what being Jewish means, right?
Yeah, I've got Irish and English blood and Jewish blood.
Let me just come with a PowerPoint.
You did hear what I said. You did hear what I said. Where I said a tendency. I said there's a tendency. I didn't say always.
So look, I would be lying and I would be deluding myself if I said that in the UK and in in America, the majority of Jews are working class. We're not anymore. We were when we came here. The overwhelming majority of us were working class, but thankfully for this great nation, most of us have been able to better our lives. And so you're right. The majority of Jews today aren't working class. Israel's different. Israel has a huge Jewish working class.
Given the Jewish citizen decided to soften and change that from tendency, which is about as bad as it sounds, to proclivity, which is a nicer way of saying the same thing, I had to just stop there for a second to go, well, okay, there's a kind of strange irony of a double-edged sword to all race realists. So I subscribe to genetics being a component of behavior. Therefore, I would be labeled a race realist, I guess, right? But this is a sword that cuts both ways. If black people genetically have a proclivity, or the Jewish people, Jewish citizens, have a proclivity, then one only assumes that white people also have a proclivity. It can't be a proclivity for thee and not for me. It must be a proclivity for we, right? And towards that very same thought I had, at the same time I issued a couple of short polls, I thought, how do anti-Semites and the general right feel about race realism when applied relatively to be between white people and Jews? So I asked the question, have the Jews beaten white people because they have 1, superior genetics, 2, superior culture, 3, superior faith, 4, superior tactics, or a combo of the above? And it's almost like ironically mind-blowing that the strongest proponents of race realism suddenly retreat their case And 67% of them say superior tactics. Only 7% said superior genetics. Isn't that I mean, if it wasn't such a tragic topic to be speaking about in the first place, it's absolutely hilarious, right? So it's almost like the same trope for thee and not for me when applied itself to race realism against it. Something has been like, well, actually, you know what, I'm going to shift my position. Again, a moral failing, right?
Yeah, but how's that?
Can I ask a question, brother, please?
Yeah.
Can I just ask one question? And Joseph, one thing I've noticed nowadays, is that Israel tried to get a seat in the African Union, right? And has been admitted a seat. I don't know how they've got that seat. Now they say for some reason they're part of the African Union, which I don't understand. But then on the other side, yeah, they have the spectators. They call it spectators, where there's a probation period where you are watching it, and then after a while you're allowed to sit in, right?
You've got to love Israel. We're in Eurovision and the African Union.
It's crazy, mate. But one thing I have noticed, and one
it was a bit of an embarrassment, really. You could barely call that a song. What that lady was doing.
Let me just say one thing. Add one thing.
Well.
One thing I have heard from the Israeli people, right? That they're claiming they want to take all the Arab land, right? They want to take all the Arab land. Let me just say this, right? The Israelis claim they want to take the Arab land, right? And what most of Africans believe is that reason they're trying to join the African Union is take Arab land in Africa, right? Or oppress people in Africa to come in and permanently settle, expand their territories.
I've been more worried about the Chinese, Getty. I'd be more worried about the Chinese.
No, let's not talk about the Chinese. I'm talking about you, mate. I'm talking about your people, right?
Israel has no desire to take land in Africa. We were offered land in Africa. We were offered land in Africa, and guys, let me speak. We were offered land in Africa, and we rejected it. We were offered a large part of Kenya.
Yeah, part of Russia.
No, you're not offered, mate. Nobody owns Kenya. White people do not own Kenya.
No, but I'm saying we were offered. That's true. I agree with you. I agree with you, Getty. I agree with you, Getty. White people have no right to give it away, but they tried to. The British tried to give us in 1896, I think.
1897.
I'm not sure. I'm not really sure what Asket is getting at. I mean, we've got China that's got a lot of influence in Africa. We've got Turkey that's, as far as I'm aware, Turkey's got loads of bases. The Europeans, a lot of the other European countries have got loads of bases, and they're talking about Israel. What is Israel exactly? What is Israel got in Africa that you brought up? Israel and Africa, I don't really understand.
Hey, let me just be more clear, right? You, the Nigerian, right, and who comes from that part of Nigeria where they like to sell out their own people, right? And they claim to have be spokespeople from Africa, right? But in history, it shows you the biggest threat that's been to Africa, selling your own people, still trying to get involved.
Could you answer the actual point?
Instead of begging for forgiveness of what you've done in the past, right? Instead of begging for forgiveness.
I understand it's a different topic we're going into, but obviously I want to utilize the time that we have Joseph here. So can we please focus it on the discussion rather than African internal issues between what you
Can I just ask Joseph something? Phil, you got our echo. Mute up, please. Yeah, thank you. What do you think of the hand of friendship that's been extended indirectly?
So we'll just skip this bit through. There's obviously a little bit about African stuff because we're really interested in Phil and the right? We're not really interested in. There's some genuine questions and conversations to be had between Muslims and Joseph. And I know he works on building relationships between Muslims and the Jewish people. And there are seriously legitimate questions: Palestine, the state of the Middle East, Jewish support for Middle Eastern wars, supporting the Americans in the invasion of Iraq. And these are very good conversations, and I like listening to them, particularly between Muslims and Jews. And Joseph can handle these, but we're interested in what the right have to say about this. So, no disrespect to the speaker, we kind of skip forward a bit.
Relations, and also I just wanted to follow up.
How is it's supporting the military, the normal working class people of the world?
So we're now going to go back to Phil Fash has swung between NASBOR, NATSOC. He's jumping all around the authoritarian spectrum. He's not sure if he really is fighting for the working class, in which case he should be fighting for class and not race, or if he's actually fighting for race, and which class is a subcomponent. So he's kind of ideologically morphs a lot in the last 2 years. basically in the authoritarian kind of National Socialist position, but not necessarily consistent. This, of course, is going to be tested by Joseph.
Do they?
I don't know who his Jewish friend is, but he's quite funny at times too. He seems to know more economics than Phil.
I mean, Israel, there's a huge working class population in Israel. When Israel works in Africa, which was what Getty was alluding to, it's helping them with things like desalination and helping them get water and improve agriculture and improve their living standards. So, Nazbol, you've got some nice talking points, but they're talking points. They're not facts.
Just talking over me doesn't mean you're having a conversation with me. Like I was saying, the reality is that Israel as a nation is supported off the backs of other capitalist nations that support.
So just to be clear once more, there are four structural points of attack, right? That could be broadly called anti-Semitism. There are attacks against Jewish people. Then there's an attack against Judaism, which is theological. Then there's attack against the state of Israel, which is political or national or international. And then there's the attack against Zionism, which is an ideology that gave birth to the state of Israel, which is basically Jewish nationalism. So, for example, when Zavida, the Muslims, go after Joseph or anyone else on, for example, Israel's record against the Palestinians, that's not anti-Semitic. It doesn't come from necessarily a place of hate for the Jews. It comes from a place of love for the Muslims and therefore defending Palestine. Or if Muslims, for example, challenge the Torah, or Christians relinquish authority of rabbinical scripture, those are theological battles and can't be confused with hatred of Jewish people. Not the same in the case of Phil, honestly.
For Israel because they like exploiting.
Wait, you think
Which nations?
Which nations? America, Western nations. These are
which Western nations? So America, who else?
England, English elites, global elites.
So how do English elites and how do Americans? How do English elites and how do Americans support Israel?
Via foreign aid, a lot of foreign aid, and
how much British aid goes? How much British foreign aid goes to? Well, we'll get to American foreign aid, but how much British foreign aid goes to Israel?
I'm not sure of the specific figure, but that's irrelevant.
No, actually,
and these examples of embarrassments for the right. You go over there, make strong claims like, "Oh, British foreign aid are supporting the state of Israel." It isn't. I mean, these are just embarrassing positions. Zavida was right. These embarrassing, when you're arguing against someone like Joseph, and you really have the case to make for, say, English nationalism, you should have a basic amount of homework in your head, right?
Do you know how American aid works with Israel? Do you know how American aid works with Israel?
Please enlighten me.
So it's a subsidiary of the American arms deal. America says we will give you X amount of money. So the latest one, $1 billion. But it has to be spent with American arms contractors. The Israelis then buy the arms, they work on them a little bit, and then the Americans get the upgrades to those arms for free. It's basically an arms racket. It keeps the American arms industry. It's got nothing to do with helping the Israeli people.
How is that benefiting? How is it's supporting the military-industrial complex, like benefiting normal working class people?
It's not benefiting. I would rather the Americans didn't do that.
And this is actually a really muddled set of arguments by Phil, right? So, are you actually claiming? Did you go from Israel to the global military-industrial complex to class? Actually, I bet you, because I have lots of friends who are engineers and stuff after uni, and a lot of them went to the South Coast and worked in the defense industry. There are lots of working class jobs around the South Coast that support all the large British military intelligence firms. If you look at the British Foreign Office, a lot of the arguments made in the House of Commons are to protect working class jobs that are in the food chain, if you like, of the British defense industry. So even if you were to mount the claim that the global arms trade is bad as a moral bad, that could be a good argument to make. I don't think you can mount the claim that this doesn't help the British working class because it produces jobs for the British working class.
Work in the military factories, right? Well, many of
but globally we're talking about. We're not talking about a specific subsection of like the labor aristocracy.
I'll ask you a question. Why do you think America makes Israel buy arms with American money from America?
Why do they do that? Because because they obviously have got their certain businesses that they prioritize. They have like a rigged market to favor their own.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in here, but I'm sorry, Phil, but that's just like nonsense. You look at the top 10 import exports by Israel, it trades with the United States, Britain, Germany, and none of that is arms and stuff. It's high-tech minerals. And that's just nonsense. Israel has.
Where did they get?
So while I was listening, I just was listening to go, but this is nonsense. I have a good friend, for example, who is Jewish, and he's at the heart of the software industry and high tech startup industry in Israel. And Israel exports very advanced software, algorithms, all sorts of stuff. It doesn't just make arms for America. It's just absurd. A cursory inspection of the statistics and data from the state of Israel shows you that Phil doesn't know what he's talking about.
You get the minerals from them?
No, what I'm saying is I'm reading straight out of the real-time data. Top 10 import goods to Israel, industrial machinery, mineral fluids, electrical motor vehicles, exporting precious stones, electrical machine, precision instruments, that's high-tech, industrial high-tech, then organic chemicals.
Yeah,
this is a crazy anti-Semitic trope that Israel has a secret kind of commercial relationship with the rest of the world. That is something to do with
it's not just crazy conspiracy theory. It is a fact that Israel has got special preferences in regards to other Arab nations. It is given like
you do understand. I do some historical reminder. The reason why the United States actually started to support Israel was actually to defend Jordan historically. Like you remember that United States didn't support Israel before Black September when there was the coup attempt against the Jordanian monarchy and government, what was very close to the United States. So the United States decided, hey, let's support Israel, but will help us to defend the Jordanian monarchy. And from then,
why defend the Jordanian monarchy?
It's funny, I can't necessarily, because I think the quality was bad, the chap Aiden, I can't necessarily always understand what he says, but he's terribly well read. He seems to, I don't know why Joseph brought him along, but I know after you hear the debate, he's capable of just pulling lots of information, knowledge out of his head that makes Phil look a bit foolish.
Hold on, Phil, I just wanted to basically expand on this Israel and USA alliance. Do you recognize that Netanyahu was actively encouraging America to invade Iraq and was actually saying, he actually made a statement that it was going to be beneficial?
Just to address, here come the 37 shit posting. The Americans won't criticize Zionist power, which is overrepresented. I can make on private the 3 hours me and others spent on the panel, where I spent 2 to 3 hours expressing the case for English identity and for English identitarianism and for English nationalism to Joseph in a structured, careful, respectful format. So when you say I won't criticize Zionist power, I have no idea what you're on about, my friend.
I like this talking point. I like this talking point.
Iraqi people, why is people like Netanyahu in collusion with Americans in order to illegally invade USA?
I like this talking point.
American capitalism.
You know why I like this talking point? Because it shows.
Actually, the writer ruining Zubita's questioning line, and Zubita's questioning line's on the money because, of course, the Americans support the state of Israel, and of course they support them financially, and of course the root cause analysis is the Jewish power is connected to Christian Zionist power. It is the Christians funding it. It is Christian Zionist, Christian pro-Israeli pockets that are paying for the defense of the Holy Land. It isn't the Jews manipulating it. It is Christians, voluntarily, evangelical Christians, claiming that the state of Israel has to be protected for Christian reasons. So Zubita's question would have been an interesting conversation. Of course, is going to be waylaid again.
But people don't know who was Netanyahu was back then. Netanyahu was basically non-political character when the Iraq debate was going on. Like he was out of politics. He was saying,
oh, sorry, Damien. Sodom is in 37. I don't know what to say, mate. I can't tell you apart from each other.
He had no effect on Israeli policies back then. But unlike Ariel Sharon, let us speak. Ariel Sharon, who was, the PM of the Israel government back then, who was the prime minister, actually gave a direct order not to be involved in America debate on Iraq. He actually was hesitated to support the American invade to Iraq. He feared that if America will go to Iraq, it will actually give more power to Iran. This is actually so he was actually.
So Netanyahu wanted more power for Iran that he's now accusing of having nuclear weapons and also needs to technically be invaded.
Like you don't understand.
That's not what he said.
let me like, the reason why Netanyahu was brought up to the debate wasn't because he was known as political character back then. He was known as an author against terrorism. So people just took some advice from his books that he wrote about how to defeat terror. So he was invited.
So, sorry to interrupt this chat again, but again, good evening, God bless, Michael. McCarthy Plan says there's no theocratic justification for the Zionist project. And these are interesting conversations that will not be anti-Semitic. I mean, I think and I'm sure Joseph and lots of other Jews have healthy debates on whether or not there's a theocratic justification for the state versus the survival of the Jewish people needing a homeland, and whether it's biblically defended or not. Those are great conversations, and those are conversations that should be had. I think people who have a theological justification for Zionism need to make that case, and those that have the case against the state of Israel being legitimate as a violation of the condition of value and return, etc. Those are great conversations that should be had. I think that those conversations would be deemed anti-Semitic.
It was specifically help the issue. He wasn't the guy who encouraged the issue. He was the guy who invited to help, to give some suggestion on that. Like, he wasn't the guy who made up those claims that Iraq have WMDs. He wasn't the guy who made all this intelligence, because he didn't have the power to do so.
There's literally footage of him encouraging America to wipe out Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, because he was invited to do so. He was invited by the White House to support.
Yeah, I understand that. But what I'm saying is his position was very flawed, because he exactly said that it would be better for the Iraqi people and it will make them get out of a worse situation, when actually the invasion of Iraq is eventually what created ISIS. Yes? So again,
ISIS exists before the Iraq War, actually. ISIS exists since 1999.
They might have been called something else. I very much doubt that. The actual group ISIS obviously emerged after the Iraqi War. And also, Joseph didn't really actually answer my question about the far.
And it's kind of like, I mean, I know this might be considered like me going hard in on the lads, but, you know, Zabita is doing a far better job of questioning both the Jewish people there about, for example, the histories, ISIS, Middle East wars, terrorism, legitimate concerns for Muslims, obviously, and legitimate questions to be asked of the global imperial project in which Israel has participated in as a state, and whether it's good or not for bad for Muslim people. I don't think Joseph has any problem. I've seen him in Speaker's Corner having many of those arguments time and time again about, you know, maintaining the state of Israel. But so decent questioning, decent lines of conversations to be had.
Oh, right.
No mention of ovens.
New prime minister that you have in power, which made statements that I've killed many Arabs in my lifetime, so it's fine. He's mocked Islam on national Israeli TV. Do you think this guy is a good guy to lead the country with his far-right views?
So
Naftali Bennett.
He's Israeli. I'll let him answer.
Naftali Bennett actually never said I killed many Arabs. He said in a context that he killed many terrorists in his life. He actually clarified it himself so many times after that, like that it becomes some kind of repeating cycle, but basically everyone who brought it up, he immediately attacked him back. He said, no, I said terrorists, not Arabs, like he said so many times on his Facebook page, in his Twitter page, but he meant terrorists, not Arabs.
Yeah, I mean, that's not what I was getting from that.
Zabita, Naftali Bennett supports giving all of the Arabs in the West Bank citizenship in Israel. Like he's what you want. If you're for complete equality between Palestinians who live in Area A and Israelis who live over the Green Line, he's your guy, because he advocates for that very thing.
So why is the British media, like Channel 4 News, referring to him as far right?
Because as I told you before at the beginning of the conversation, there's a huge bias against Israel in the media.
Yeah.
Well, they are ultra-nationalistic and capitalistic. It's fair to call them far-right.
I won't call Naftali Bennett isn't actually ultra-nationalist.
And this is I don't understand, Phil, they're ultra-nationalist and capitalistic, so it's fair to call Israel far-right. It's an absurd statement. Israel has a massive progressive left-wing population.
It's just, modern nationalism.
What Zionism is far right by definition, isn't it?
Zionism, all nationalism is now far right by definition.
Technically, yeah, it is. Yeah.
Are you talking small government? Is by definition far right?
I mean, you do understand what some. You do understand what
Israel is not small government. I mean, Naphtali is probably more to the right.
Hold on a minute, right? So when we're talking about far right in common, like, discussion, we're talking about ultra nationalistic that engages. If it's ultra nationalistic, it's far right.
But I know what you mean, and I'm playing your anti-Semitism game at the beginning.
Why am I anti-Semitic? You've only
no, I'm not saying you're anti-Semitic with the definition. You said that the definition isn't correct. It's fine. It's fine. I wasn't calling you anti-Semitic. I don't know you.
I think at the end of the night, that really changes, right?
Your name's a little triggering, but
national Bolshevik. I mean,
yeah, you look like a guy from 4chan, to be honest, but
Oh right, you don't even know me. You literally had no fucking discussion.
Mate, your name is National Bolshevik.
Okay,
I'm just saying,
how is national Bolshevism anti-Semitic?
But come on, let's make it fair and square. Come on, Phil. I mean, this is your chance to challenge Joseph on.
It's my chance to challenge him, and
he knows who you are.
Yeah. Right. The reality is, right, Jewish people, as I've said, like people like Joseph Cohen, they support the current power structure, be it neoconservatism, neoliberalism, or Zionism. All of these sort of political justifications, right, do not benefit normal working class people globally, right? It doesn't benefit us in any way.
Mate, yeah? I am working class.
You're not fucking, what I said, there's a tendency of Jewish people to support the current system, and you do as well, because you support Zionism and you support.
So that's cool.
If you look at the best writings on anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism, they have had a consistent pattern for 2,000 years, a little bit older. So the first encounters are with the Greek historians. We have early records of Greeks writing about these strange people. These Jewish people were insular, not like us. They had very different food requirements. They didn't eat. They wouldn't want to share with us. And then you roll this forward until the arrival of Christ, and the first structural forms of Jew hatred starts with Christ killing. So if Christ, Messiah, is killed by Jews. So the first attack, if you like, or the source of that structure, if you evolve this through the European history, particularly in Europe, it goes to the medieval ages, where obviously persecution by Muslims, then persecution by Christians, then defense by Muslims through Spain and Portugal, but fundamentally persecuted by Christians, and it breaks my heart by Christians, obviously, and Muslims. And then you get the Enlightenment and liberalism, and then the structure of the trope changes with the age of reason. And suddenly the Jews are no longer Christ killers because it doesn't have any potency or authority. They're no longer God killers. They then become 2 or 3 different things. They become racially impure and racially mixed and a racial subspecies, or they become the class, the evil bourgeoisie, the ones who are oppressing, the capitalist class. Phil is simultaneously jumping through the tropes, obviously because he's not a man of God. We don't expect him to take on the Christian position that it would be anti-Semitic, and there are Christian anti-Semites, obviously. But instead he takes on the class one, or they're part of the bourgeoisie class. In the modern era, of course, that's now been transferred onto the state of Israel as being the ultimate violators of human rights. So if you look at the 4 structures and all the deeper writings on these topics, they fundamentally position on these tropes, these structures, but all they mean is the Jews. They always just mean the Jews. So really underneath it is the hatred for Jews. You can argue against the state of Israel and not hate Jews. You can argue against a Christian position, against Judaism, and not hate Jews. But really the litmus test is the person using those structural tropes to mean the Jews. So he doesn't really mean the capitalist class, he means the Jews.
You're a Bolshevik, yeah? You know about communism.
I'm not a Bolshevik.
Yeah, you're a national Bolshevik, but you know that many of the early communists that developed the socialist theory were Jewish, right? And
yeah, I
the
know
interest
that.
of the working class.
I do know that. I'm on about currently in the modern day world.
It is kind of ironic, isn't it, that Phil's economic theories are from a Jew, right? So
in the modern day world, right, Jewish people are explicitly connected to the current power structure, and they're going to defend that power structure to the end.
So if you look at any socialist movement, you look at any socialist.
If I look at any social,
you already assume what the current structure is somehow anti-working class,
it is anti-working class. How? It's anti-working class. If we look at normal working class people in England, I'm talking about what I'm going to say, it's going to make you laugh, but you know, I'm going to start advocating for my own ethnic and class
but
interests.
how is anti-working class?
I'm going to explain, right? Because people like you, right, you'll focus on the Jews, Muslims, and black people, and all this intersectionality bollocks, right? You ignore class pretty much. White working class people are less likely to go to university. They're subject to a lot of policies that negatively affect their lives on a daily basis, like mass immigration, lower wages, less opportunities in academia, and less likely to improve their life, you know. And also, we're forced to support policies.
And see, this is the difference. Phil is totally right and making sensible points. White working class people, or just white people generally, can be seen to suffer a range of problems, a range of malaises. Specifically, white working class people, the most so in Britain and increasingly now the US. And these are legitimate, real things to fight for, worth dying for, to fight for. But what has this got to do with the Jews?
Like Zionism? Like that's our own...
Or Zionism. How is Zionism means a small, a young working class boy in some deprived area in Stockton-on-Tees is going to struggle compared to a new generation migrant who might send his Indian or Chinese kids to Oxbridge? Legitimate concern, legitimate question, legitimate polity to defend. A white deprived area outside Stockton-on-Tees or somewhere near Cleveland or something, some impoverished part of Britain. Absolutely. But Zionism? That's the case you can't make, right? You just can't make that case. What you are going to do is, by trying to do that, is you're going to dilute the very cause. You're going to prevent that young white working class boy of having a chance of a conservative movement that could protect a conservative, because you can't get rid of the Jews.
Your argument that this current system is anti-working class is that the working class had to have an opinion on other issues?
No, my argument is that white working class people, right, because of the current system we have.
Before we get into Phil's argument, Mr. Nice, winky guy face, Groiper, you're a disgrace for any nationalist, the guy who says, I hate Jews. You're not a nationalist. Don't pretend you're a nationalist. If you're hating Jews, you're a type of national socialist. You can't pretend to take the claim that I'm an English nationalist while hating Jews. You're not ideologically an English nationalist. You're a form of an English national socialist or fascist. So when you say you're a disgrace for any nationalist, I'm not sure what you mean. You're not a nationalist. Do you understand the distinction? But you might draw little pictures ideologically, draw the ontologies. Jew haters are not nationalists.
Right now, they're subject to mass migration. There's less investment in them. Like if you're a white working class person in England, right, you've got to deal with a lot of immigration that reduces the wages, like more people in the market.
You do understand there is no actual basis, but it's reduced the wages.
Oh, no, there is basis for this. If you're a working class person, now it depends which group you are, which class of person you are in England. If you're a middle class person,
it seems you have very narrow definition of who working class is. It seems like you're less worried that they are working class and more worried that they have specific ethnicity.
No. If you're working, listen.
I actually, Phil, I'm going to come to your defense a little bit. I come from a white working class community. I haven't been to university. I've got GCSEs. That's it. Yeah, so I can relate to. Pardon? Yeah, I understand. It is literally, if you come to where I'm from, Adam, there's a culture. It's not just like your skin color. There's an entire culture which is different from other working class communities in the UK. And it's a community that has been left behind. White working class boys are do the worst in the education system in the UK. And it's because investment being put into other communities, being put into females, being put into. So I agree with all your talking points. I just don't see how it connects back to Jews.
How it goes back to Jews? Well, my point is that Jews, because there's a tendency, not always. I think you've proved that you're not that you're working.
That word again, tendency. The Jewish citizen decided to quite smartly change to proclivity.
In class, maybe you're from a working class background. Well, there's a tendency because Jews have been interlinked with liberal capitalism in England. They've done really successful as a result of it. And because they're interlinked with that system and married to it pretty much, they're more likely to support the current system. However,
but which community isn't, Phil? I agree with you. Jews are interlinked into the capitalist system in the UK, as is every other community.
Yeah. Listen, this is where I split apart from like people who only focus on Jews. It's a capitalism problem for me. Like white capitalists, they equally get along with, you know, like the Bilderbergs and all that sort of bullshit because they have the same material interests as each other, don't they? Of course they do. Like if we were to, like George Soros and fucking Bill Gates, they have the same material interests. And that's my point, is that Jews as an ethnic group, because they have a tendency to be more successful in the capitalist system because of the history of, I'm sure you know the history of the fact that at one time in England it was illegal to do usury, and it was sort of frowned upon to be involved in the financial sector. So Jews were sort of pushed into that.
Okay, for someone who's written enough trading software in my life to never think of these topics again, let's get this once and final. And this is what happened when Liam got really upset and sour. The reason interest exists is to fuel growth. The mathematics of it is crystal clear to anyone who's ever had to code equations for such maths. No interest, no growth. Now, you can live in a non-interest-based system, but you're going to have to do a lot to get around growth.
Phil, what is stopping you from the working class going out there, getting an education for yourself and getting a decent job, or getting a job to pay decent money?
You can get a decent job and stuff. It's just that you're less likely to go to university and things like that. Because
what's stopping you from going to uni, Phil? What's stopping you from going to uni?
It seems like the general problem that exists in economic system that have some kind of competition, not some kind.
No, what stops you from going to uni? That doesn't stop me.
What, white working class people? What stops white working class?
You are white and you're working class. What stops you from going to uni?
Well, I've been to uni, but you can't just appeal to individuals like we are. I'm talking about a class group. I'm talking about a group of people that exist.
Phil, I'm going to. Yeah. I'll speak from experience. There was no other Jews in the village I grew up in. I grew up in 2 villages. And the culture, what I found one of the most interesting things was when I moved to London to live with other Jews, one of the things I noticed was the cultural change. There was a huge emphasis on education. The role models were very different. The culture was very different. One of the biggest things that limits white working class communities is the culture of white working class communities. And it wasn't always the way. There used to be a real pride in education. So when the Northeast was where I'm from, was back where you had the mines and stuff, there was a huge emphasis on education, and there was a real pride in being working class and educated, and that's kind of lost now. The community,
because of liberalism. I think it's because of liberal capitalism and atheism. To be fair, there's like a. But
the other thing I was going to add is the white working class community. Although as far as communities in the UK go, they are being left behind. They are still vastly better than they've ever been in history before.
I will open the panel up later, no doubt, if you want. I was planning on it, Robin Lloyd, and I'm happy to have you refute my ideas.
Like, there virtually isn't a working class in the UK anymore, in the sense of like literally manufacturing jobs, which was traditionally what you'd associate the working class with. We have a higher standard of life. We live longer. We have higher literacy rates, higher mortality rates. Everything is better for the white working class.
It could be better. It could be better. It's like, you know, in the past, if you would have gone back to the times of slavery, I'm not trying to be offensive, but there was the term of the coon, wasn't there? And the coon would be the man who'd say, listen, guys, you've never had it better. The slave master gives you food. He gives you healthcare. Why are you complaining? And it's true, under liberal capitalism, even the white working class have never had it better. We have a good standard of living. But there is a problem in the sense that, you know, ethnic Britons of this country, right, they've got a long history of building this nation, and they've been equally exploited as other groups have around the world, if not, you know, equally comparable, right? So I think it's a bit fucked up that we neglect them. Like, you shouldn't neglect the English working class. They should get priority over everyone else, because their ancestors have spent centuries, well, thousands of years maybe, putting blood, sweat and tears building this nation. So it should be the case that they should get priority over everyone
Well,
else.
I wanted to ask
That's
something
what I
about
was
that,
saying.
yeah. Since you mentioned slavery, yeah.
To Galileo's point as well, right? Evening, Phil the materialist. There is a deep irony that someone who argues from a entire ideology based on materialism actually then speaks about blood and soil and spirit. I mean, what spirit? I mean, he's not Christian. It doesn't demonstrate Christian behaviors or Christian moral foundations. I mean, so there's no spirit. If you went to blood and soil, he's not even English. He's half Slav. I believe he's a cook. He's married to an Italian immigrant. I mean, so much for blood and soil, and definitely no spirit. So blood and soil and spirit is an ideal that Phil has because he used to be fascist Phil, right?
I just wanted to ask Joseph, since you mentioned slavery. I have heard this claim, just a claim that I've heard, that Jews also were sort of involved in slavery, and that Columbus
Jews were, yeah?
was a part of. Yeah, Columbus apparently was obviously, when he done his ventures, there was some sort of religious backing or connotations as to why he was doing it. So I don't know. Would you? Because some say that Jews financed the Atlantic slave trade.
No, Jews didn't finance the Atlantic slave trade. There were Jewish slavers, 100%, particularly from the Spanish and Portuguese community. And there were some of them based in London, by the Smart Synagogue. If you look at some of the old names of the old patrons who were the more affluent members of that community, many of them made money from plantations. Many of them made from all the different capitalist ventures you'd get in that.
And Galileo's on the money again. Everybody did slavery. I mean, the Muslims, Genghis Khan, Islam, the Christians, white people, black people. Most of the slaves were sold by black people. Everyone did slavery. Everyone was involved in slavery, right? Unless you're playing slavery top trumps, right?
In that generation, Jews were no different to anyone else living in that society. The thing that Jews financed it is a lie. Jews held a minority. It was something like, I can't remember the exact percentage, but it was under 5%.
It was just rich people as a whole.
There's a book which I recommend by a guy called Ferber. I've forgotten his full name, but it's called Jews and the Slave Trade. He literally goes through all of who was owning the different ships and different centuries, and it clearly shows that Jews were not the ones that were financing the slave trade. They were a minority stakeholder. There was the Arab slave trade that predated it, but the majority of slave holders and owners and slaves were Christians.
That's a fair question. That one's easy to ask. What do you mean the leftists never win on Israel? Israel has a formidable progressive left movement that is secular, that is championing left-wing Jewish power across the world. It is progressive, it is secular, it is Jewish, and it runs in the state of Israel and is represented across all Israeli organizations. This idea that the Jews in Israel are not left-wing is absurd. It is a powerhouse of left-wing progressives, right? So what do you mean the leftists never win on Israel?
We found more black in America, but they were more involved in the slave trade more than Jews.
And I want to ask you something about, obviously reparations. Can you tell me, because obviously I know that the Jews were given a large sum of money, obviously, after the Holocaust, and I heard that annually.
Large amount? Wait. About this point, you don't understand that at best, Holocaust survivors maybe at best got 15% of the value of the property that were lost from the Holocaust.
Okay, my main point is, obviously, from what I understand, survivors of the Holocaust did receive some sort of money in reparations, and that Israel.
So we had a fair amount of questions there, from legitimate Muslim questions about Israel, questions about Zionism. A quick trope thrown in there: the Jews ran the slave trade. That's easy to evidence that they didn't run the slave trade. And now we get to the interesting thing. We get straight into the meat, which is Holocaust denial. So you can imagine it as a funnel. It starts from ignorance in one place, then it becomes legitimate questions about Zionism, legitimate questions about, say, Judaism as a faith, and legitimate questions about the Jewish people, and then it increases into this cycle of deeper and deeper into Dante's hell you go, and very quickly in David Irving territory. Very quickly you're like, hey, this should never happen, right?
Israel or anybody attached to the Holocaust receives annual funding. So first of all, is that true or not?
So it's true and it's not true, but I think the key distinction to focus on in this conversation is to do with how recent it was. And so with the Holocaust, I have family, I know the property they had I know where they went. I know who's in that property now. In 2 villages we can trace it to, and we haven't got a penny for it, by the way, but we know exactly where. And so there are people in living memory that not in living that are alive, that lost, and they know exactly where they came from, and they should have reparations.
So, Joseph,
let me just finish my point, and then you can all tell me I'm wrong. I think one of the big distinctions with reparations for African American community is you don't have that clear line between who is exploited, who is benefiting, in the sense that Beyonce benefits from the wealth that was built up by the early Americans. Like, everyone living in America today benefits from that, and it becomes very hard to define who do you take the money from. I think if you can, if you have a very clear line where here's a plantation, the family's still there, your family was slaves, it's very easy to prove. There's no ambiguity. Then I think there's maybe a strong case.
Like, you need to remember that
just a quick one thing.
I just think that's a very, when you try to compare the African Americans and say they're benefiting from this infrastructure and compare it to the Holocaust, yes, I agree with you that the lineage is very hard to establish because a lot of their records were not kept. These people were stripped of their indigenous names and given the names of slave masters, and there was not enough effort by the global leaders to even care about these people or try to reconcile between where they are now and their ancestors. But I feel there was more of an attempt done for the Jews in order to get their justice and reparations. Now, when I speak about that, I wasn't even going to use the African Americans as an example. I was going to use something more recent, like what's been going on in Iraq, the devastation that happened in Iraq, the turmoil that they caused in Afghanistan, and Middle Eastern countries that the West contributed in bombing, and they would never ever give an amount of money to help rebuild these countries.
I mean, they did. They gave billions to these countries.
Yeah, but they're individuals.
In the case of Afghanistan, they completely left their own equipment there and just got the hell up out of there and just left it to what it is now.
they literally for 20 years because the trillions of dollars.
You have to let me finish. In the case of Iraq, yes, because of their destruction, they consequently ISIS was formed. So they didn't do anything to clean up the country. They left the country in absolute turmoil. That money, we don't know where the hell was going to. So the reason why I'm saying this is sometimes when we look at these things, like I've used comparisons, yeah, like Reggie tried to say it was a competition. When I look at things on anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, I do personally, it's nothing, no blame on you, but I do see the establishment doing more to tackle anti-Semitism than they actually are doing Islamophobia. They can't even define the term. When I look at things like excuse me, let me finish, please, because this is my channel. Can I finish? Yeah. So when I look at things like reparations, Jews were able to get theirs. We've established the black community hasn't even got theirs. We've established that the countries that the West have destroyed hasn't even bothered to try and rebuild those infrastructures. So I do personally see a bias, and this is why obviously I ask you these questions. And again, it's not a reflection on you, but it does make me question what is the agenda of the government, because I do see it as a double standard.
Okay, so may I answer?
I'm just going to I'm in Berlin right now, right?
Let Ralph answer. Ralph hasn't spoken.
Joseph mentioned something quite salient when he said, and this is, everyone has a claim on justice for something. I'm in Berlin. Literally from my street, every street I turn, there are around 78,000 names of real Jewish people who were dragged out of their house, from their property, in living memory, tagged and executed. Now, is that equivalent like-to-like comparison to what's happening in Iraq? Of course, or in Rwanda, sure. But in actual memory, there is a recorded direct claim of people within living memory, Joseph, with nobody. You see their names everywhere. Now, should that happen to the million dead in Iraq and those wars? I think the people from that area should cease to replicate the claims made by the Jewish people. It does not remove that claim. That you just have to visit Berlin and you will be reminded, and every 3 months those stones are cleaned. So the case I'm making there is that one reparation payment or one piece of one group's grievances being dealt with does not detract from another. So what Zubida is making a fair case in saying, how come the Jews are making more noise about anti-Semitism, and why doesn't Islamophobia have the same protection? How come the Jewish people get reparations? What about 1 million dead in Iraq? And the answer to that, of course, is for the people of Iraq to mount their claims, to fight for their reparations. You have IC3 in the chat. IC3 is hell-bent on getting reparations for black people. for example, and you fight that fight, but that fight you're fighting can't be conflated for another fight. The Jewish fight in that has been delegitimized, right? Or the claim here has been made is that the Holocaust didn't happen, it wasn't as bad as it was, and the German people refuse that story. The stones are clean, the names are the names everyone will be paid for, and every child is taught about what the Germans did to the Jews. There's no comparison. Now you can say, was Iraq worse or was Rwanda worse? And how do you compare apples and oranges? There were genocides of different types and shapes, but they were brutal in all the cases. The ones in Rwanda were brutal, but the ones, have no mistake, what the Germans did to the Jews was horrific. And it's right in front of you. Every street I walk, there's no escaping what actually happened.
And I would like
those 6 million dead executed with living buildings.
Well, I doubt that.
Yeah, hold on, please. What Ralph has just said is Ralph has basically said that Germany is taking responsibility for its crimes, and it is ashamed of its crimes. The fact that they show it to the people and say, we don't want to go back to this. When has Britain or America done the same for Iraq or Afghanistan? Instead, they reward them.
As Adam was saying, they spent trillions nation building there. That's been the big complaint of people in the West, is how much money the West has spent trying to build nations in Afghanistan and in Iraq. And I think
your comparison is basically...
Two seconds. Let me just finish my thought. So the big criticism, everyone who's saying pull out of Iraq, is because America is spending so much money there. And we're spending so much money in Afghanistan.
The difference between the Jews and Iraq and Afghanistan or whatever is that, yes, it's true that they're engaging in nation building in Iraq and Afghanistan, but not only did the West help fucking Jews build their own nation, but Jews individually received reparations. And this money didn't come from the elites or anything. It came from normal working class people via taxation who had fuck all to do with this alleged Holocaust. Normal working class
alleged Holocaust.
And here we go down the alleged Holocaust, right? So at this point, you're not a nationalist. You're a liability to nationalism. You're not even anything other than some form of a National Socialist, right? If you believe the Holocaust is alleged, right?
Alleged. What's alleged about it? What's alleged about it, Phil?
What's alleged about it is that basically it's highly exaggerated.
Show me how. Show me how.
All right. We don't want to go into
debate the Holocaust.
It's not a debate.
Jew on here. Let's have a debate about the Holocaust. Let's go.
I mean, you're the one who's coming on and saying it's alleged. And then you're complaining that.
Okay. Are people innocent until proven guilty in a court of law?
Yes. And you're found guilty of
Okay, then fair enough, right? So
probably the most famous trials in the history of the world, right?
What do you need? So who do you believe is directly responsible for this Holocaust you claim to talk about?
The Nazi regime.
The Nazis and the collaborators.
The Nazi regime. So are there any direct...
Including all the Germans who followed orders and actually executed the Jews and the Poles.
Well, where's the proof of this?
Those Germans.
Where's the proof? And all the trials. Just a question.
Just to get us a little perspective. 100 million dead white people. Now, they were dead Jews. These people are upset that the number was not 6 million. Was it 5.5 million? Let's say it was 5 million or 4 million. It's still atrocious. But 100 million dead white people is a consequence of the ideology.
Oh, yeah.
Just a question for you, Phil. If the Holocaust didn't happen, when all these Nazis were taken to trial, why did none of them say, like, it didn't happen, this is all made up?
Oh, because they were subject to brutal interrogation and torture.
So why they say
execution?
I mean, there is no evidence they actually were ever tortured. Actually,
so after saying the Holocaust didn't happen, now it's exaggerated. He's saying that the Germans tortured the people in Nuremberg in order to gain their confessions. Right? This is the level of. And I'm right, whoever that was in the comments. Yeah, it pollutes nationalism. It corrupts conservatism. It gives the enemies of conservatism and nationalism everything they need when you open your mouth and such idiotic, hateful drivel comes out of it. It's nothing but drivel, right? Right? The Holocaust happened. They're dead. It's recorded. It's evidenced. Eisenhower's personal testimony. I mean, what are the words engraved in Eisenhower's words? So that if ever this comes up in the future, may I bear witness to what I saw. So when you have young fascist Phil, who's not English, claiming he's a nationalist, claiming he's against Whig Nazism, but he's not ethnically English, married outside the English ethnicity, claims that Jews and the Holocaust doesn't happen, and deny their compromised basic evidence, yes, it does damage nationalism. And it corrodes and corrupts conservatism, because all the enemies of nationalism and conservatism have to do is say a Nazi, and it sticks, because it's Nazi talking points. They're not substantiated, lest we forget the millions who died fighting the Nazis. Right?
A solid argument, Phil. I think you win this round.
No, I think it's a fair thing to say. Like if you're subject to fucking torture and and the possibility of executions.
So the Germans tortured their own people.
Say again.
So when Germans have put Nazis on trial, and the Nazis said, like, I was only following orders, they did that under the torture from the German government. Is that your argument?
Yeah, definitely. But
I mean, what's your evidence? Just out of curiosity, Phil, what's your evidence? 2 seconds. Add in 2 minutes.
Okay.
What's your evidence?
Do you want me to find evidence to prove that there was torture?
No, you presented something. You presented your argument. Do you have any?
Yes, Phil, that's a direct request from Joseph and from myself. Can you provide any evidence that those charged Nazis were tortured by the Allies and Germans into confession? Any evidence of any such thing? I can demonstrate that the torture in Berlin itself, the horrors of the torture, including the last weeks, was so much so that the destruction of the Gestapo buildings and the flowers that overgrow it are a memorial against torture. So I would love to see evidence that the Germans tortured or the Allies tortured the Nazis into a confession at Nuremberg. That's how ridiculous it sounds. And that's why you damage nationalism. That's why you damage conservatism. That's why it's so base to say gas the Jews is the reason white people are going to be demographically replaced. Because you smear the entire movement with something that is just untenable and unevidenced. So all you need to do is provide evidence that those who went through the trials, were found guilty and executed, were tortured.
Evidence? Or are you going to try and find?
Yeah, I've got evidence. I've just got.
What was it? Just tell me without finding it. Just tell me loosely. How were they tortured? How were they tortured?
They were interrogated.
Sorry, lads.
Okay.
Sorry, lads. I want to make it clear. Yeah. First of all, I don't hold the positions that have been said here on the panel. I'm independent. I just want to make it clear. Yeah. And also.
Your Paphos in the chat, mate. You can't believe it. Absolutely. Joseph just had to lay the bait, and idiots like this just took it. And he comes out with things that are just so absurd that then, on the other hand, if you try to make the claim that England needs to be defended for the English people, the very same person making that claim is going to be pointed out as a neo-Nazi, and that's the end of the rest of your claims.
I like this conversation. I think it's an honest conversation that has been had. It's sort of the elephant in the room between a self-professed Nazi. So hold on, please. So this is something that has always been said, round the corners. Now you're confronting each other with it. But I would say, for the sake of obviously this conversation, the channel could be struck on the grounds of maybe hate speech or something. So I would ask to be very sensitive with your words when you're talking to each other as well.
Okay, fair enough. I'll tell you what. I won't even bring up Jews. We'll talk about.
I have one question, because you keep saying you're not a Nazi. Could you just describe to me the difference between National Socialism and National Bolshevism?
And this, I must admit, is not what I expected to hear, and it's quite embarrassing. And perhaps Phil doesn't know that Cohen has read Mises and Hayek and all of them.
I will explain the difference, right? So first things first, when we're talking about a Nazi, that is a specific ideology from a part of history, right? That we're dealing with a different set of circumstances that I couldn't possibly call myself. I'm not dealing with the Soviet Union on the East and Western capitalism in the West, and I'm not just recovering after a Great Depression. I also don't believe in an Aryan master race or shit like that. I don't believe in that. I'm an English nationalist who is more socialistic. In fact,
of course you wouldn't believe in an Aryan master race, because the Aryan master race would consider you an Untermensch. And no, you're not actually English either, you're Slav. So of course you would have been an Untermensch in the Nazi regime. So it's sensible for you not to call yourself a Nazi, but you're ducking the question.
To be autistic, a little bit spurgy, like the economy, if Nazi Germany was slightly different. I also believe that the Germans were wrong to assume that it's an entirely Jewish problem. I believe it's a capitalist problem. I don't believe it's just Jews who are responsible for international finance and things like that. It's generally a capitalism problem that our own people are responsible for. There's a lot of white English people that are equally, if not worse, as bad as these elite Jews that we talk about, like Soros or whatever. So I don't. That's where I differ from them. I'm not.
So what's the difference? What's the difference? Though you haven't told me what the difference is.
And Phil is being disingenuous. He spends all his time hating on Jews. He literally is going to say "gas the Jew" later on in this. So he's not even being very. He's being disingenuous. But more importantly, he can't describe the ideological difference between National Socialism and National Bolshevism. So if your self-claimed fascist Phil is now morphed into one day it's Natsal, now it's Nazbol, then it's this, can't describe the difference between his own ideological position in a coherent fashion. We should be really listening to those ideologies, should we?
Ideologically.
Oh, and not ideologically. Well, ideologically, it's the idea that I actually believe that the Soviet Union was a force for good, whereas a lot of Wignats or Natsoks believe that it's just Jewish control.
The Soviet Union responsible for the deaths and starvations of millions of people under communism, responsible for the deaths of millions of white people, was a good regime. So that's Phil's claim. He believes the Soviets were good, despite having starved, effectively killed 3 generations of growth, wiped out the entire genetic aristocratic top of the Russian people, and then went around doing the same thing to everyone in their satellite states is a good ideology. Ironically, it looked like when the wall came down, I'm in Berlin, I'm close to the wall. I remember being here in Berlin in the old days when the wall in East Germany, and I don't see anyone here celebrating this. I don't see anyone in any of the Eastern European nations I've been to ever celebrating communism and what the Soviets did. Just a bunch of spurgs who don't want to be called Nazis, think they're being called a Nazbol, though you can't describe it, is a better way of saying the same thing, Soviets. He wouldn't last a day or a week in a Soviet world. There'd be no ecstasy dealers, no techno. None of that stuff would happen in your Soviet state, would it?
Oh, bullshit. And it was
Yeah,
they wanted to destroy
Nazis
what?
were the Mayans.
I don't know. I will learn from Phil. I know that you know. I just want to understand Phil's politics. Because
Okay, so
he speaks a lot about Jews, and so I just trying to understand Bolshevism. I mean, you spoke about Jews for some time, yeah, you do.
Well, what have I said?
Maybe it's because I'm on the channel, but yeah, you do.
Yeah, and just to be very clear, remember the 4 archetype structures underpinning it: Christ killers first, racially impure, and then the third structure is the Jews or the money people, the bourgeoisie class. And only a good way of defeating them is to come through the anti-Jewish Semitic. National Bolshevism will get the Jews. Why? Because we can now call them bourgeoisie capitalists. But really, it's just a proxy for it's the Jews, right?
You have opinions on things like the Holocaust, Israel, links of Jews to capitalism. Like you've made a lot of Jewish.
That's a fact, though. It's a fact that Jews are.
Okay, but I'm just. That's fine. That's fine.
There's tendency.
You believe it's a fact, but I'm just saying that you.
I don't believe it's a fact. It is a fact. It is a fact.
Okay, so anyway, coming back to National Bolshevism, what do you believe? Convince me to be a National Bolshevist.
What do I believe in? I believe that the workers should own the means of production in their native land. And I believe that should happen all over the planet Earth. I believe that the workers should own...
It's wonderful to hear Phil quote one of the world's most famous Jewish people.
...and the means of production.
I disagree. I disagree with you quoting a Jewish man when he said the emancipation of the working class, ... in Das Kapital. I disagree. I disagree with that Jewish man, Marx. I think that Jewish man Marx was an evil man. He was a particularly brutal man. He was selfish. He ran his family's money out. He power raped his maid and didn't pay for this young working class kid in the East End of London. He was alcoholic. He was a horrible man, your hero, Marx. And he was Jewish, by the way, Phil.
That's why we should have socialism. I believe the economy should be driven towards social ends rather than private individual ends.
Is that what the National Socialists also believed?
To a certain degree, but there's a lot of socialists who believe that anyway, like Marxist Leninists believe in that. Like socialism is a vague label because you can have all flavors of socialism. You can have fucking Jewish socialism, you can have all manners of socialism. But the way I differ from a classic National Socialist is that classic National Socialists were socialists in the sense that the economy was driven towards social ends, but it was more that they were more sympathetic to private interests within the market. There was a more focused on the...
No, Phil. The entire theory absorption of Marxism within National Socialism, multiple national Nazis admired principles of Das Kapital, was driven by racial hierarchy first. So it wasn't economic. I know Phil likes my economics. The more we listen to him, the less he seems to understand it, right? But no, it was integrated upwards and inwards. Particularly if you look at which bits were taken out of Marx's projections, for example, in Capital. But it was fundamentally just to support the race, right? Let's not pretend it was anything else. It only mattered. Economics was subservient to the folk. The folk before money, or what the base alt-right would call mud GDP, right? Not mud GDP, mind folk, mind Reich, yeah? So it wasn't an argument about capitalism or capital. You're spurging.
The Jews, they believed it was the Jewish problem. Yeah, a racial problem. I don't believe it's just a racial problem. I think class is more important than race, but I do accept that it's a real thing. And I believe if you want socialism around the world, you have to accept racial differences.
So what's the difference between you and Tony Benn?
Maybe it's Tony Benn.
Race.
Yeah. Why do you believe we're the same?
He was a socialist, and he was, for instance, he was against the EU because he wanted to protect British jobs. I'm just trying to understand.
Probably agree.
Again, race.
Well,
I just wanted to ask Phil about obviously like this thing about the Holocaust, because like I personally believe it did exist, and I just want to have an academic because I think there's more proof to show that it did. If you was to bring any sort of evidence, I would say there is the proof that suggests that says that proves the Holocaust exists outweighs that
every standard burden of proof held up by the highest courts by any standard of the entire Western project agrees that the Holocaust occurred. A better question to ask yourself is, who thinks it didn't happen? Who think it was exaggerated and really was just a trick? Who thinks that this Holocaust stuff must be examined constantly and continuously challenged? It looks like all the people who tick that box also tick the box, don't like Jews.
it didn't. So what is your strongest evidence to suggest that it did not exist?
Can I just quickly do it very simply, because I'm not white, I'm not Jewish. The strongest evidence is this: the majority of the documentation was done by non-Jewish people. The Germans, white people. The Germans are the most meticulous record keepers. The archives of German history are formidably well kept. The Germans document everything. Even I had a workman around the house today, and he was also documenting everything while he worked. So the majority of the documentation of the atrocities was not done by the Jewish people. It was done by other white European people. White Europeans documented the destruction of the Jews, including the Jews helping them, documenting, collating, make sure it was done. But the meat of the work and the meat of the documentation is publicly available by white people. How's that for it not being a conspiracy theory? Unless you're so fucked up in your head that you think all these white people are also being manipulated by the Jews. You can go to any of the German public archives and you can go check this for yourself, and you'll find it's being evidenced by non-Jewish people.
Right, we're just assuming evidence exists. Can we start? Can we start at the beginning?
Let me finish. And that evidence is pervasive in public. The German Foreign Office, by white Germans, documented the murder of the Jews by their fellow Germans. So did the Hungarians. So if you said the Jews were rigging the numbers, how come all the numbers are evidenced by non-Jews? That's
I'm not saying they're rigging the numbers.
Yeah, you might be off 6 million. It might be off a few 100,000. Okay, wrong.
No, hold on a minute. I'm not saying first things first. You can't straw man the shit out of me. I'm not saying Jews are rigging the numbers. I'm saying the numbers are highly exaggerated, and because people are making a claim, right, in a legal sense, or we're having an argument, aren't we? The burden of proof is on you. I'm coming from a position of ignorance, and I've always come from a position of ignorance.
We have proof. Phil.
Well, let's have a proper dialogue.
All right,
I'm just going to give Phil one piece of advice, one tiny piece of advice. There's a website called Yad Vashem, yeah? Yad Vashem, YADVASH. On there, they list the names of people that perished in the Holocaust. I think they so far catalogued 4 million people. Like, obviously, they're not going to get everybody. That's from a combination of the records,
Has there been an
the
autopsy?
testimony.
Is there any autopsies available?
No, this is coming from people. Like, I can trace my family. My family's on. My family's on the database.
Quick question. If you
Phil, before you want to raise, let's just stay on a point one at a time. So you've got two Jews on the chat who've both told you they've independently verified people in the Ad Vashem database, and so we're saying, why not check out the database? And you immediately run away. And so let's come back. We've just given you evidence of 4 million names, What's your evidence that those 4 million? 2 minutes, Phil. Here's the question. What's your evidence that those 4 million people? 2 seconds, Adam. What's your evidence that those 4 million people are faked?
Well, I'm not saying they're faked. I'm just saying you can't establish a cause of death just because you've got a missing body. That's not the way it works.
Wow.
They might be missing. They very well might be missing. They might have died of.
How would you catalogue any genocide, Phil? Like any genocide, this is the case.
Okay, let me ask
you. You can't do an
autopsy
on every person who's slaughtered in a genocide.
Well, how do you know that they died?
Okay, Phil, the Holodomor didn't happen.
I agree with that. It didn't happen.
Sorry, I'm just trolling.
No.
You were a Stalinist.
I'm only fucking around. Stop talking. Listen, listen. That was a joke to start off with. I do accept the Holodomor happened. I think it was justified. I don't give a fuck about that. Debate me on that as well if you want. I think it's justified, to be honest. But
here's a quick one. If you went to the German government department, the Germans are one of the most meticulous record-keeping nations in the world.
We're getting off points here.
They recorded all the Germans, and after 1945...
Right, so people to authority... No, getting off points.
So my point is, you don't have to trust me and Joseph Cohen. You yourself can go to the German public records database, where the Germans themselves has been meticulous record keepers, documented the Jews that they...
Notice how Phil doesn't have anything to submit. Evidence after evidence after evidence. Have you noticed he submits nothing? I'm submitting the German public records from the German government. Go check the Germans. Germans know the names of who was born and died and who they lived. They knew, they had brilliant records at the peak of, say, 1871, even better records in the 1920s and 30s. They know exactly who lived where. Germans like to measure things. It's in their nature to record things, just generally as a cultural trait. They've recorded all these people. These weren't ghost people running around. They were known names of people. They were known to the German government. They were known to the German state. So the Germans knew about it. Then the Jewish people obviously have done to just remember all the people that were died, real people. They maintain their own list. Notice Phil has nothing except, oh, the list is not right. It's 4 million. Where's the missing 1 million? What are these concepts? They're diminishing the Jewish story. Right? That's all they do. They do nothing other than that, right? There's no evidence of it. Even top boy David Irving couldn't perform in court.
Okay, documents.
Unless you think they're all complicit in this, in which case...
Right, no, listen, right? So here's the thing, right? I'm asking you, right? I've made a reasonable claim. I've said, we can agree that a lot of people are either missing or they've died of some reason, but you can't claim a cause of death. You can't claim what the cause of death was just because you've got a missing person. If you've got a missing person, you don't know how they are.
People made a parody about Holocaust denial by saying that World War I never happened. All the people that supposedly died in World War I, wait for it. All the people that supposedly died in World War I would actually died by the Spanish flu. That happened, at the same time.
A lot of listen. Okay, so the question is, right? So we got a lot. We both admit there's a lot of missing people. Like you agree, there's a lot of missing people, right? So the next question is, you need to establish a cause of death. So my question to you is, how can you prove what the cause of death is from those people? It's up to you now to make the argument about how you believe that what the cause of death was.
So how do you think 6 million people or 4 million people or however many million people you think it is just suddenly stopped existing? What do you think caused it?
There's all manner of ways that people could have died. They could during World War II.
Yeah, but sorry.
You need to understand that for some reason, the Jewish people were the only people.
He has an issue with Jews already, so he's already set them out to be a target. So you have to just piece up these
Just poisoning the wall. Nice one for poisoning the walls, Amida. Cheers for that.
No, hold on. But what was Hitler's agenda? Was Hitler pro-Jews or against Jews? Did Hitler not make inflammatory statements speaking about some sort of, attack on Jews?
Hitler went on record in one of his most famous speeches, claiming explicitly that World War II will result in the destruction of the Jewish people. If they are not cleared out of Europe, said Hitler, they will be destroyed in Europe. He then goes ahead and in his well-documented writings instructs both Goering and therefore Eichmann to construct the plan. Documented. Then they go to Wannsee, which is down the road from me. It's a beautiful part of the world. And in that house, they construct the final solution. Historians of all types, Russians, Soviets, all of the non-Jewish, have documented rigorously, studied, got PhDs in how to analyze this. The main intellectual debate is between what's called the intentional school or the functional school. Was there the intentionality through the chain of conversation, or was it just functional? Did he kill all the Jews just because he hated them, or was it with explicit intentionality? PhDs after PhDs, traceable to a single set of events, documented, not denied by the Nazis, including the trial of Eichmann. Documented in a house on film. Phil's having none of it. Notice the only common pattern is anything except culpability for the crime against the Jewish people. How does this help English nationalism? How does this help European nationalism? How does it help English conservatism when all your energy is in denying what is so heavily evidenced, historically, visually, footage, academics, the majority of them not Jewish? I wonder if Phil has ever been to a concentration camp. I wonder if he himself has read any of these records or books. I wonder if he's spoken to any academics. Or does he get all his shit that goes into his shit brain from a BitChute? Has he been to Wannsee? Has he looked at what's documented there? So I'm going to test him, and he is a bit disingenuous. First, pretends he doesn't know what Wannsee means. But this is just absurd beyond belief, right? This is a liability in any measure.
Definitely he did.
Did he have death
That's not
squads?
proof. That's not proof.
Did he have death squads that murdered Jews?
Can I just ask one question, please? And
Before Chris chips in with his little Nick Griffin inspired sort of like, us the Jews. It's like, no, in Wannsee itself, it's the first occurrence in the literature of the use in the German of the word for solution. Right? It is the first time that word is introduced and written down, and that's when Goering granted him permission. And as soon as permission was granted, they'd only field tested Auschwitz. They'd field tested gas. They'd field tested killing in one place as opposed to killing in the fields. They understood very, very quickly that it was much more efficient. When you wanted to kill millions of people, it was really inefficient for the Wehrmacht or the Einsatzgruppen to run around these people, mixed in with resistance, mixed in with partisan resistance. They found it would be much more efficient if we bring them to us. All of this documented meticulously in German, and then cross-documented by the Allies, the English, the Russians, Italians, Greeks, and of course the Jews.
I need to address this. Right.
Okay, address it. Okay.
So the thing is, I could say right now, oh, fuck Joseph Cohen or Ralph. I hope they fucking die. In fact, I want to kill them. And then tomorrow you get killed. Right? Let's say you do get killed. Is that evidence?
Honesty, yeah.
Is that evidence? Is that evidence that I fucking killed you? No, it isn't. If you want to prove that I killed you, you have to provide
there's personal testimony, there's admission of guilt, there's the infrastructure of the genocide. So you've got death camps, you've got.
I mean, if structure of genocide existed and people died, why it's not logical conclusion that they died as a result of infrastructure?
Can I just ask one question, please? I will leave. I do.
No, it's not an argument, the chat in the chat. It's not an unwinnable argument. It isn't an argument at all. It's actually a consequence of a flawed moral position that leads to a flawed ideology that has been the scourge of the European right since 1945. It has prevented the European right defending European soil. It has prevented the defense against globalism, against neoliberalism. It's a single word called Nazi. And underpinning that is an entire array of documented things. And then you have these dissident alt-right BitChute types who literally believe that espousing this nonsense, despite having evidence after evidence. I mean, you know what? Let's just stop the screen, right? Because of where I live, and I've been maybe 6 or 7 times to Varnassi. I pulled out a video of Varnassi. Let's have a look at Varnassi to educate the dumbness of the Phils and the acolytes. Varnassi is a beautiful part of the world, so there's a certain tragedy when you go visit Varnassi.
This area here on the lake Great Wannsee in the south of Berlin was the area where the most prominent people of Berlin lived since the second half of the 19th century. The first social stratification of the owners were the millionaires of Berlin, rich and educated at the same time. Mr. Mallier, the first owner who erected this estate here, was not very well educated. He made his fortune with toothpaste. His wife was a circus rider on horseback, but they were accepted because they had a lot of money. They wanted to have here on the lake Great Wannsee an atmosphere like on the Lake Garda in the north of Italy. And this house here was constructed in an Italian style. After the First World War, Mallier sold this estate to Minou, another industrialist, and with Minou, the political history of this house starts. The political style of Minou was traditional conservative, but not the Nazi style. He was in the board of the city of Berlin to control the buying of coal and producing of gas and all this. And he managed to put it into his private pocket some 100,000 Reichsmarks. He was imprisoned and he sold his estate out of his jailhouse. The SS bought this house. There was an explicit order that Secret Servicemen should gather here where they have the atmosphere of comrades and they have something to smoke and a good meal. And also Mercedes-Benz is here to take them to the Wannsee station. And at about 30 minutes, they will be in the center of Berlin at the High Security main office. This was a normal everyday use. Also, this house was used as a conference house when experts were invited to discuss a special problem. And what we now call the Wannsee Conference of January 20th, 1942, is one of the first conferences held in this house. As antisemitism was such a center point of the Nazi ideology, every party office and every state office had its own Jewish expert. And they all were busy to organize anti-Jewish laws and anti-Jewish attacks and all this. But in discussions with Hitler and Himmler, the decision was already made that the SS, controlled by Heydrich, is the only organization to solve the Jewish question in an adequate way. That means with most radical methods. It was important for Heydrich that everybody knows that he is now in power and that everybody had to cooperate with him. So what was the main task of the Wannsee Conference is that from that day on, it was totally clear that only Heydrich is now in charge to solve the Jewish question. Out of the 15 participants of the Wannsee Conference, there were on the one hand the SS men, and on the other hand, the civil participants. For example, the Reich Ministry of the Interior, Dr. Stuckert, the man who made all anti-Jewish laws and decrees, the man from the office of the Führer was there. Of course, Eichmann was invited because he was a Jewish expert of the High Security Main Office. He was a...
Notice the entire chain of command. And those who've read enough German history will realize there was a couple of power plays occurring around Hitler, jockeying for the secession, jockeying for the transformation of the old guard to the new. And one of those battles was, of course, Eichmann and Goering, for example. And, it was clear they were waiting for and preparing for the final solution to be formalized and sanctioned. Wannsee matters because that's where the sanctioning occurred. If you look at the deaths before the accord and you look at what the Germans did after that, they just went up into full gear. They'd had 3 or 4 field trial tests of how to do so prior to that. Full authorization, documented, not accidental, preordained, and with intention.
Transportation expert. In the time, forced immigration was a goal of anti-Jewish policy. All what we learned about the atmosphere of the conference, we learned by the Eichmann trial in Jerusalem. No other participant was really asked what happened there. Of course, Eichmann had the defense strategy to reduce his own role to only a little cog in the machinery. But he always was trying to give real explanation how this all worked. He described that during the breaks, when they had participants walking around and discussing, that they spoke very openly about the killing that was going on in the East and about the different killing methods.
So I know Phil's out tonight, he said with the missus, direct testimony by Eichmann. First-hand testimony by Eichmann.
Produced in Eichmann a feeling of innocence. He was saying, how could I doubt that is a good way to kill the Jews when the popes of the Third Reich are discussing it in this way? When the Red Army conquered Berlin, for a short time, Russian soldiers lived here in this estate. And then after the division of Berlin into the 4 sectors, this became the US sector, and US officers lived here. And then for a short time, it was an open house. As a former SS possession, nobody was keeping for, and everything was stolen in this house. And then it became a youth hostel. And in this situation, the house remained until the late 1980s. With the changing of a generation in Germany, the idea came up anew to make this a memorial site, to have it mainly as an educational center. And then this house was opened in January 1992 on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the Wannsee Conference. And now we can say we are working here for a decade.
It's actually exactly the opposite. Sodom Cat, great name. No, the NRX are not stuck on the WW2 narrative. The anti-Semites are. And the right is riddled with the thing that is stopping conservatism doing its job because more Jews didn't do it, right?
Eichmann was explaining that after the civil participants had left the conference, Heydrich gathered his SS men at a fireplace and ordered them to have a cognac, and also Heydrich started to smoke. And Eichmann said, I never have seen Heydrich, and I've never have seen him drinking alcohol or smoking. He was really very nervous. He probably had expected some protest. Not protest of the style that...
and this is true, having read a bunch about Eichmann's life and history. He was very uncertain. He was quite young relatively to the power exhibited by Goering. And he was not sure if Hitler really would consider him his true successor, the true heir apparent to the absolute. But remember, after all, Hitler did refer to him as the man with the iron heart. So it's quite telling he was nervous at the time, but he'd just been given the green light. He'd just been given what he wanted. Go get them, right?
You cannot wipe out European Jews and all this. Those invited would not protest about this. He expected a protest against his leading role. And in this respect, he was successful. Inside the Nazi movement, the Nazi ideology, the Nazi regime, to be the one in charge to solve the US question. This was the top of his career. And if you sum it up, you can say it in the words as Mark Roseman did it in his famous book on the Wannsee Conference. It's a turning point from mass murder to systematic genocide.
So there you go, Phil. If you ever make it to Berlin, I'm sure you'd like to celebrate the Red Army's arrival in Berlin, or will you? Hard to tell, right? But there you go. I believe you should visit, honestly.
I will come back at a later date, Joseph, because I am interested in speaking to you guys. It's like I'll go into it further detail, but I don't know if you've seen the videos. I've just tried to get the video link up on about 5 or 6 BitChute. This is BitChute as well, so so-called freedom website that's not letting me show the link or view it myself. It's banned, but there's literally like 10 newspapers from 1915 to 1938. Yeah, no, I'm just asking the question. So, well, this is proven newspapers talking about 6 million Jews in 10 newspapers from like the Washington Post, New York Times, etc.
Yeah, where's the 6 million number come from? Like, where are you getting that?
Oh yes, I love this newspaper argument, because if you look closely, none of those newspapers said the 6 million Jews
They
died.
did.
Whenever I look at each one of them, none of them said the 6 million died. They say the 6 million as a general estimation.
So it just happens to be a coincidence that it's like, oh, it's 6 million Jews are suffering. Oh, and now all of a sudden these 6 million got killed. Where's this 6 million?
Yeah,
well, I think we need to establish rules.
Actually, there is database of all the reference of 6 million. And like it just was one of the many estimates about what was the Jewish population in the Russian Empire.
So it's an estimate then.
Guys, you have to understand that you're denying the oppression of their people, yeah? So, I want to be fair. You have to let Joseph and Adil give their response. And I do want to actually move on because it's getting a bit uncomfortable for me personally anyway.
Fuck off. This is a mint discussion.
Zubina's been a Jew. Zubina's been a Jew.
Wow. I mean, right out of the horse's mouth, right? Hey, look, Zubina, you're being a Jew, right? There you go.
Come on, we love history.
I would be just as uncomfortable if somebody was denying the 1 million Algerians that were slaughtered by the French. Yeah. So I'm allowing this conversation as long as Joseph and Adil want to have this conversation.
Sabina, can I say something? As a Slavic person, I was offended that fucking Joseph said the Holodomor happened. I was fucking triggered. I'm only kidding. Only fucking wrong. It did happen. It was justified. But right, right. So the thing is that you need to establish. So I admit, right, first things first, that in Germany, it is true that Hitler, obviously persecuted the Jews. I believe about 250,000 Jews were executed in the
250,000 plucks Phil out of the air. Chris quickly agrees with him. Yeah, I agree, mate. 250,000. Right? 80,000 names in Berlin on stones. 250,000, eh?
Probably based on the Red Cross, the Red Cross document.
Yeah, but the thing is, and I'm not denying that Jews weren't killed. They were, but I do deny that figure of 6 million. I think it is highly exaggerated, mainly because we can't establish what the cause of death was, and it's important that we can establish the cause.
Okay, if someone's being cremated, how do you establish the cause?
Well, you can't. That's a problem. You've got you can't justify what.
Phil, I mean, sorry, I didn't 2 minutes. So Phil, so your argument is basically, if someone murders 200 people, but then burns the body, you can never prove that they
murders. Hold on a minute.
No. I'm just trying to understand. I'm trying to give you a charitable. I'm trying to charitably understand.
That's not charitable.
Everybody, two seconds. Phil, 2 seconds. If I understand your argument correctly, you're saying because we don't have the bodies, nobody can determine how they died. That seems to be our argument.
No, no, it isn't my argument. I'm going to be more my argument is this, right? So I admit that a lot of people went missing and stuff. There was a lot of people in camps, right? The problem is that because we can't establish a cause of death, right? You can't presume that they were murdered. It's up to you to prove to me that they were murdered because they were Jewish and they didn't die.
We have the camp guards. We have the admitting in court what happened. We have the testimony of the survivors as to what happened. We have photographic evidence. We have physical evidence. This is what I'm trying to understand. What more?
Where's the evidence? I need evidence that proves that those at a senior level, or any level for that matter, ordered the mass execution of Jewish people because they were Jewish.
But Phil, sorry, I live 2 miles from Varnacy. Do you know what Varnacy means? Do you know, does the word Varnacy mean anything to you? It's 2 miles from where I live. It's where they planned the final solution and execution.
Oh, have you got the plans?
Go to you can go to just type in Varnacy in Google.
I've read it before, Ralph, and nowhere in that document does it order the execution of Jewish people.
Okay, wow.
Bring it up on screen, Sabina, because it doesn't talk about executing Jews at all in that fucking conference.
Joseph's capable hands, I'm afraid.
No.
So Phil is denying all the historical evidence, denying all the speeches made by the Nazis, denying the chain of command, denying every piece of physical evidence. All of it. These Jews were not killed because they were Jewish, despite that they were picked out because they were Jewish, tagged as being Jewish, labeled as being Jewish, and put in and killed because they were Jewish, right?
Because if you actually read the fucking document, bring it up, Sabina. Bring it up right now. Bring up that fucking conference.
I think we're straying into like a different topic.
Nazism.
Do you want to go to my channel? You can come to my channel if you want to discuss.
Yeah, come to Chris's channel and we'll have a proper Spurg fest about the Holocaust. I don't listen. Anyone who knows me, I can't.
You know what I think would be better, Phil? You know what I think it would be better? I'm going to check with them, but every Saturday, not every Saturday, but I infrequently.
And this is quite an offer made by Joseph that Phil does not take up.
Pray with some elderly gentlemen who live in a Holocaust survivors center, and I pray with them because they don't have enough men to pray with every Saturday. And so I pray with them, and I could arrange potentially if they'd be willing to. For you to actually sit and talk to them, hear their personal testimony, and for you to look them in the eyes and tell them that they're exaggerating or they're mistaken.
Well, one thing, I'm not that personally invested in this. I could quite happily.
It sounds like it. Like you seem quite knowledgeable. Like you've read a lot.
Listen, right. Anyone who knows me personally knows I can't fucking.
I've known Phil for a couple of years since I arrived on this circuit for my mission, and from the first interaction that I've had with Phil, I think the second one was in a speaker's corner panel. He went from not to the Jews instantly. So this is just disingenuous, right? Quick searches across all of Phil's content, the Jews figure all the time. No one from Belarus does.
And Hitler, I think Hitler was a piece of shit, to be honest. I think he should have, in many ways, he was fucking wrong. I'm not like a Hitler simp in any fucking way. Anyone can testify that. I'm dealing with this shit every fucking day. But in regards to the Holocaust, I do believe it's highly exaggerated. And all these claims of, we can prove that there's an intention to kill people. Have you read the Wannsee conference? Yeah, I've read it. It says nowhere in those notes that they wanted ordered the execution of Jews.
Yet, nevertheless, 6 million.
Do you accept that millions of Jews were alive before the start of the war, and by the end of the war, millions were missing? Do you accept that at least?
Yeah, that happened with a lot of ethnic groups during World War II.
Okay, but it didn't. That's the thing. There's no other community.
What do you mean there's no other community? What about the Belarusians?
No, there's no other community where millions of them died in the same conditions.
The Uyghurs are going through something.
No, they're going through it now. The Uyghurs are going through it now. I'm talking about literally in the Holocaust.
In Belarus, like, I'm going to fucking claim something that Wignat's not going to like. In Belarus, the Germans systematically.
A great comment by Galileo. If anything, learning from Joseph's, lifelong mission. Obviously, he's going to be ordained as a rabbi at some point in his life, no doubt. But to learn about how he is defending his people. And let's be clear, the Jews are a people, right? They're not a religion, they're not a faith. They're a multi-ethnic family. And he is defending his people, his folk, and his Reich, Israel. A lot to be learned for how you do that and how you don't do that. Phil is giving us a masterclass on what not to do.
Executed. What was it? They burnt alive 6,000 villages. They would.
How do you know that? Is there evidence?
Yeah, there is documented evidence of that. Yeah.
But do you have the bodies? Do you have the bodies?
Yeah, they had the bodies. They were all piled.
So
up.
they had the bodies of the people they burned.
Yeah, they did. They were all charred alive inside of.
You're talking nonsense, Phil.
I'm not talking bollocks.
This is
I'm not talking bollocks.
You do understand that Belarus was in some way part of the Holocaust in some way, right? Like they also burned them as part of, inferior Slavic race.
Yeah, definitely. I admit that. Like in regards to the Slavs, right? There's a lot of evidence that
Slavs were killed, but the Jews weren't.
Why do you accept that they killed hundreds of millions of Belarusians, but not that they did the same to the Jews?
Why? Because there's no fucking evidence. You can't prove shit. You're just assuming it happened because you got.
That's a great question.
I mean, there is literally website all over, all over the place, like that he'd been listed, all the bodies that they found all across Eastern Europe of Jewish bodies. And they actually have a German document that specifically said, we killed like 10,000 of partisans and we take as prisoners as 10,000 prisoners. Oh, and we also killed, by the way, 600,000 Jews in the last months.
Listen. This is what I'm doubting, right? So the thing is, I've already said that fucking Germans don't kill fucking Jews. They killed Belarusians. They killed Slavic people. If you talk like in Belarus, it was fucking brutal what they did in Belarus. Even in fucking Stalingrad and places, there was a lot of rape, burning children alive, just straight up burning children alive in barns in Belarus. That fucking happened, right? And the same happened to Jews. A lot of Jews were fucking killed as well. But what I'm denying basically is that I don't fucking believe that Jews were systematically executed in fucking gas chambers.
I mean, it's just a coincidence that the Jewish people were the only group in Europe that lost 60% of their population and 90% of their children. Like, not many people know that, but during the Holocaust, the Jewish population lost 90% of their children, which is not recorded in any.
No, that's the only group. It isn't the only group, though, is it? Like the same happened.
Yeah, the only group in the world that lost that many.
If you go to Belarus, it's the same sort of.
All right, guys.
No, it isn't.
What percentage is it, Phil? What percentage of Belarusians is it? What percentage of Belarusians is it? I didn't tell you.
It was like over 6,000. It was like over 6,000 villages were burned to the fucking ground.
What percentage of the population is that? You said it was more. What percentage of the population is that?
Let me Google this shit quick.
I read like
I'm going to bounce back. At this point, I had to bounce, but I couldn't do so without a spot of data, mate.
Sorry.
I just say one thing on the way out, guys, if I leave you. I did just do a quick Telegram search channel for both your channels, and I found 3,200 references to Jews and not to Belarus.
Wait a second, you bastard, Ralph. You know damn well that
Ralph's a
right, you know damn well.
Disappeared.
He knows damn well. Right, hold on a minute. Right, he knows damn well that I invite everyone onto my channel. We've got all manner of schizophrenics and fucking weirdos on my channel. So obviously it's going to be people.
Irony. It's quite irony that you mentioned Belarus, like when health.
At least Adin understands the irony of that, and no, you don't attract lots of people to your channel. If your channels are polluted with talks about the Jews, you have anti-Semites on your channel.
It's not a random population if the population exhibits a sad behavior, right?
Half of the people who died in Belarus.
Can I just ask the Jews a question, please?
Half of the people who died in Belarus were Jews.
Have you
like
got
including civilian soldiers? Half of them were Jews in Belarus.
Have you got laws in place for Israel to remain majority Jewish? Yeah.
There aren't laws in place to make it majority Jewish, but the laws that they have kind of make it that way at the moment. But there aren't laws.
There is no law.
Okay. Yeah, but as it stands, Israel could never really become majority Islamic.
No, it could. As an example, Naftali Bennett is talking about giving the citizens of the Arab citizens of the West Bank Arab citizenship in Israel. That would create a very large Arab population. It depends how big you think that population is as to whether they could become a majority or not. But yeah,
So that can't happen in Israel, can it?
It can happen in Israel. I just gave you an example of how it could happen.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Well, that's what's happening here in England. So, do you understand, like, from the English point of view, that we don't?
What's that got to do with Israel?
Well, like, Jews are overrepresented in bringing mass migration to Western nations.
Really, in the UK, which Jews?
For Europeans, like British border deputies.
The British border deputies. What are the British border deputies? What influence do they have? No, Chris, because I know that I meet with them regularly. Which members of the British border deputies have influence over the British government?
Riva is absolutely correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. And if I might just splice out, because there's lots of naughty stuff and people going crazy, because the last time Aaron and all are coming on, Jordan Aaron in a minute here. We actually had Joseph on for a few hours, and I questioned him about multiple positions, particularly his either perceived stance or actual stance against English nationalism. At no point was that involving hating on the Jews, Jew hatred, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, all the kind of things that make the average English person turn away from you. That makes the majority of the English people who have at least a grandparent or someone who died in the war look at you with disdain. Because the majority of the English people would not share your position at all. And therefore you make the claim, I speak for England and the English people. You don't when you don't speak for them. You don't speak for them, you speak at them. You don't speak for them, you speak to them. But you definitely don't speak for them when they defeated and fought the ideology you are claiming to or trying to defend, right? That's the point I'm making. And the deeper point that I want to speak about when this is over is the moral underpinnings that allow it to be the case. And then the moral question moving forward, what is the, to use alt-right online spur terms, what's more cocked? Doing something wrong and having your people replaced, doing something wrong and losing the game, or holding on to something that you're holding on for reasons you can't explain and then losing the game. I would say the latter is the larger cock, but you know, what would I know?
Yeah, I struggle with that.
Are you against?
No, stop, Phil. Chris has said something. I just want him to expand on it.
Expand on what? Sorry.
On the British, on the board of Jewish.
Yeah, the British border deputies. That's just one example. No, I'm not saying they have
I know, before even to that minor point as well, as you know, Jew citizen says, no, absolutely, and whoever was Walpole, absolutely, I'm happy to question Joseph or where his position is against English nationalism. And Joseph is happy to answer this question. I'm happy to speak about things like overrepresentation of success. So out of the top of my head, real data mate, the Jews are overrepresented by about 1,000% in the House of Commons. Muslims are underrepresented by 40%. Indians are on par with English people on a per capita basis for representation. So the most powerful lobbies in the House of Commons, Jews are overrepresented, 24 MPs. So there's a legitimate question you could ask people about Jewish overrepresentation and have their answers. None of that is anti-Semitic. It isn't coming from a place that says, I hate the Jews. A genuine English nationalist would say, how come the cabinet has got lots of Indian people in it? How come Indians are overrepresented in positions of political power? Those would be legitimate questions to ask if you were anti-pluralistic, you were pro-English, pro-nativist policies, you cared about defending the English people. Legitimate questions. Saying the reasons they're there because of the Jews is actually absolute nonsense. Just absolute nonsense in terms of it being true and definitely detrimental to the result.
Like a massive loophole over the British government. I'm just saying they're one of many organisations that promote mass migration.
How do they promote mass migration?
Correct, Damien. About 1,002% when I ran the calculations, right? So per capita number of Jewish MPs, do it yourself. Number of Jewish MPs divide the number of Jewish people per the number of people per 650, and you get that they're overrepresented.
Through their website.
Do you even know what the Board of British Jewish Deputies is? Do you know what the organisation is, how it works?
Yeah, you tell me, go on.
Okay, I'll tell you. I can educate some Nazis. This is good.
Go on, right. No, I'm not Nazi. I'm an English Nazi. Yeah, I'm an English nationalist. Yes. I'm not a Nazi.
Okay, so basically, every organisation.
No, Chris, dear Chris, you are not a nationalist if you also subscribe to ideological positions that are fascist or national socialist. You can say you're a nationalist, but you aren't. To be a nationalist, you must reject non-nationalistic ideologies, which would include fascism and national socialism. I have no problem if you say I'm a fascist. Phil says, proud with his chest, I'm a fascist. He says, I want to gas the Jews. Fine. But don't pretend you're a nationalist. Nationalism is not fascism. Nationalism is not national socialism of any of the variants. Ontologically, theory, politics, there are different ideologies. That's why they have different names. No, Chris, most of the things you do and say are fascist, not nationalistic.
Jewish organisations in the UK, so synagogues, whatever it may be. My organisation, in theory, could join the board of Jewish deputies. They vote to have a member on the board. They pay a small amount of money to the board, and the board is a small charity. And that is supposed to be a representative body or voice of the Jewish community, because there's kind of been deputies have been voted in from different synagogues and different organizations, and then that organization
educating the Spurgs in the comments. No, nationalism is not a country for white people. White is a racial concept above nations. An English nationalist would not want to be democratically replaced in England by 150 million Slavs. They would not be a nationalist. They would be a Whignat. So nationalism is not a country for white people. Do you understand? Do half of you guys even understand the difference between these political theories, or is it just me?
We'll speak, or we'll try to speak on behalf of the Jewish community. So you have a huge diversity of opinion. You have members of the Board of Deputies that are Labour, members that are Tory, members that are Socialist, members that all flavours in between. They don't have a policy. They don't have the ear of the government. They're literally just an organisation no different to, say, the Muslim Council of Great Britain. It's just a representative body.
I think the point that Chris is trying to make is basically how come Jewish people can have a majority Jewish ethno-state, but then if England tries to do the same, it's deemed racist.
England can decide, but we don't want to have.
Again, I mean, this is interesting. The right are just failing after failing over here, and Zabita is asking all the perceptive questions. That was a long questioning line between me, Elron, a bunch of other people with Joseph, because one of the things Joseph had a concern, because he's been concerned about me trolling his friend atheist Steve, about Steve being anti-white and being anti-English and anti-English nationalism, and Joseph was concerned about my use of the trope pattern, diversity for me, but not for thee, nationalism for me, but not for thee. And Zabita is asking, well, is it a legitimate question for an English nationalist to ask, does the state of Israel secure, does Zionism secure ethno-nationalist interests for the Jewish people in Israel, whether you like it or not? And is there like-for-like comparison with English or European nationalism? As opposed to the Jews didn't die and the Holocaust was an accident.
Immigrant, and then by consequence, England would remain British. Like, they can't do that.
We can't decide. I can't decide. I'm an Englishman. I can't decide. It's controlled by the hierarchy, and the hierarchy is full of
Jews don't support you.
And just vote to
I can't.
You do realise that some of the most right-wing anti-immigration voices are Jewish, right?
Yeah,
well, they're not entirely anti. They're anti-immigrant in some regards, but pro-immigrant in other regards, and they're also.
In which instance? So, like, you have Jews on all the spectrum. This is the ridiculous thing. You don't have Jews. You don't have left-wing Jews. You don't have right-wing Jews. You only have what type of Jews?
Wait a second. It's not just simple as left-wing versus right-wing. You can have. There's lots of socialist Jews, but they're international socialists. They're not pro-white working class, are they? Right, so, they're not pro. They're not pro. Name me a single fucking Jew right now who's pro white English Christian socialist?
I can white. So the definition, just so I'm clear. White.
Right. White, English, working class, and Christian.
I mean, don't you think by the same definition?
I'm a Jew that's pro-white, working class, English, and Christian.
Oh, right. So you're quite happy with Christianity being the dominant religion in this country?
Yes, it's a Christian country.
Oh, man.
But also to operate in an entirely social.
Notice how Joseph can advocate for Israel, Judaism. He's going to become a rabbi, no doubt, and to move back to his chosen homeland of Israel, but not be anti-Christian, anti-white, or anti-English. You can fight for your people without fighting against someone else's people, right?
Socialist way that's against all forms of immigration.
I'm not a socialist, so I wouldn't.
Oh, well, that's weird, isn't it?
I used to be a socialist. I used to be a socialist a long time ago. I was raised on Marx and Engels. Yeah, I was raised on Marx and Engels. Yeah, that's why I was quizzing you about Bolshevism. I wanted to know what you knew.
Joseph, what?
Okay. So do you believe in?
A little awkward moment. I believe Joseph comes from a family of left-wing, sort of left-wing thinkers and hardcore left-wing sort of environment. So the prior conversation is a bit humorous when Phil realizes this.
Do you follow the line of Trotsky or Stalin? Which line of thought?
No, I was never a Stalin.
Oh, what a surprise! You were a Trotskyist. What a surprise!
But anyway, Bolshevism, Trotsky Messiah. The key point which you guys get conflated on, you think the Jews think as one homogenous group, and there's huge diversity amongst Jews. You have Jews like Ben Shapiro who are conservative. Yeah?
What's he conserving?
American Christian, he believes in like a Judeo-Christian America.
Free market. He believes in the free market.
Yeah, he's not a socialist. You're a socialist, but he's still.
Can I ask, Joseph, what do you think of someone like Norman Finkelstein?
So Norman Finkelstein. So my thoughts on Norman Finkelstein are: I respect people who have strong positions and they stand by them even when it goes against their base. So there's things that Norman Finkelstein has said which I respect. So an example of that would be he's for the two-state solution, and so he opposed BDS. I don't know if he still opposes BDS, but he opposed BDS because his ultimate goal was the destruction of Israel. So I can respect that aspect of Norman Finkelstein. However, I think that the man is absolutely lost it. His view on Israel is completely wrong. His view on the Middle East is completely wrong. But I think he is a man of principle at the least. So if I was going to say positive about him, he's principled. If I was saying negative about him, it's his worldview.
But he's wrong. Like his principle, but he's wrong.
Yeah.
I think he's a very honourable individual. As for BDS, you know, the thing is like you're saying that they want the destruction of Israel. I don't think that's their main intention because there are.
If you read the BNC and the definition of what they're there for, that's exactly what they say.
So
if you listen to Barghouti, who's the founder.
Would you hold the same stance for Ben and Jerry's and I think Nike or one of these major corporations which are also issuing boycotts and trying to get their
Nike didn't issue that. Nike have just opened a new store. It was another lie by the guys who you listen to. Unfortunately, they've just opened a store in Tel Aviv. And Jerry's progressive, woke, completely lost, and unfortunately, if you're on the left today, you are critical of Israel. It wasn't always the case. The left used to be quite pro-Israel at times, or certainly some sectors of the left. Today, it's very, very hostile, and that's why because
it's not socialist. That's why. Because Israel is not a socialist country, is it?
No, Phil, you're making a mistake. Because the progressive left intellectually are neo-Marxist, and the Jews don't dominate the intellectual progressive left, so they are fundamentally anti-Israel. You will see this across the United States, and you'll see this in the British left, in the progressive left, not the Labour class left. They are anti the state of Israel. They are anti. They want a Palestinian two-state solution. They want no involvement in Israel foreign policy wars, and they want Israel to support mass migration. Left-wing progressive Jews operating under the control of left-wing progressive white people. That's actually the case. This idea that they're all, because you started by saying they're all right-wing, that's nonsense. Then you said, oh, they're only left-wing. No, they're left and right, and the left and the right disagree within the Jewish population, and the progressive Jewish left have a lot of power within the power that is fundamentally white progressive power.
It's a capitalist country.
But it was it. I mean, even when it was a socialist country, the Soviets turned their back on it. The Soviets chose the Arabs who weren't socialist over the Jews that were socialist.
Well, they weren't socialist because
they were socialist for like 30 years.
Labour was the only party in power for the first until 1977.
Let me interject. Right. So, as you should be well aware, that after the end of World War II, right, a lot of Jews became pro-Zionist. And at first, Stalin was supported there. That's why he supported Israel. And then they started to cooperate with American capitalists, didn't they?
Yeah,
they turned their back on the Soviet Union at a time when the Soviet Union had just lost over 20 million people. The Jews,
the Soviets were literally Phil, learn your history. The Soviets were literally fighting fighter jets with the Egyptians in the 70s against Israel. Israel shot down Soviet planes.
Good.
Yeah, when Israel so-called betrayed Soviet Union, it was when the Soviet Union basically installed sterile countries across, the planet.
Wrong. No, listen, hold on a minute. Right, so after here's the thing, right? So do you know the history of the fucking Jews in the Soviet Union? Right, in the beginning, Lenin and Stalin helped the Jews out. They gave them their own territory, right? And after World War II, they give them their own territory. And
where was that territory? Siberia.
Siberia.
No, it wasn't. It was a rich territory filled with all kinds of resources, oil, fucking gold.
Your man is beyond the wall with the White Walkers. That's where you can live, Jews.
It wasn't in Siberia. Parts of it was in Siberia. It was a massive territory. The point is that Stalin helped the Jews out. So Lenin and Stalin helped the Jews out. And after World War II, over 20 million people had died. Instead of helping the people of the Soviet Union, the Jews turned their backs on the people of the Soviet Union.
I can tell you my perspective on Soviet Jewry, like basically.
And then they oppressed the people of Palestine and stole their land. That's why Stalin turned their back on the Jews, because that's what they did. It wasn't a socialist nation. It was an imperialist nation, and that's what they are right now.
How is it imperialist? Can I teach our perspective? The Soviet Union wasn't never actually pro-Jewish. Like Lenin, one of the first things he did was to make it illegal to even speak Hebrew in the Soviet Union. Actually was quite silent about the pogroms until there was international pressure to condemn it.
What do you mean Lenin wasn't pro-Jew? He was Jewish.
No, he was supposedly he had supposedly one grandfather that he wasn't aware of, but was from a Jewish background, and that's it. And he actually said, like, there is many document cases that he actually said that we should basically use Jews as a pawn, like
So you don't
wait. Let me finish. Okay, like you told your narrative, I told my narrative. Like in the Soviet Union. Because the Jews were classified by the Soviet Union as, not working class, they basically not allowed them to have a right, like they were considered some kind of like
guys, can I just interrupt? We have to respect. Honestly, like,
Chris, obviously, and then I do want to wrap it up, because it's getting very,
fuck that. We're getting too Stop interrupting when we're getting into good shit.
I know, but Zubin's got a good YouTube channel.
Phil, it's my channel.
Finished.
At the end of the day, I don't want to be a propaganda. I don't want my channel to be a place for propaganda to be. This is very like a serious conversation. So,
come on, we're going to say on
my show. I want to be.
It is getting good. I can move it to my D-Live channel right now if you want to carry on. Are you happy for that, guys?
Yeah, come on, D-Live.
I'll go to my D-Live channel, and I like. She's given me a lot of respect, like on YouTube. I've lost my YouTube channels. Don't want us to lose hers. I'll go to my D-Live channel right now if you want to continue.
I don't know what that is.
I'll just give you a stream link. You join D-Live.
He gets loads of views. Don't worry. I know.
But if you want to continue, I'll use my D-Live channel. But
You know, and that's typical, isn't it? It's like, because obviously we have big tech censorship and the things that can't be said, and then there's things that have to be, you have to be held to account for. It doesn't matter if you try to do it on Telegram or D-Line. You just get away with more disgust, but you don't make a stronger case. Just because you're hiding in some videos and BitChute doesn't mean your case is strong. It just means you can get away with saying things you don't say. But they are coming for Telegram. Telegram's under tremendous pressure. It will crack soon, and D-Line will be next, followed by Odyssey as well, right? So the arguments will still remain.
It's a bit more free speech than YouTube. If you want to continue,
get the shekels in the chat. It's going to be amazing. No, see,
there's no shekels, no shekels.
This.
Right, if you want to go to 48, like Stalin supposedly supported Israel in 48 in the same way that he supported Syria at the same time. He haven't supported
just carrying on, bro. You're carrying on.
Yeah, we're carrying on quickly.
Do you want to go to my stream or just want to end the stream right now?
Okay.
You can go to my channel and you can
I'm going to be honest with you guys. I got no desire to go on your channel.
No, it's a bit interesting and rude that they jump on the Zabita stream going, hey, we want to take this and say things we're not allowed to say. Let's just take the host of your panel off. Of course, Joseph's going to be, are you crazy? I'm not following a bunch of like neo-Nazi arguments onto an undocumented channel. It's quite wise, but it's a bit rude, right? It's Zabita's panel, but hey.
Whatever, you're trying to socialist people. Look at you supporting Trotsky. You're a Trotskyist neocon.
All right, thank you very much.
He said that. He said that Trotsky was a neocon.
No, he said I am a Trotskyist neocon. I'm just a little confused. I don't think he knows his own ideology, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm not sure what a Trotsky neocon is.
I invite Joseph here to have a one-to-one discussion, which we had. I opened the panel for other people to come and ask.
And it's a main part of Phil, though, might pop in back. I think Chris goes off before we get to Elron and Jordan. But I think in quick summary so far, ideologically all over the place, can't defend any of his positions, can't express his ideology coherently, even by basic expansion, can't differentiate NASBAL from its adjacent adjunct ideologies, and basically is as anti-Semitic as you could possibly get and rolled up in one package. Elron is going to do a lot better, and Elron has learned from his last encounters with Joseph.
Questions, which I think, you know, he's managed to answer as many as he can. You know, it's not really about a debate, it was more about Q&A. I think the discussion is good, but unfortunately, on YouTube, things can become very censored to a certain extent, and topics like this are very political, very controversial. Yeah.
I don't think you're a Nazi, Zabita. I'm confused why you have Nazis watching your channel, given that you're a Muslim with brown skin. Pardon?
No, it's okay. The moment I lost my YouTube channel, the moment I named Joseph Cohen.
I mean, I originally wanted to answer her about her argument, like what compare the Holocaust to the Iraq War. But yeah, like, you know, in previous before it was about the Holocaust denial stuff and Stalin all that, like she made the comparison.
If you want that kind of chat, get a hold of me or Zubida and I'll set it up on my D-Log channel. It's a little
Chris,
bit more,
truthfully, I don't have any desire to talk to Nazis.
Not you, but I didn't. Yes,
I didn't. Okay.
I'm not a Nazi. I'm not.
I am not interested either.
Well, yeah, but you keep talking on. But I'm not a Nazi. I'm an English nationalist.
English nationalists that obsess over Jews. Like you're absolutely obsessed.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
No, you're not.
We only spoke for about 10 minutes.
And there's been that's been embarrassing because on one hand, all your content is the Jews, the Jews, the Jews. But then when you speak to a Jew, you don't have the chest to say, actually, that's true. Then you kind of back away like a coward saying, actually, I'm not. I'm just an English nationalist. No, you're not, Chris. You don't qualify as an English nationalist. You're a soft little version of an English fascist, right?
We only spoke for about
I mean, you also have a
Ralph did a search on your Telegram and there's
Ralph
did a search on your Telegram and there's thousands of mentions of Jews.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm a Nazi. Like, what? Just because you mention Jews, you're a Nazi or a Hitler supporter.
Yes, because what differentiates those ideologies? What differentiated the ideology? Jew hatred. There are other forms of fascism in the world. There are other forms of fascism that are not Jew hatred.
There's plenty of examples of fascism in the Middle East. India has effectively a neo-fascist ideology running its government. It's all anti-Jewish. So anti-Jew sentiment is linked to white National Socialism and white fascism. It isn't linked to English, German nationalism. I spoke to a lot of people from the AFD and been out for lots of little meetups with the Germans of the AFD camp, and they're not like LARPing Natsok fags like these guys. They're not LARPing and pretending. They come from the families of people wearing brown shirts. And they understand the difference between being a German conservative, a German nationalist, a German populist, someone who cares about protecting Germany, and actually linking to the ideology of their direct blood, their fathers, their grandfathers. You have just cottoned on to the same ideology that has prevented, for instance, Enoch Powell, any results in the United Kingdom. Any results. 1945, the last true conservative, Enoch Powell. Since Enoch Powell, what's been delivered? Nick Griffin sinks the HMS England, corrupted again by his third positionism, i.e. National Socialism, i.e. fascism, and you're falling in his coattails. And what differentiates that from a modern German nationalist conservative? No, nothing to do with the Jews. Does that mean you're simping for Israel? Does it mean I'm simping for the Jews? Am I not examining Jewish diaspora? Not at all. I can do all of those things and not hold that ideology. So no, you're not a nationalist, my friend, because you have ticked the box, got to do the Jews. How do I know? Remember, if you want to be an economist, you want to be all right-wing about it, I can just look at the evidence of your expressed behavior. And your behavior is Jews, Jews, Jews. Just now in this chat, you call Zubida. Why are you being a Jew, Zubida? Why are you Jewing Zubida? That's not nationalism, Chris. You keep continuing down that way, there's nothing but the charge of some form of Nazi which sticks. Because it's the Jews, right? Do you get it? You can defend England, Chris. You can defend the English people. You can stand for your people in England. And you can fight the fight till the death to defend the English people. But when you point against the Jews, of course, the charge sticks. So no, Chris, you are not a nationalist.
Well, that's not right. That's not right.
Right, I just want to say something. Hopefully you guys can hear me. The reason why I have a diverse panel, let's just say, is this channel has built up a reputation from pretty much taking on all forms of opposition. So, you know, we've had, you know, national, ethno-nationalists, nationalists. We're currently dealing with Hindus at this moment of time. You know, we've got you on here. So obviously, you know, I've had the nationals on this channel, so obviously they've seen you on here, so they thought, okay, right.
There's Zabidol as well. They're commenting. You know, it's interesting if you look at the powers and the history since the 20s, 30s, and 40s of the Arab people and the Muslims, right? So Qatar, one of the greatest Muslim thinkers, founder of the Egyptian Brotherhood, tortured and murdered for his belief in his people and the power of Islam. Even he tried to take large percentages of National Socialist thinking, adapted to the Arab struggle, adapted to the Egyptian national struggle, and eventually blood and soil without the right spirit, and he runs into blood and soil and spirit in the case of Islam, being that ultimately Islam is going to be the arbiter of race. Race and nation is not going to be the arbiter of Islam. Islam will prevail over any form of National Socialism, pan-Arab National Socialism, etc., that is not rooted in Islam. And therefore, it doesn't take long before the strongmen of the post-first wave of Arab independence all fell. Bashar is still standing there. Limited autocratic National Socialism only works when you're stopping Islam. Why do you think ISIS tore through the place? Why do you think ISIS went through the Levant, through Iraq, through those places? Because they started in a position of God first. The same way, your variants of National Socialism, fascism, anti-Jewish spurgism are not going to get anywhere because your moral compass is not grounded in God. Eventually, you will be defeated by Islam and Christianity because your grounding is purely flawed. Right? Lessons after lessons in history, in this case, from the Muslims and the Arabs.
Right, well, this is something that we fancy speaking about. But when I'm speaking about Hinduism or any other subject, you won't see these guys here because they're not interested. So this is why, obviously, they're here.
But they're not Nazis.
Well, I mean, you know, I would say there are some people that have Nazi ideologies, you know, but from what I know of Chris personally, he's an ethno-nationalist who does have certain views that I definitely agree with. But to call him specifically a Nazi, I'm still making my mind.
And that's what I mean, you know, my free speech. AIDS monkey cat.
Your ignorance and obvious lack of morals and backbone is very concerning. Well, thank you for your concern, trolling. But when an anonymous person with the name AIDS Monkey Cat decides to make a statement about morality, forgive me if I think you're a fucking clown. So.
But there are definitely guys out there, I can say 100% are Nazis. And trust me, you know, they've come at us just as much as they've come at you. You know, the whole argument about Islam, we've gone into grooming gangs multiple times. It's been, I don't know if you watch my channel, Joseph, we've had quite a few clashes on here. I had Sasa Johnson, obviously the nationalist Black Panther Party lady, and some of these right guys on here, and that was definitely a spectacle. You know, you've got black nationalists vs white nationalists. So, you know, I just, you know, for some reason, my channel was the meeting points between two completely polar opposite ideas, where they just, you know, meet up and they go at it. So yeah, I think.
Credit to Zabida, she's managed to get all sorts together from the sort of the total chavvy end of the spectrum, the Wendy's, the Gypters, the Speaker's Corner people, clearly, you know, Black Lives Matter people, Wignats, neo-Nazis, and of course Joseph and others. You know, good stuff.
Look, I think Joseph has been on for quite a while, and I think, you know, he's been asked multiple questions. So I think. I don't know. You want to call it a day, Joseph? If you had your days of
Look at the time. I've got to check. I haven't woke anybody up. I haven't woke anyone up, which is a good sign. I can do another 20 minutes, but then I am going to go to bed.
Okay, all right, 20 minutes. All right, you're still going.
Joseph,
so go ahead.
Pardon? Follow me on Twitter. Message me on Twitter. Depending how radical your feed is.
I mean, I put a link on. I think I put a link in the comment here. But
can I ask Joseph, which community do you feel like you get the most resentment from as Jews? Would you?
In your own country. That support Tommy Robinson. The overwhelming majority of Jews do in the UK, which is where Tommy has.
Sorry, chaps, I was in mute. I just skip forward there because now we get Elron to enter, and I think that seems to have drawn Phil back in. And then Elron does a lot better because Elron, you know, can understand the difference between trying to mount arguments for the German people and for European people, as opposed to just being anti-Jewish, but still tries to challenge Joseph properly and more rigorously without the spurgy, complete idiocy. And then I think Jordan jumps in very quickly after. So.
Opposed to Tommy Robinson. So when Tommy Robinson had turned up at the demonstration you're talking about with the Israeli flag, the actual organizers got on the speaker and said he wasn't welcome there. The overwhelming majority of British Jews have no love for Tommy Robinson. There's a small clique that do. Which is the same with British society in general. Within Britain, there's a small clique that Chris, 2 minutes, and then you can. Right. There's a small clique of right-wing people on the right that support Tommy Robinson, and on the further right they don't like him because they think he's a Zionist shill. But he's not a mass personality, and that's reflected. It's the
only thing that people have in common with Tommy from maybe Judaism, maybe Christianity, is maybe their resentment towards Islam, and that's about it. That would be
I'd say most Jews don't resent Islam. Most Jews in the UK are pro-Muslim. There are Jews that are anti-Islam, but the majority of Jews are
Where's your data for that?
Yeah, but what I'm
saying... Sorry, Phil, let Chris answer now, please.
No, I just answer the one question with the Jew march you went to. Mate, I watched that whole entire live stream on 4 different streams. He was given a rapid reception from, like, not saying everyone, he was given a big reception like he was a massive celebrity. Tom's here at a Jewish march.
No, I mean, again, why smearing Elron? Elron's nothing to do with the NRX. I think Elron's a solid German conservative. He's an ethno-pluralist, and he's nothing to do with NRX at all. He understands why the NRX matters. But why are you trying to smear Elron before you even start? Elron does better than the other 3.
I was there. I filmed that. I made one of the videos. It's not the case. It's not true.
Yeah, no, it is true. It is true.
How many people do you think were at the march, Chris?
That march probably let me think 5,000, 2,000.
Yeah, I'd say there's about 2,000 to 3,000 people. How many people do you think gave him this rapturous applause?
Yeah, I've never seen him get so much of a clap Even
there was a small circle around them. There were some old Jewish casuals, some old Jewish football boys. They brought him down.
You have to say the majority of that crowd gave him support more than they didn't give him support. Yes, you're right. Some of them didn't give him support, but the super majority.
What was announced on the speakers? What was announced over the tannoy?
I didn't hear the speakers, to be honest. Bro.
I thought you watched a few streams.
I watched 4 streams, and he was getting autographs, pictures everywhere.
I did see people going up to him, shaking his hand. At one point, he was when he had the barricade which separates them between the Palestinians who came to obviously oppose him. He was pushed way to the front as some sort of representative or face of this anti-Palestinian, anti-Hamas rally that they had going on.
And I watched those as well, but it's actually, I don't understand why this is really point of contention, because it's obvious that Tommy Robinson's male goal in life is get the Aussies. And obviously, if he's going to go somewhere where there's a Jewish versus Palestinian face-off, then obviously the Jewish people there are activists against Palestinian activists on the other street. I mean, I'm not sure why this is surprising, right? Obviously, the British Jewish right, who are going to be the ones over there, are going to support Tommy Robinson. But the Jewish left have been instrumental trying to shut down Tommy Robinson. Progressive Jewish left people consider Tommy Robinson a hate speech. Right? They're not going to let him get anywhere. They shut down everything he's ever tried to do, despite the fact that he's anti-Islam. Right? So he's labeled by the Jewish progressive left as far right.
I believe that he was fully appreciated at that much.
He was, yeah.
I was actually there. None of you were there.
Joseph, can I ask you
Joseph, but he gets a lot of support by, like I said, the Middle Eastern Forum support him. They even fund him. They give him grants in funding. He's been down to Israel again, whether he's on holiday, whatever the hell he was doing. He's worn T-shirts supporting Mossad. He's, spoken to Jewish journalists. I'm a Zionist, and he even actually he even changed his organization from the EDL to the EDJL, the English and Jewish Defense League.
Yeah. No,
right?
he didn't.
So the thing is,
that's true. That's actually
you can go check it on his
separate organization. The JDL comes from America.
English and Jewish Defense League is on the system.
You can go on the government website and look at the EDL.
So this is where Joseph gets caught, because this is the case and it was done. And Joseph maybe doesn't care much about Tommy Robinson. I know people in Israel don't really care about Tommy Robinson that much. It seems like the relationship is the other way around, right? Tommy Robinson cares more about Israel, which is a proxy for him for just getting the Aussies, right? That's what he does. But the EDL's name was changed, and that was, I think, 2014 or 15 or something.
You'll see a name change a couple of years later on the actually company website, on the government website. So for me, I just find it concerning that.
I'm going to go to the company's house now.
Go check it out, mate. Go check it out. I'm not lying.
Rabina, can I ask a question? A very important question for the Palestinian brothers, because I keep hearing these problems, right? And it's very important, since you're representing Israel, Joseph, yeah? When is the Palestinian people going to get their water back, their drinking water, that you cut the supply off, cut their pipes?
Which water?
And their remaining water in Gaza.
Which water? In Gaza?
Yeah, the pipes that you lot...
when Hamas stopped using the pipeline as a rocket.
You hear that, right? You hear that, people, right? So these people came to people that were already living there, took over their water supply, took over their means of survival, blocked them from having imports coming into the country.
This guy can't have this conversation.
Just going to focus.
Shut up, you fucking pussy, man.
Hey, right, this is what we're going to do, please, yeah? As gay, bro, I've got respect for you, bro, but we can't use that language, bro. We have to be better than that.
Why is Reggie on here? This is Islamophobe. He's not in the country.
You know what? To be honest, you're right, bro.
I just asked you a normal question, and this is not for me. This is for the Palestinian, right? And sorry for you guys hearing that, but I just want to answer in it, bro. Like the Israeli government had cut the water supply, and the remaining little bit of water that goes to Gaza is polluted with mercury, all type of different things that's gonna lead to cancer and babies not being born and blindness and all of these things. So they're killing them slowly by slowly.
Yeah, genocide.
I'm letting this play because notice a very interesting tack taken by both Asgheti, Aussie Muslims, Somali guy, same as Zavida, because they've got legitimate concerns, complaints that they can speak to them, i.e. the Israel-Palestine conflict. Obviously, the tone is not good for Asgheti. He's obviously been excited. He has Joseph on.
A lot of the water is undrinkable, but
look, you hear that, guys? You hear that? Undrinkable water, right? Before they were there, it was not undrinkable because it's been polluted, right? But the water has been polluted.
It was just bad.
So can we have officials go in there and conduct tests? Why is the people not allowed to go there and take tests of the water? You're stopping people even going.
Under the Oslo Accords, the Palestinian Authority actually have access to more water than the Israelis. The reason the water is lower quality, yes, the reason the water is lower quality.
All water, if it's polluted, doesn't mean anything.
This doesn't work if you interrupt me. The reason the water is inferior, the reason the water isn't up to standard is because of the infrastructure. They don't invest in infrastructure, which is why they end up buying the water. Even though they have access to more water, they end up buying it off Israel.
How many countries sanction Palestine?
That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, one at a time. One at a time.
Self-control, please. One at a time, please.
Now, he's on point, right? He's on point. Thank you, Phil, for being honest, right? Basically, this country is under like house arrest. You can't have anybody coming in. You can't have food coming in, import coming in. You're not allowed to export. So it's 2 million population living in a small place. Then it's like, what punishment are the Palestinians not been through that you're shutting down all means of life?
You just find a random accusation. What's the point if you're just going to throw out a random accusation if you're clearly not going to listen to our explanation? What is the point?
Yeah, but you just said they have more water, right? And before that, you said the water is dirty water, right? But it wasn't a problem before this. Before you guys started a problem.
97% of Palestinians have access to water today. They didn't before. I don't know where you're getting your facts from, but they're wrong.
Mate, they're crying over water, drinking water. That's the simple meaning of life, right? Drinking water.
Sorry, 1 second. I just wanted to show Joseph, yeah? So this is the EDL, yeah? English Defence League Limited Company. And as you can go down here, previous company names from 22nd of January to 25th of January 2011, it's the English Defence League EDL Limited. And then on the 25th of July 2011 till 13th of June 2014, it was called the English and Jewish Defence League EDL Limited.
Who are the people behind this company? Because anyone can register a company. Who are they? Are these actual ADL people? Is it Tommy Robinson?
This is on the government website.
But anybody can. I can register a company called that. So I'm just. Who are these two people?
Well, it says Spate Gail Elizabeth, who's resigned.
So Gail Elizabeth Spate, I don't know, and Helen Sheila Gowan. Neither of those are Tommy Robinson or Kev Carroll or any of the leaders.
Well,
of the
we don't know that though. We don't know if they're like.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying I don't know what this organisation is, but you're right. It's English and Jewish Defence League. I don't know who these people are. I don't know if this is the EDL.
I mean, I don't really understand what the point. Like Tommy Robinson.
All right. So somebody says Helena Gower is Tommy's PA, right? And obviously TOIPN is a very trustable source. So this is what I'm trying to show you. Why would the English Defence League hijack the Jewish cause? Again, Jews should be outraged by this. What do you mean English Jewish and Defence League? Why is a racist, Islamophobic, bigoted group trying to incorporate itself with Jews? This is a big. This should be a big outrage.
So, Zavida, I consider myself pretty well informed on the right and on the various different movements within the UK. I was unaware of the fact that it was called the English and Jewish Defence League. I think most people in the UK, I think most Jews in the UK have no idea that the EDL was once called the English and Jewish Defence League. But just because they put the word Jewish in it doesn't mean it's a Jewish organisation.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is how they're trying to purposely link themselves to Jews, and some Jews have and Zionists have linked themselves with them, and the fact that they're using the Jewish cause in their little fascist, racist organizations. Why have Jews not spoken out against this?
So I think because we didn't know. I think we would have spoken out if we knew. We didn't know.
We didn't know. Like it isn't really what who this really guy is. I never heard of him until people
with all due respect, if we're not from the UK, then that's very understandable. But the UK is a bit.
I'm just letting you segue in, Lord Sarama, because I'm waiting to hear Elron. I think Elron then Jordan. So
every major Jewish organisation that I'm aware of has spoken out against Tommy Robinson. I can't think of one major Jewish organisation that hasn't in the UK.
When you had that debate with Mark Collette, I swear that one of the Jews on your panel was a pro Tommy Robinson supporter.
Yeah, he was. He was one of
Brian
on there.
Brian London.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah,
and I had very lot of anti-Islamic views as well.
Yeah, no, that is a more factual thing. There are a lot of Jews who have anti-Muslim views, like there are lots of Muslims who have anti-Jewish views, and it's because of politics, it's because of the history. A lot of the Jews who have anti-Muslim Jews actually are from Muslim countries.
You need to remember, like, there was things like 7/7 and terrorist attack that increased, all the Islamophobic vibe that gave, boost to Tommy Robinson at the time. And then, since then, people become more rational than emotional since then about the situation.
Well, are you not happy with Tommy Robinson saying he's Zionist first?
I mean, I don't really care about this guy at all.
Yeah, exactly the same. For me, Tommy Robinson isn't a threat to the Jewish community. I think he's bad for the Muslim community.
It's bad news for the Tommy Robinson fans, but I saw a poll or something recently, I don't know where it was, maybe 6-7 months ago. The majority of people in Israel have no idea who Tommy Robinson is. They don't really care.
I think the language he uses is prejudiced against Muslims.
How can you say he's not a threat to the Jewish community when he's trying to openly align himself with Jewishness, Jewish identity, Jewish causes?
Because he's not trying to harm us. Like there are Islamists.
He is indirectly harming you by using you. No, but what he's doing is an enemy of an enemy is my friend. This is why he's purposely siding with Zionists, waving around the Israeli flag to be provocative towards.
Absolutely. Yeah,
I agree with you. I don't disagree with anything.
So basically, as an Englishman, like our mate, but I didn't go to that. But the last demonstration he called for us to go to was the BLM, like protect the Churchill statue and whatnot. And then a day before, he said like, yeah, we shouldn't go when everyone's bought hotel tickets and whatnot. But then we didn't hear nothing of him for like 6 to 12 months or whatever months it was. And the next demonstration he goes to is a pro-Jewish march, and he's there like on a live stream saying, "Oh, look at the Israelis! They're all celebrating. Whereas the Palestinians, they're all rioting. Palestinians are rioting because you've stole their land."
Yeah, the point is that you shouldn't support either. You shouldn't support Zionists or Muslims.
Yeah, as an Englishman, you shouldn't. Yeah.
It's not in their material interest to support the same sort of policies that are good for your people. Like, I've been talking to Joseph, and he isn't a socialist. The reason why he's not a socialist is because it's not in his material interest to be that way. It's not going to benefit him. It will only benefit the working class people of England.
I guess I could write a little computer program that generates sound bites that I've got some speech generators for Phil. Material conditions, the working class. They're almost like little sound bites you'd pick out of my first introduction to Das Kapital. It's quite funny.
Yeah, I have a Muslim brother here who I know wants to speak. Go ahead, Birdnest Rasfez, say your bit because he's gonna go soon. Birdnest Rasfez.
Yeah, I just want to skip this. I want to get to Aaron.
For such a bomb going to do that because it's
the thing with
so here we go. There was I don't want to cut out whoever Bird's Net Ras, whatever that thing is. I'm interested in the 4 speakers. So it's Aaron and George.
Baron Cohen is he expects freedom of speech for his propaganda, and I'm quite amazed that Joseph actually pointed out that even the mockery that seems on the surface for very low IQ people being anti-Semitic is actually the opposite, right? That is absolutely true. But he made a conference together with the ADL, which is the main force against freedom of speech. So it is freedom of speech for me, but not for thee, right?
I mean,
it's always the same, and that is one
humor.
Yeah, that is one
supposed to mock hate. He mocking hate by his character. This is his humor. He made a character that's supposed to be exaggerated of people who have stupid extreme ideas, and he mocked them. So it kind of makes sense.
He mocks them from a pro-Jewish perspective.
I mean,
he doesn't mock people like you can see on the TV, Jewish activists or Jewish rabbis that have even genocidal views shared on YouTube. I mean, has he ever confronted a rabbi for his genocidal views?
Because last time I checked, there is no, in the United States at least, there is no extreme, Jewish movement,
So remark on, everyone's going to mount a series of arguments here, and some of them are quite decent and good, and obviously Joseph and his mate are going to deal with them. But you notice, first of all, foremost, they are well-considered arguments. They are substantiated. He's got evidence. He's got things he wants to play and look at, and he's going to address this idea of who has control over censorship, be it the SPLC, the ADL. And really what Aaron is doing is correctly doing is trying to work out if these organizations or these positions are supported by Joseph, if those positions are deemed to be anti-white, anti-European, or anti, for example, the national interest of European people. A reasonable line of questioning, and obviously, I know Aaron sent me links and stuff. He's got things about different rabbis making comments. Much more interesting line of questioning, a much more interesting line of pressure for nationalists, trying to work out if there's inconsistency in positions, as opposed to the Holocaust didn't happen.
Going to target, non-Jews right now, since at least, the ADL 40 years ago, the GDL, the GDL, yeah. And like in Israel, there is actually a lot of mockery of, rabbis and all that to say extreme thing in Israel, because, it is relatively more phenomenon that exists there. So like you're basically saying that we should mock specific rabbis, but you basically say that we don't make your own, we don't attack the people that you want them to attack, but basically we are it.
And for the first time,
I see it one-sided.
And for the first time, you can see even who seemed to be a fairly intelligent, if not always intelligible, friend of Joseph's. For the first time, he's a bit stumbling, because the line of questioning is a good line of questioning. Can you, is there a case to be made for double standards by organizations like the ADL or SPLC? On one hand, they're meant to protect a sort of liberal principle of equality, but their actual behavior seems to be very, very anti-white, or in a sense, they seem to block things that are anti-white and anti-hate, but they seem to have inconsistent standards. So it's a great line of questioning. It's a legitimate line of questioning, and questioning the SPLC and the ADL doesn't make you anti-Semitic, in my view.
Again, I repeat my point. The only systematic racism that is allowed is against white people today. I never heard him mock anti-white racists. I've never seen such a thing. In fact, the people who speak out against anti-white racism, he calls these people racists.
Yeah, white-working.
I'd agree with you, Alvin. I agree. I agree that one of the few acceptable forms of prejudice today is anti-white prejudice. I'd agree with that.
You made a great point before. Some people disagreed with you when you said, for example, that Jews control the world, right? It could be like just a false fact, right? But it depends on the intention of why someone brings it up. It's true. Right? Intention matters, so it could be an anti-Semitic statement, right? So when I'm looking at white people being attacked on, or white people have so much power, what is the intent behind it? It is saying the implication is white people are basically enslaving other people to benefit on a group basis from the enslavement of others. So we are in the position of what is actually defined as anti-Semitism on a lot of points today, and yet no one talks about it. They are calling it anti-racism. What they are doing when they are doing the exact same thing that would be considered, for example, anti-Semitism.
I actually disagree with that, because when you say that what Jewish people control, this thing and that thing, you automatically imply that there is a conspiracy of cabal of Jews basically making plan.
But there's a tendency.
I didn't talk to you. I
don't give a fuck if you're talking to me. I can interject if I want to.
Can we stop the swearing, please? I don't like this sort of language 24/7. Please, want to have a nice conversation.
Sorry, I'm passionate about this conversation.
I don't know if you heard about that. I don't know if you heard about that, but there's official theories out there being taught in universities, in big companies, in the police force, and so on. Called, for example, the most prominent one is critical race theory. This whole theory is exactly what you're saying, and yet you're saying, well, this doesn't really exist. It absolutely exists.
I didn't finish my argument.
This is intersectionality, what we're doing right now.
Let Alvin finish, though. Yeah, let him finish, please.
Like when people say that Jews control X thing, they usually referring to conspiracy of couple of Jews who plan to do this, to control that and for their own benefit. And when people say that white people and that, they usually referring to the historical, racial discrimination that exists against non-white people that benefit, the white society.
Yeah, but there is a tendency that, like I've said before, it's not just Jews. It's not just Jews as an entire group that.
Yeah, but we haven't talked about your.
I have not finished my fucking sentence. Fuck me! Stop doing that. Right? Stop interrupting me. It's quite rude, that is.
All right, please, can we just,
Right, so anyway, Jews as an ethnic group tend to be more privileged in this system. That's a fact, right?
No, it isn't. And Jews are not an ethnic group, for fuck's sake.
Tend to be of a more middle class and upper class as an ethnic group. There's obviously working class Jewish people, of course there is. But generally speaking, they're more intermarried to this system. And as a result of that, there's a tendency that they are more liberal in nature, and they are overrepresented in fields like critical race theory and intersectionality. Now, is it just Jews? Of course not. There's white capitalists as the same. But my point on all of this is that Jews are offering no resistance really to like intersectionality and critical race theory. It's very rare that I find a Jew who is advocating for the interests of the white working class people of this
Two
country.
separate points. First of all, the entire conservative end of the United States spectrum, the Ben Shapiro's all argue relentlessly, make videos nonstop opposed to things like critical race theory. So that's just not true at all. The harder question is how many of those Jews advocate for white rights? Now, there are a few well-known ones, and they've been on multiple streams. When I was in the stream with Joseph and Marcolette, one of them was present. He is a pro-white advocate who is Jewish and American. So they do exist. There are pro-white, for example, ones who don't want to see. So I'll give you examples. Point. I've got friends who are Jewish, mainly Americans, and they tick all the boxes. They're racist, they're sexist, they're homophobic, they're high-performing capitalist Jews who, if they weren't Jewish, they were based in one of ours, you'd say. But the fact that they're Jewish or partially Jewish means they can't be one of yours. But all the other talking points completely line up with white well-being and white national interests. Except they're Jewish, so they can't be allowed to participate and play with you because they're going to run into the Jewish gatekeepers, right? So no, they completely exist. Would their voices be amplified? No, they'd be shut down by progressive left-wing people, including progressive Jews.
Country in a socialist
Luke Ford would be one YouTuber.
Yeah,
also
one,
have
but
a
it's-
son. Yeah,
when we're talking about
laughable,
the tendency of Jewish people is they do operate in their own ethnic interests, be it, even Joseph Cohen is there saying, I was a socialist in the past. It's like, oh, what kind of socialist were you? I was a Trotskyist. It's like, imagine my Sharky was a Trotskyist. I wonder why. Is it because Stalin was nationalistic? Yeah, is that your problem? Because the problem is, Joseph, is that Jews are all about nationalism for their own people. But as soon as when someone else tries to advocate real nationalism, not pseudo-nationalism like national capitalism or anything like that, but as soon as when people want to direct the economy towards social ends, which means that we're going to have to take your property away from you because we want a more socialist system, then it gets different, man. You want pseudo-nationalism, you want...
Yeah, that's funny, isn't it? Because that was a textbook description of National Socialism in practice. Isn't it funny that a lot of people don't want to see National Socialism? I bet you most of the people in England don't want their property removed from them by the state. This is a pipe dream in Phil's head that if I just had my way and implemented an authoritarian he couldn't even define the ideology accurately or its differentiation, is someone going to think that I speak for the English people. No, you don't. The majority of the English people will fight you in a civil war or a bloody war if you try to remove their liberty from them. You don't speak for the English people. You speak for an ideology that you claim represents the English people.
National capitalism and stuff like that.
National socialism is a no-go in England.
So you can keep the means of production and exploit the people of this country and the planet Earth.
I mean, it's easy to redefine all your definition of nationalism and then claim that everyone that disagrees with you is not real nationalist.
No, you're not nationalist.
I can also do that.
Everyone who isn't a socialist, everyone who isn't a Marxist.
No, wrong. If you're a nationalist, Right, socialism is when you direct the economy towards social ends. If you're a nationalist who supports capitalism, that's an oxymoron, because capitalism is globalist in nature and it directs the economy towards individuals.
This absolute ideological idiocy, or this kind of ideological sort of toxicity in his brain, where he almost seems to spurg out in some sort of reverberation. He gets the ideologies wrong. He makes sweeping positions that there can't be capitalism and nationalism. It's just, I'm not even sure how to respond to that. Obviously, there are other chaps amused. Phil is ideologically confused. I think since he left his old moniker of Fascist Phil, you know, that had a nice sound and ring to it, Fash Phil, he's become a little bit ideologically promiscuous, really. He seems to be confused about what form of authoritarianism he wants to stamp down on the people. He wants it to be racial, but he's got to be anti-Whig now because he's anti-Mark Collette and PA. He wants it to be English nationalist, but he's not English. I mean, he's not English, so he can't be an English nationalist in a sense, right? And he's also not married an English woman. So he's not actually English in any sense. There seems to be a kind of pattern over here. So what he's gone to is he's pulling together pieces of rather misunderstood slices or different shards of ideology. And it's a complete hodgepodge to anyone who understands political theory.
Individual ends. You can't
is Zionism? You're saying Zionism?
It's a kind of social. It's a kind of socialism.
So I just want to calm down, mate.
I mean,
yeah, you're saying that I just want to ask Phil a question.
Go on.
So you said Zionism was ultra-nationalism. That's what you said earlier.
Yeah.
And you said the only true nationalism now is when it's directed to the socialist, when it's truly socialist, and where you're grabbing the means of production. So what does that make Zionism? Because that isn't Zionism today. Zionism is very capitalist. Israel is a very capitalist nation. So is it ultra capitalist or is it ultra socialist? Because you said it's ultra nationalist.
Okay, let me explain. Right, so it's nationalist and it's a kind of socialism. Why are you laughing? I haven't even made my argument yet.
I mean, it's obviously why they're laughing. I'm sorry, and no disrespect to Phil at all, but mate, you sound like a complete buffoon, right? You're just all over the shop ideologically, right? You're inconsistent in everything you're saying. Not inconsistent, you're just incoherent, right?
That's quite rude, though. So anyway, the point is,
sorry.
Right, if you want me to.
I like the guy who denied the Holocaust is upset about me laughing at him. That's quite rude. But
yeah, you didn't make an argument, though, did you? Like, they just moved it away. As soon as when I started asking for evidence, you were like,
I mean, we are allowed to mock you, you know?
Right. Well, I can mock you as well.
And your argument...
Oh, no, I can't mock you.
Was there's no body. Your argument was there's no bodies.
I'll get done for a hate crime, won't I? But anyway, the point is,
exactly.
Zionism is a kind of socialism because it does sort of direct the economy toward.
No, you idiot. Zionism, the history of Zionism was the declaration of nationalism, i.e. self-determination for Jewish people in a land. That's all it is. It doesn't have an economic aspect to it. If you look at the writings of Zionism, there was arguments of what this thing would be, just like ethno-state. People argue, what will I get with ethno-state? Well, they're never going to get it doing what they're doing. The same way Zionism was ideology is linked to the Jewish people having a homeland. No point do I understand Zionist writing having the left-right economic debate. That only happens in Israel, and Israel is a mixed economy. And if you look at the political spectrum, the history of the Knesset, it's been linked to the left and the right. They're extremely left-wing Jews and extreme right-wing Jews in a democratic parliament.
What's an ethnic group's interest? Sort of.
The Jews are not an ethnic group.
But see, the thing is with socialism, it literally is directing the economy to. I'm still talking. I'm still fucking talking. Stop interrupting me. Right? Let someone make an argument, and then you can rebut the argument after. That's the way a dialogue works. You don't just interrupt me halfway through the fucking argument. It's rude, and I wouldn't do that to you. I'll be charitable to you. I'll let you make your point. Right? Okay. So the point is, you asked me a question. It's like, is Zionism nationalism? No, it is. It is true that Zionism does direct the economy towards social ends for the people of Israel to a certain degree. You can admit that Israel has healthcare, national healthcare, has some sort of welfare in place. It has some basic socialist policies that sort of benefit the people of Israel. Generally speaking, there's a lot of pro-capitalist policies like private interests and stuff like that. However, globally, Zionism does not benefit the people of the world globally, because as a nation, it's an extension of capitalism because it serves the interests of the bourgeoisie.
So his argument goes something like, Zionism isn't good because it doesn't help the working class people of the world, right out of Das Kapital again, and it doesn't do so because it's fundamentally capitalist. I mean, you know, is it just me, or is that just an absolutely insane and incoherent set of constructs I've ever heard? Right? Zionism has nothing to do with the economics of the state, Phil. And Zionism is to do with a specific story for the Jewish people to get their own homeland. And then when you look at Israel, it doesn't practice any of the models you speak. It has a very healthy mixed economy with mixed political positions, as demonstrated by the fact that there can never be a dominant, stable Israeli government of one shape or the other, showing a healthy balance to the democratic system, right?
Phil, how many? Phil, quick question, Phil. How many ethnic minorities do you think? What percentage of Israel's population do you believe are minorities that are not Jewish?
Why are you bringing that up? How is that relevant?
Because you're talking about the national interest. You're talking about the interests of an ethnic group. So I'm asking. It completely relates to what. Is that what saying. I said? Sorry, I'm confused. So you were talking. So when it comes to the English, yeah. Uh-huh. You're talking the national interest of Britain or England, would be the English.
Well, I don't believe Israel as a nation that benefits just the interest of Jews. It benefits the interest of capitalists. That's what the nation is. It's
what an absurd argument. Every nation participating in the capitalist system benefits the system of capitalism. What does that even mean? So if India and China, with this massive exports and imports into the, do they benefit the system of capitalism? Are Chinese people responsible for capitalism? I mean, what is the argumentation? I don't know about, it's just a model set of thinking. Perhaps it's the drink, so much for my virtue ethics.
But then how's that socialist if it benefits the interest of capitalism?
I'm sorry you can't keep up. Listen. I'm sorry you can't keep up with what I'm saying. Right, is that socialism is vague in nature because it literally means directing the economy towards social ends. You can have aspects of your economy that are socialist in nature, and you can also have other aspects that are capitalist in nature. Yeah, so parts of Israel's economy is socialist in nature. There are socialist policies that exist that drive the economy towards social ends, like healthcare.
Not just the entire state of Israel has a large it is a progressive powerhouse in the world. So if you're anti the ideology of progressivism, you'll find a strong base of that in Israel. You can't call that ultra-nationalistic. They're not conservative people. They want, for example, to open the doors of Israel to refugees from Syria and Jordan. They campaign within Israel for open borders for Israel. I don't know where Phil gets his mental model of the world from, but it's absolutely out of touch with reality. Perhaps Phil needs to spend a week or two in the Tel Aviv Gay Parade to understand how not ultra-nationalistic Israel is, right?
Police, education, etc., right? But there's also a lot of aspects that are driven towards private interests. Generally speaking, however, the country of Israel generally serves the interests of private interests. Private individuals benefit from the nation of Israel, not the people.
Is it socialist or is it not socialist?
A lot of money laundering. A lot of money laundering.
A lot of money laundering.
You claim that Zionism is socialist by nature, but Israel is.
Lord Sam on the chat. I'll open the panel up. It's not long to go. So it's open. Happy to be to jump on.
It's capitalist by nature. That's basically what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that parts of its economy are social in nature because the economy is driven towards a social end. But also other parts of the economy are capitalist in nature.
Of the 190 nations in the world, I think 180 something are classified formally in banking as being mixed economy nations. They have a certain percentage of GDP spent inwards by taxation on the state, and the others in a free market system. If you then plot the world against those kind of different indices, if you work in a bank, you'll see different types of mixed economy models. So the most balanced ones are things like the Scandinavian nations, where they pretty much are almost a 51-48 taxation level. They're the most mixed economies, mixed between socialism and laissez-faire capitalism. Israel is no different. Obviously, exceptions are North Korea or the collapses of places like Venezuela or Zimbabwe. That's when you see the exceptions, or when you have tight control that interferes with the free market. Israel is no different. But if you're looking for that ultra-balanced social, the answer is the Nordic countries. Phil needs to do a lot more homework in economics before he speaks about economics.
Same for every nation in the world, Phil.
Yes, it is. Yes,
So
it is. I don't
every
support
nation,
this.
by your definition, is socialist.
No, well, to a certain, they're not socialist, right? The way you define if a country is socialist or capitalist is, generally speaking, is how they're driven towards. Like,
not driven towards, you absolute buffoon. It's just done by a taxation metric. How much of the taxes are spent by the state? It's as simple as that. Lowest taxation, most amount of capitalism. Highest taxation, most amount of communism or socialism. Perfectly balanced in the middle, Sweden, Norway, Finland, Denmark. That's how it's measured, right? Not some idea that there's some directive-driven socialist. I mean, I don't know where you get this. It's like you get all your knowledge from like little snips of YouTube videos or something.
England has got some socialist policies, you know, like the healthcare system, etc. But
I think we understand your point, Phil. We understand.
Generally speaking,
we understand your point. Just your point is very. We understood your point. Just your point doesn't make sense. But
why doesn't it make sense?
Because that's not what socialism is.
Why? What do you think socialism is then?
Controlling the means of production. It's not.
No, hold on a minute. That's another fucking dictionary definition that someone's described a phenomena of socialism. Where did socialism emerge from? Do you believe that someone invented socialism? Is that what you believe?
Yes.
No.
Yes, it comes directly from Marx. It doesn't exist prior to Marx as a doctrine, as an ideology, and then it's implemented religiously and regimentedly after 1945. The Marshall Plan, great state spending, the Great Reconstruction projects. Its other variants are polluted and taken over by the Soviet Union, to the Industrial Revolution, and to the Agrarian Revolution in the case of Mao. Its lineage in history is no mystery. It is well understood from Smith to Marx to 1945, and we see socialism.
Do you believe someone invented capitalism?
No, it's an emergent phenomenon. It's an emergent phenomenon.
Someone's been listening to the NRX, haven't we, Phil? I've noticed you've been using the word emergent a lot more recently. You really should listen. You should continue on with your natural path.
And where did it emerge from?
So
yeah, they're both emergent phenomena. And where did socialism emerge from?
For cavemen.
No, you fucking mong. Right, so socialism.
Not insult, please.
Yeah, listen, he's a fucking man. He's not a little baby. I'm sure he can deal with
but the fact of the matter is, they're guests on this show, Phil, right? I don't want them to be insulted.
I'm sorry, if you're a little baby, I won't insult you every now and again. Right, but anyway, so the point is, socialism, right, emerged. It was an emergent phenomenon after the passive revolution from feudalism to capitalism.
No, you absolute idiot. There's no references in the ontology of the writings of the European canon prior to Engels and Marx on the matter. You can't just go around and use words with their meanings you make up. You understand that, don't you, Phil? There are other people, right, to quote the Smiths, because I've read well, I've heard them said 100 times, maybe less, maybe more, right? Engels and Marx, socialism.
Right, and it emerged from the.
Stop using our words, yeah, Prof. Stop using the word emergent. It's making me feel very uncomfortable.
The crisis of modernity. That being that there were unwritten social bonds that people had already had under feudalism. They were destroyed.
Absolutely. I do think Phil is very, very funny. If he wasn't like a laughing neo-Nazi who's just basically a toxic piece of shit, he's actually fucking funny. Northern humor, very good at it. But this is not what I like to see. And who was it? Jordan said, yeah, emerge harder, yeah.
Pretty much. And people were basically forced into private interest. The economy was no longer rigged towards social ends. Socialism is a response to the emergent phenomenon of capitalism after the collapse of feudalism. And whatever socialism is directing the economy back towards social ends. It's not simply about workers controlling the means of production.
No, you idiot. Age of the Docks gets it much closer. It's obviously read a bit more of Engels and stuff. And you know, it's the eradication of class. The objective from Marx and Engels forward is to look at the difference in your favorite words, material condition, to look at the differences of the material conditions, realize this would do the distribution of the factors of production, labor, and therefore claim or make the claim that emergent social phenomena was a construct of capital, and therefore socialism is trying to eradicate those class differences in one big fucking world-class struggle, right? I mean, do you think, Phil, you need to take a little break from talking about things and maybe change that to reading about them first? Maybe like a little break? So just maybe a little more reading about these topics and then speaking about them? Or is that just me?
It's a bit more nuanced than that.
You don't fucking say.
A lot more nuanced than that. It's not sort of imposing this sort of liberal.
Every time, going back to the wars of 5 years ago and stuff, every time I heard a lefty say it's nuanced, I thought, well, that's something you don't understand, isn't it? Right? Every time I heard a left say, well, race isn't real, it's much more nuanced, or migration is much more nuanced, it's always the lefty trying not to actually deal with it. There's nothing nuanced about what socialism is, Phil. It's an old doctrine, it's superbly well understood. There's probably more PhDs given in it than more subjects in humanities.
Notion of sovereignty, that being
what does that mean? So what do you mean by social ends? What do you mean by social ends?
Well, serving the interests of however you want to define a group. Some may define that group as the planet Earth. Some may.
No, Phil, it's the eradication of class. It isn't anything to do with that. The objective of socialism is on the progression path towards idealistic utopian communism in a world in which class is eradicated. Right? Now, in modern words, socialism is used for two different things. It's used for, strictly speaking, in finance and government, it's used for which part of the government spending is from the state towards the other sector. And it's also now used, or was used until recently, before progressivism, to mean advancing social justice causes. But that's now been taken over by progressivism, which is not socialism.
Some may say
it's just like fucking 101 stuff, man.
Jewish people. Some may say,
oh yeah, the Jews. God, all right, we're going off topic. Phil, God bless Phil. He's like, hang on, we're talking about capitalism and socialism. What about the Jews? The Jews must have done it.
What's the most capitalist nation on the planet at the moment?
The most capitalist
by your reckoning, just a very, very capitalist nation. Give me an example of a nation which is capitalist.
I'd probably say America, obviously.
America, and so would you say that they direct their economy to social ends or not?
To a certain degree, like every economy on the planet Earth has got elements of socialism. Like they've all got that because it's, you've got to do that. You get, like, if you want an Ancapistan sort of society, it's not going to work, is it?
So by your definition, the most capitalist nation, or one of the most capitalist nations on Earth, is still socialist by your definition.
No, as elements of socialism, like elements of the economy are still driven towards social ends. But it's a capitalist economy because the majority of the economy is driven towards individual ends, but it still has socialist elements.
Good Lord.
Okay, anyway, let's move on to another point.
I mean, Joseph is being polite.
I'm sorry.
Joseph's being polite to this point, but this is the most absurd understanding and definition of socialism or social categorizations of economies I've heard.
Can't keep up, but it's like
no, it's not that people can't keep up. He's being polite because you sound very stupid.
You want me to go to this sort of, ironically, this sort of Angloid.
I just
sort
Phil,
of
I find your argument because you call Israel ultranationalist, then you call it socialist, then you call it capitalist.
No. So Israel is ultranationalist, but its interests globally serve the interests of the elites.
Israel is not ultranationalist, you absolute buffoon. Go look at the parties currently and look at the last 50 history of the political party shares within Israel. It is the home of a progressive powerhouse that does, you're right, it does spread secular Judaic progressivism. I don't know how to put it this way. It's people who take the Judaic principles from their faith and don't believe in God anymore, but want to make the world a better world. They want to be a light into the world, but not for religious reasons. They want to do it for political reasons. Frequently, those are associated with things like human rights and justice. And they are a powerhouse in the state of Israel. They're constantly fighting, or the Likud party, they're constantly fighting the right-wing Jews. They're constantly fighting Jews to, for example, not engage in wars, to let more refugees into Israel, to let refugees into every part of the world. Why on earth do you think the state of Israel is ultranationalist? That's just absolutely mental.
There are elements of socialism.
Which elites does Israel serve? Sorry, and how?
The elites of America, the elites of England, the elites globally.
How?
There are many. You've talked about it before. There's a lot of technology and industry in Israel. They're engaging in a lot of war, that serves the interests of people who.
Which war does Israel engage in? So Phil, let's deal with that. Which war does Israel engage in for the interests of a global elite?
Well, there's plenty of wars there. They're hostile towards Iran.
Encouraging the war in Iraq. We already established.
Which one?
Iraq, this is something Sabina can talk about. I'm not like a person from the Middle East.
Israel didn't attack. The only time Israel attacked Iraq is when it took out the nuclear the nuclear reactor. That's the only time they've.
I think the point is, this isn't an argument for me. I'm not like a Middle Eastern person, but there's plenty of Middle Eastern.
Okay, so let's go to your expertise. You're the person who's saying that Israel has this interest, this global influence. What?
No, I'm not saying that Israel has a global influence. I'm saying that Jewish people, they're on the, generally speaking.
No, you said Israel literally 2 seconds ago.
Oh, Israel. Yeah, Israel does. Yeah, Israel supports a
seconds.
lot of wars. It's always it's
Which
taking
wars?
territory from the
Which
Palestinians.
Which war?
It's literally founded on the fact of stealing land from Palestinians.
That's got nothing to do with global wars. That's to do with literally two people who were fighting for self-determination on the land.
Yeah, but
it's
it wasn't
got nothing
your land.
to do with global
It's
interests.
not your
It's got
land.
nothing to do with global elites. Phil.
Oh, yeah, that's got. What do you mean it hasn't got anything to do with global elites?
Phil,
you know the Balfour Agreement. You know the Balfour Agreement, yeah.
The Balfour Declaration, yes, 1917. By
who was that backed by? Was it backed by socialists or was it backed by capitalists?
Actually, it was written from the British government to a capitalist, but the capitalist was representing overwhelming majority of socialists. All the early Zionists were socialists, almost universally, and the capitalists were actually opposed to the state of Israel because they thought the English people would look at the Jews as being a separate nation, and they believed they were British Jews, not Zionists who are part of a separate nation, or not Jews that are part of a separate nation. And so many of the affluent Jews who existed in the UK, as you would describe the elites, they were opposed to Zionism. They were opposed to the creation of Israel.
I disagree with that.
It doesn't matter whether you disagree or not. That's the history.
Historically, Britain was generally against Zionism.
I think it's an absolute fucking stretch to propose that, like, the Jewish elites were against, like, the formation of a Zionist state. The majority.
Phil, Herzl wrote a diary. You can read the diary. Theodor Herzl, the political founder of Zionism, the founder of political Zionism. He writes a diary, and he writes a diary with the Rothschilds and how they were opposed to the state, to the Zionist movement. He writes how Baron Hirsch, who was another very affluent financier, supported creating refuge for Jews in Argentina, but not in the Middle East. So if you actually read the history rather than like just
Sorry, Phil, 1 second. This just goes against the justifications that you Zionists always use and your claim to having historical links, and that's your ancestral homeland. So I don't understand how you're sitting here saying, oh, nobody really had this need to really create Israel and all these Zionists were against it. But the origins of the word Zion obviously is basically it's got to do with Judaism and Hebrew when it comes to, it means Jerusalem, right? So when you sit there and say, oh, there wasn't this need by Zionists to go and create the state of Israel, but then you come here and justify having your state by telling us as Arabs or Muslims, well, actually, this is our ancestral homeland. We have a right to go here and we will go here. So it's two different arguments.
So Zabida, there are Jews alive today that are opposed to the state of Israel. They've existed since the Jews are not, well, this is the thing which people get confused by. They think that all Jews think the same thing. They don't. And so the examples I gave you were two very, very affluent, Rothschild and Baron Hirsch.
What's the etymology of the word Zionist, though? What is it?
Sorry, say that again.
I think this is where Sabina needs to understand. Zion comes from the Hebrew, and it means the hill on which David and the people of David in Jerusalem have built their lands. That's all it means. There's nothing more mystical than the word Zion in Hebrew.
I said, what is the origins of the word Zionist? Does it not have links to Jewish scripture and Jewish terminology?
Completely.
Okay, then, so it's Jewishly fundamental. It's fundamentally Jewish. Sorry.
Yeah, it's fundamentally Jewish, and the overwhelming majority of the Zionists, early Zionists,
believed that and there was like literally they had conferences where they voted on all this, and I'll give you some examples. So when the British offered the Jews, because the Jews went to the British and they said Herzl went to various superpowers. He went to the Russians, he went to the Ottoman, the Muslims, he went to the British, he went to the Germans, and he petitioned them all to help him establish a state for the Jewish people. At the beginning, he was undecided where that state should be. He thought that the climate of the Middle East wasn't right.
Long story short,
what's the background? Joseph, let's not beat around the bush. It was always going to be Israel. It just makes sense.
So that's what I'm getting to. That's what I'm getting to. So,
yeah, but more important than that, he admitted that there was a sick part of the Jewish community and the Zionists.
It's absurd as well. Like you're saying, the Rothschilds had no involvement in the Balfour Agreement.
No, that's not what I said at all, Phil. If you learn to listen, you'll actually become educated. Learn to listen.
I'll become educated. The man who's a fucking Angloid in regards to definitions on socialism.
Okay, fine.
So, well,
okay,
so listen.
Well, we're going around in circles. Let Joseph respond to the point that I made first before everyone jumps.
Yeah. So the Herzl went to all these world leaders and he asked them to support his Jewish state. At this point, he hadn't decided where he wanted to be. The British, but he tried to get a place called El Arish in, Walid will know it, in Egypt. And the British were going to give him it, but they spoke to the Egyptian government. The Egyptian government kind of wobbled, and then the British consulate said, no, we shouldn't do it. And that came back, and they said, no, you can't have El Arish. So Herzl then was, Joseph Chamberlain came back to Herzl and said, we'll give you a piece of land in Uganda. It was called Uganda, but it was actually in Kenya, and it's called the Uganda Project. Mm-hmm. And so Herzl then took that to the Zionist Congress, and they voted on it. And the vote was to investigate if it was appropriate for Jewish settlement in this area. The hardcore Zionists who wanted it to be in Israel lost the vote to do an investigation. Jewish suffering was so much, they said, even in Africa, we're getting persecuted. We don't know what this land is going to be. We've got no claim to it, but we'll still at least investigate it. The Jews ripped their shirts and sat on the floor as if Jews were mourning, and they cried, not because the Zionists had said we're going to have a state in Israel, in Africa, just the fact they were going to investigate. They came back and they said, no, this isn't for us. They voted again, and the Zionists almost unanimously agreed that they wanted Zionism was a return, not just national self-determination for the Jewish people so they could escape persecution, but national self-determination in their ancestral homeland.
You need to remember,
where did they get support from this?
Knowledge context is important.
Where did they get support for what? Where did they get support for what?
For the formation of a Jewish state, that they asked all the.
So they didn't get support. It was basically.
Well, they did. They got support from the Rothschilds.
So this you're talking 50 years before the state of Israel. We're talking the state of Israel came into existence after a civil war was waged between the Arabs and the Jews.
And there was a lot of support from capitalists.
The Balfour Declaration was.
Well, there was also support. This is for the Nazi. There was there is a claim something.
I don't know.
Hold on. Let me make the claim, Phil. There was something called the transfer agreement where Hitler actually allowed Jews to sell their assets and then redistribute it back into Jewish banks in Israel. So I don't know if anyone agrees with that. Did the Jews and the Nazis collude together at one point, or is this just
No.
I mean, I'm a fan of Zabida, but they really never were Zabida. I mean, Hitler single-handedly eradicated as many Jews as he can.
Trying to say
definitely all the ill people, all the sick people, all these genocidal ones, they just got together. Because it's all a genocidal mess, a big mistake. You have to go and kill innocent Arabs. Obviously, innit? It's sick people, innit?
So, none of the capitalists supported the Jews in regards to.
Does anyone know about the transfer
It's almost like having a little automata script for Phil, right? There they go. they're pressuring Joseph about Israel, about Palestine, about the Arab people, the Muslims, and almost like little script triggers. Time alert must mention capitalism and the Jews. Some northern Naspel. Oh God.
Okay, so did Hitler not give them a proposition?
Psst, here's a trade secret, Mr. Naspel. Don't tell anyone this. It's top secret, right? But the single man responsible for capitalism is English, and his name is Adam Smith.
Sell your stuff and sort of help them economically sort of get started. Well, obviously, the Nazi regime, did the Nazi regime not sort of give the Jews an economic startup in Israel?
No.
It
was German Jews who keep their property, basically. They just keep their own property and escape for Germany.
I'm sure Nazi members were actually assassinated because of this. So let me just read it, right? So the transfer agreement, blah, 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 is written by Edwin Black, documenting the transfer agreement. Please, brother, can I finish, brother, please? Brother, please, I'll let you speak. Just let me finish. Documenting the transfer agreement, Havara agreement in Hebrew, between Zionist organizations and Nazi Germany to transfer a number of Jews and their assets to Palestine. Shortly after Samuel Montgomery's return to the US from Germany in 1933, articles appeared on the front page of newspapers in London and New York declaring that Judea declares war on Germany. I want to read the controversial parts. The book was met with criticism on multiple fronts. Historian Richard wrote that that's just criticism of the actual book, but I'm sure there is a part where, obviously, somebody criticized the book. Yeah, he'd probably be like someone like you if you were alive at the time. What I'm saying is, I'm sure a Nazi person who was involved in this transfer agreement was actually assassinated, and there was sort of this, this outcry that Jews and Nazis basically colluded together.
I mean, no, it was just Jews who help other Jews to escape from Nazi Germany. If you're going to argue that Havara is a proof of collusion between Zionism and Nazi Germany, by the same logic, any attempt during World War II to rescue prisoners of wars from the Axis powers is also proof of collusion between the Allies and Nazi Germany.
Okay. Yeah. Let me read this properly. Hold on, sorry. Sorry, Phil. Yeah, this is a proper thing. Yeah. So the Havara Agreement was an agreement between Nazi Germany and Zionist German Jews signed on the 25th of August 1933. The agreement was finalized after 3 months of talk by the Zionist Federation of Germany, the Anglo-Palestinian Bank. Wait, bro, what can I finish, please? The Anglo-Palestinian Bank under the directive of the Jewish agencies and the economic authorities of the Nazi Germany. It was a major factor making possible the migration of approximately 60,000 German Jews to Palestine in 1933. So based on this, I mean, how is this disputable? Like, it's an agreement made by Zionists and Nazis.
It's a very unholy affair, my friend. It's a very unholy affair, my friend. You have to own up to it.
This guy really needs to sort his mic out. He sounds like Darth Vader. Zabida, what do you think it's saying? What do you think the Havara? Just so I understand what you think it's saying. Like, don't go to Wikipedia. Just say what you think is happening.
Well, what I think it's saying is that Jews possibly made a deal with Nazis. Nazis really wanted them out. So they basically said, okay, well, if we can sell our assets to you one way or the other, and you can transfer the money to, Palestinian banks, then we will basically sacrifice our own principles, both sides, to basically, Nazis, we want you out. The Jews want refuge and they want a state. So that's how it works out.
So Zabida, can I just pick you up on that? Because I just want to play back what you said, because I think you did kind of get it. And so the Jews are being persecuted, and the Nazis give them an option. They say, if you sell your property to us, and you're not going to get a good deal, but if you do that, we'll let you leave. Yeah? It's not.
I think strictly we'll let you live, right?
Like, that's someone trying to escape persecution. Imagine it's Bashar al-Assad, and he says, I'll let you leave the country from it so you can escape my persecution.
No, I get it from the Jewish standpoint. It's the Nazi point that I find very hypocritical.
They didn't want the final solution came much later, like the actual genocide. At this stage,
but
it
my
wasn't
point is that
genocidal. They didn't want the
when I
Jews
hear
in the country.
Nazis come onto the show and say, "Oh, we're pro-Palestine," well, at one point you actually helped Jews get economically started up. Like, there's a difference between the Jews going there as refugees and then.
I mean, Zabita's on point with the Havara agreement and everything else, but it was a range of agreements that I think between 33, 31, that period, all the way into the late 30s, where they were trying to get rid of the Jews using different mechanisms. Not all Jews wished to leave. A lot of Jews were getting very, very nervous, obviously, at that point. A lot of that's well documented. So I'm not an expert on any such thing, but I believe that was one of the multiple ways to try to get the Jews to leave Europe without using force. Think of it as PA++.
Then helping them establish banking systems and economies in the country, which hold on, let me finish, which then eventually, end up, causing problems for the Palestinians at the time.
But
because
the
how
Nazis
did
didn't do
Jews end
that.
up
The Nazis didn't bankroll Zionism.
Bro, this transfer
They
agreement
basically
is
sold the
basically
property of the deal wasn't, and everyone through. The deal was basically that we will take your property off you and give you a tiny bit of money in return.
Like, yeah, you need to remember.
So when they sold their properties or their assets to the Nazis, what did the Nazis do?
Deal. Wow. You're forgetting the British.
Stop interrupting her, for fuck's sake! It's rude, man.
Maybe it's got a bit of delay. Yeah. Go on. What do you have to say, Adin?
But you forgot the British factor of the deal. The British basically say that, we will allow to accept the Jews only if they have a certain amount of money. Otherwise, we're not allowed them to come in. So there was a deal that basically the British basically kind of proposed that the Jews will allow to keep some amount of the property just so we will have a minimal requirement.
Why would they want poor Jews? With all due respect, of course they're going to want people with money. This is how most illegal immigration works.
This is exactly that.
That's exactly the point, actually, Zabita. They wanted the Jews to leave despite it not being economically good. Remember, the Jews were economically an economic powerhouse, right, in Europe. They contributed across the economy in all the European nations. So despite the mud GDP argument, they wanted the Jews out, right?
That's all the Harvard deal is, basically.
But my point is this still, yeah. When I get Nazis come onto my show and pretend to be pro-Palestine, yes, when you look at the history and the way that certain Nazi regimes actually supported and helped Jews establish economic systems in Palestine, which ended up basically changing the infrastructure and affecting.
The Palestinians were literal Nazis. Literally.
What?
Haji al-Husseini. The Palestinians were literally Nazis. Haji al-Husseini was close with Hitler.
You're using one mufti and a group of you will never speak. Hold on. You will never speak about how Algerians and Moroccans and other Muslims actually help Jews and help them escape.
No, I always speak about that, Zabita. I always speak about that.
So the point is, yes, what I'm trying to say is not against you, it's against certain Nazi positions who historically they will not call out the time when Nazis colluded with Jews, allowed them to establish an economic system in Palestine, which ended up affecting the Palestinians. This is the point that I'm making.
Happens to be there. What you said never happened.
So this is a lie then. The transfer agreement never happened, no? You've just admitted that
the Nazis did not set up the state of Israel. It's like this is
that's not the claim that I'm making.
David Icke level conspiracy theory.
Yeah, but why did they need to set up the state of Israel? They already had their own Jewish autonomous region in the Soviet Union. They didn't need Israel. If they were persecuted, if Jewish people were persecuted, there was their own territory in the Soviet Union that Jews could go to. There was no reason for them to set up their own nation in Palestine. They did it because they wanted to take more territory.
Are you smoking grade A crack? Do you really believe the Jews wanted a homeland after 900 years since Edward Longshanks are being run around Europe by every other nation? You think their reasons for wanting a homeland was, come on, Jesus Christ.
They already had territory in the Soviet Union. They wanted to take parts of Ukraine. That's why the Jewish Antifa in the Soviet Union betrayed Stalin and tried to work with the Americans to take part of Ukraine, take part of the Crimea. They also didn't stop there. They wanted to get Israel. They wanted to get parts of Palestine now.
Respond to another idiotic argument with another.
Really? Do you? Well, fucking respond then. Can you do it without interrupting?
Okay, I will respond if you will let me finish.
Go on then. Put your big boy pants on then.
Aiden, are you an Indian, Aiden? Aiden, are you Indian?
No, he's a Jew.
Aiden, are you from India, Aiden?
Sorry, can we have some higher IQ point, please? Yeah, I don't want no insults or silly questions, please. Yeah.
The Avraham didn't establish any economic Zionist, for Israel. He didn't. The only thing that the Avraham argument did was basically some Jews were allowed to keep some amount of their property just so it will satisfy the British. That's it.
But you know what it is? I find it funny, yeah, like when the Jewish expansion in Palestine, you have one group who obviously came as boats as refugees, and then you had then you had then you had wealthy Jews who were able to buy property of Palestinians and expand. I just find the whole situation very strategic, and for me personally, very pre-planned as well. Because if you look at the annexation, it happened in such a way that the Middle East was too busy fighting itself to the point where, really and truly, let's be honest, where Israel is, if the Middle Eastern countries united, there would be no Israel. So the Middle East was
unite. They did unite, and they got their butts on the belt and
Can I finish though, please? Can I finish though? This is a strategic collusion with Britain and the Jews or the Zionists, because I'll tell you why. No. The only reason why, let me finish, please. If you look at the timeline of the state of Israel being established, this was at a time where British imperialism started kicking in the Middle East and the fall of the Ottoman Empire, right? Yes, I agree that the Ottoman Empire and the Saudis were infiltrated by the British, and both parties sold out the Muslims for some sort of high price. But the fact of the matter is, it was the British who basically tried to basically like infiltrate the Muslims and basically get rid of the Muslim empire, establish these borders, which you saw a high rise in nationalism after that, because when we were one Islamic caliphate, we were basically one Muslim ummah. But then when they established these borders, people became Algerians, people became Moroccans, Lebanese, and Palestinians. So as the Islamic world, as the Islamic world is becoming disenfranchised and broken apart, this is the perfect opportunity for the Zionists to move in. Because if the Muslims were strongly united, there is no way that the Israelis would have been able to get in there. So obviously they first got in there on the thing of after the Holocaust, right? Refugees, they've come in. Throughout the years, the more wars in the Middle East that have been happening, the more that Israel has been expanding itself. So it's a very, very, for me personally, it's the most perfect plan being executed. And the best way to do it is keep the Middle East at war, distracted whilst they keep on expanding, and we can't really do anything about it because we're too busy fighting each other.
I'm going to have to agree with Zabida, not on the Jewish side of this or the Palestinian, but absolutely the wars in the Middle East have kept the globalists and the global imperial project alive and well, to the detriment of all the Muslims in the area and the detriment of all the European people back home. Absolutely. But has that been fueled by a Zionist project? That's very hard to evidence, right? Has Israel benefited from it? You can make the case that Israel security has increased because it's seen as an outpost of Christian Zionism. Remember, the support from Israel is coming predominantly financially from Christians, right? Christians also value the Holy Land, right? Those who are not Christians won't understand what we mean. And we obviously also, like Muslims and Jews, value that piece of land. So yes, the globalist wars, the imperial wars, the Cold War, and the ultimate war, the final last stages of that collapsing American imperial project has been the result of all of this. The Ottoman point, I believe, is completely incorrect. The Ottoman Empire was going down anyway. And yeah, the imperial powers carved up those countries. So they made arbitrary boundaries for ethnographies there that don't have those countries. Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, etc. are arbitrary nations.
Phil, if you want the relationship with Zabidi, you'll have to convert to Islam. Stop white knighting. Stop white.
No, I'm not white knighting. I'm agreeing with the point. The point is, all of this crying bullshit where it's like the Jews needed their own homeland. They were being persecuted. They had their own territory. They had their own territory in the Soviet Union called Berzabad.
No one wants to live under Stalin. No one wants.
Oh no, because you're not socialists, because you're capitalists. That's why. Because you're greedy capitalists. The religion of fucking Jews is money.
You're saying we're crying. You've spent the last 4 hours whinging and complaining about how disenfranchised you are and what a victim you are.
I'm not a victim.
Get some self-awareness, mate.
Get some
Listen, you get
self-awareness.
some self-awareness. You're live action role playing as a fucking Jew. You're not Jewish. The fuck, bro?
Wow.
I think the reason why so many
live action role playing, laughing as a Jew. I believe that's what Jordan said as well, which is quite cute. I mean, he's going to be ordained as a rabbi. I don't know what you mean by laughing as a Jew. So.
Yeah, why so many Jews opposed.
Funny, Will, I think Aaron is going to comment. So there's a bit of some more sensible, rational stuff's going on. The good questioning and pressuring, but obviously Zubida is staying honest to her moral foundation, which would be the defense of the Ummah as her brothers and sisters under Allah. And that's fine and square. But again, Phil's running in with this kind of capitalism and everything else and insane points.
Well, then I will come to that. I just want to qualify. So, Phil, are you saying I'm white? You saying I'm white working class?
I think you're an alienated white working class male who is that fucking alienated from capitalism that you've latched onto the Jewish ethnicity.
That is the most absurd statement I've ever heard. I mean, I've heard a lot of idiocy coming from Phil, but you can't just become Jewish, Phil. You can't take your shahada. You can't accept Christ in your heart and become Jewish. You must have your Jewish bloodline or married into Jewish. And then, or if you're not one of those, you're going to have to go through a pretty rigorous process to be accepted by the Jewish people. So you can't just, Joseph didn't just wake up one morning going, my material conditions, my disenfranchisement, my emancipation of my northern conditions, I must be a Jew. It doesn't work like that, Phil. You can't just become a Jew.
I've never been accepted by an Nazis.
You're alienated.
It's very rare.
You're not accepted. I'll tell you why. Because Zionism, right, it was literally Israel was created to steal territory
it's kind of your fault?
Muslim people. Stop interrupting me. Yeah, you do that with Zabida and everyone else.
You get so triggered, Phil. You get so triggered.
I am triggered. You know why I'm triggered? So I'm fucking triggered because I'm passionate.
I was more interrupted when everyone else didn't feel like.
Let me explain.
Crystal Zion Alliance turned into a whole load of bombing of fall into this transgender.
You stole territory from Palestinian people. That's what happened. You had your own territory anyway, and you weren't happy with it in the Soviet Union because you.
What does a Jew who's living in Egypt or Israel or Gaza, what do they have to do with a place in Soviet Union which has a few Jews in it?
They could have migrated there.
Why would they migrate there? What connection have they got to that land?
Because it was territory given. Well, what
Okay,
connection?
but what connection does an Ashkenazi Jew from Russia have to Middle East and Palestine?
Because the Jews.
Because the Jewish people are from the state of Judah and they have DNA evidence going back 3,500 years of having been there. And the entire history of all the faiths are based on the fact that they're from there. They're not from Uganda. The Jews are not from the Soviet Union and they're not from Uganda. I mean, Judea is there and the evidence of them having been there is pretty rock solid, right?
From Judea.
Where they came
You're
from.
not African. Hold on a minute. Are you the?
Oh, like you said, it's ultimate, right?
We are ethnic Jews. What are you talking about,
Phil? The main reason why so many Jews opposed the Havara transfer agreement was because it would send basically how do you call it, when lawyers talking about a case that was set up. Basically, it would set up like.
God bless Aaron. Doing all these debates in the second language, the term you're looking for, matey, is legal precedent.
A state where it is fine to expel Jews, right? That is why they were against it. They weren't against building a state of Israel and then moving there on their free will. The problem was that they are being forced out of Germany, right? That was the problem. No. That is the first thing I would say to this. Yes, because now you see overwhelming majority of Jewish people are actually pro-Zionist, which is ethno-nationalism. That's what it is. Zionism is ethno-nationalism. And that was the reason why they were behind it. Another reason why they were.
Prove you can't live in amongst people in peace, you know.
Another reason why they were against that is because in the state of Britain, for example, they were living very good lives. There was no reason for most of the Jews to leave this comfortable situation and move to a hostile place in Palestine. That was the other reason. And you know that Jews need allies to exist, right? Especially now, now they have military and so on. They hadn't had that back in that day. So they were dependent on other allies, like Britain, for example, to support them. Otherwise, they would be wiped out by the Arabs and so on. So, yeah, that was another thing.
I mean, you're kind of right.
They need to be allowed to have influence and have influence over other countries. They need to have allowed. And the president being set up by the Germans, no, you don't have a right to influence our politics, culture, or whatever it is. And that was dangerous to the Jewish community.
So you're kind of right and you're kind of wrong in the sense that Jews in those days were like pre the state of Israel. Jews were.
I was going to say the same thing as well, but Joseph is
dependent on allies because they were dependent on other people to
absolutely
for security. So to that extent, you're right. When it came to the state of Israel and they're surrounded by the Arabs, we didn't have any allies. The Arabs were trained by the British. They were led by the British. The Jordanians were armed by British, had British officers leading the Arab League. The Jews had nothing. The Jews didn't have weapons. In the beginning of the war, the beginning of the 1940s war.
They had no allies apart from the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers.
Hold on. How are you sitting there acting like Jews weren't trained in military when the amount of terrorism that was going on at the time?
What? Sorry, say that again, Zabita. I got this.
Why are you acting like you're saying that Palestinians are almost military trained? But what about the Jewish terrorism and the gangs and the Jewish terrorist organizations, which are somehow trained in knowing how to use bombs and do all this, terrorist acts in Israel?
I think one thing Zabita is going to have to learn to do is kill people who show up on streams who don't have their mics sorted out.
You're going to do it in Germany and go all out.
You're conflating two things. So Palestinians, as an example, the Palestinians had militias. They were a terrible fighting force. I'm talking about the actual armies of Jordan, Egypt, and places which were actually armed with tanks and aircraft, and they were actual military forces. Yes, the Jews had underground militias, but they weren't armies like the Jordanians. And when the 748 war broke out, they formed, after 48, they formed the IDF, but prior to that, you had like fighting forces like the Haganah, and eventually all these militias, there was like three of them, and one was tiny. The majority was...
So what you're saying to me, hold on, it makes sense for Jordan to have an army and Egypt to have an army because it's their country. Jews came in there as refugees, so why would you expect them to be incorporated into the army straight away? They're just settling in. So what you're 100%. Saying to me is that Jews got their voice heard. But what I'm seeing here is that Jews got their voice heard through terrorism because the King David Hotel was influenced by the British taking too long because they believed that
that's not the case.
Exactly.
Bro, hold on, brother, please, Birdnest. Your mic is horrible, bro. It keeps on interrupting. The point is, when the Balfour Declaration was given, right, there was not only tension between Arabs and Jews, but also Jews started turning against the British. The white
book. Have you heard about the white paper? The white paper.
No, 2 seconds, Adam, because she's conflating a few things there. So, 1917, there was no real conflict between Jews and Arabs in what we would call Israel. The violence really started after the Nabi Musa riots in 1921, culminating in 1929 when you had the massacres in Hebron and places like that. That's when the violence really started in the 20s. So it was after the Balfour Declaration. What I didn't touch on is actually pivotal, and it's basically at the start of the Holocaust. Or not at the start, but just before the start of the Holocaust, the British locked the doors of Israel to Jews. They allowed Arabs to move in. There was unfettered Arab migration into the land, but Jews weren't allowed. So as Hitler was carrying out his genocide of the Jews in Europe, Britain locked the doors of what they would call mandatory Palestine to the Jewish people. And it was against that backdrop that the King David Hotel, which wasn't a hotel, it was the British military headquarters. That's when they hit that. almost all of the casualties were connected to either the British civil service or the British military that was governing that region.
Citation.
There were Jews that died in the King David Hotel. Were they part of the British military?
Yeah, they were. They were working. Right, they were working for the British.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a British military headquarters.
The point that I'm making is, right, obviously throughout the timeline, the first thing that's very important, Palestinians were, because I'm reading a book by, I forgot his name, right, but this, it's basically about Palestine, right, and he basically, it's called, God's sake, I really forgot the book, I should know it, but I've got one book called The Invention of the Jewish People.
I'm reading
that one.
You know, Shlomo Zand, his profession. You know what the profession of Shlomo Zand? You know what his profession?
Movies.
You know what is? You know what is? You know what? In what can you say it?
I don't know what it is, mate.
French culture. French. His profession in French culture.
Well, basically, this book on Palestine, right? The guy who writes it has got like a long lineage of Palestinian family and activists and stuff. And basically, he states the fact that the Balfour Declaration, or this intention of Palestine becoming a Jewish state, was Palestinians did not know. They did not know whatsoever, because obviously what was going on with the whole war, with the Ottomans and stuff, a lot of Palestinian newspapers were shut down, they were closed down, they were censored. And so this is obviously what ultimately caused, because look, there is a huge betrayal done. I believe the British and the Zionist movement.
Which betrayal?
The betrayal was done to the Palestinian people. They had they were being occupied by the British. Yeah, by the British.
Have the British betrayed them?
Let me finish, please. They were being occupied by the British, yeah, through the British mandate. So they're already dealing with one form of colonialism or imperialism. And then after that, when the British decided to leave, that was the Palestinian people thought, right, we're free from occupation, to just be then having another form of occupation. And in the beginning, the Palestinians were so kind and thought, okay, this is our Jewish brothers and sisters coming here because they're seeking refuge. They've just gone through a horrible time. But then that situation slowly started to penetrate into a takeover. Palestinians were selling their homes to their Jewish brothers and sisters out of the kindness of their heart, out of, Islamic etiquette. We are going to look after our brothers and sisters who have just been oppressed, for them to be completely annexed, exiled, and basically genocided out of their own country.
A handshake with the devil. A handshake with the devil.
Can I respond to why all this narrative is completely baseless? All this narrative that you propose is completely baseless.
What do you mean baseless? What do you mean baseless? It's absolutely.
First of all, you give the assumption that the Palestinians were first all kind to the Jews and willing to sell their homes and all that, when the historical reality was even long before Balfour, like in the 1880s, they already kind of lobbying against Jewish migration in all form, like the pressure the Ottoman, all that, to close the doors to any.
They didn't need to migrate there, though. It's not their territory. The bottom
line. They were already there, Phil. They were already there.
Yeah, well, it's not their fucking territory. The bottom line is
before Islam.
I mean, it's really remarkable to make the claim that the people with the name Jew, Judea, and from that area don't belong there. It's quite a claim, right? I mean, where else do they belong? I mean, where does Phil believe the Jewish people home? Where is their home? If not from Judea, if nowhere else, where would it be? I mean.
Why so happy I can talk freely, but when I respond, suddenly that's what interrupt? Why
you talk shit, that's why.
But you never respond to my talk, you just interrupt.
Quite clearly, yeah, what you're saying is, whatever you are, you just got the right.
I'm going to have to take your blend with just 1 second, yeah. Birdless, it's no disrespect to you, brother, but I promise you, if you listen back to the show, every time you unmute your mic, it's this horrible screeching sound, and it's just, brother, please fix your mic next time, because it's very bad.
It's got a fucking high testosterone.
It's got echo in the background, brother. It's very disruptive. Please, brother, sort it out. Adil, please, and all due respect to you, brother, you do speak a little bit slow, so can you just maybe be a little bit clearer for us, so we can, get the conversation running, please.
Okay, first of all,
That's funny. I think Zubida just said, "Hey, you've got a bad mic and you're stoned. Probably a bad combo, right?"
as I mentioned, there was always a resistance to any kind of Jewish presence long before the Balfour Declaration. And the Balfour Declaration wasn't, the official declaration of a Jewish state. It was just the British recognition of Jewish right to the land. It wasn't until like the 1920 when the League of Nations imposed, the mandate, until it became, kind of official policy. But even then, it wasn't, the policy that the British go full on. Like, they still gave more land to the Arabs actually than to the Jews. They still gave more funding to the Arabs than to the Jews. And later on,
it's more than that, Adin. It's more than that. The British did a U-turn. The British did favour, because you have different governments. You're talking between the Waleed and the Chaz, a 30-year period, and the Labour government. You have people like Bevan who were very, very pro-Arab. They were Arabists, and they were very, very anti-Israel. They were anti-Zionist.
It's weird out.
Sorry,
It's weird out.
the book that I'm reading, Phil, last thing, the book that I'm reading, it's called The 100 Years' War in Palestine. It's by Rashid Khalidi.
Rashid Khalidi, yeah.
It's weird how it's weird how
No surprise.
it's weird how more capitalistic and imperialist a nation gets, the more as our world gets, the more that fucking they support Israel. Weird, that's weird.
So there's a remarkable genius take from Phil. The more capitalist a country, a nation becomes, the more they support Israel. Fascinating.
Big from Phil, another big brain.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's fact, isn't it? The more liberal capitalist.
Literally, we're giving you fact after fact about the history, and that's your take. That's your contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, basically, we give an historical timeline and document, and you just say, "Oh, working class and capitalism. This is it."
Yeah, because that's like, fuck up, you kike. Get fucking into gas.
Okay, yeah.
And I mean, that's, if anything, says it all, isn't it? Get back into the gas chamber, you kike. So, what's the position on that? Is that what nationalism is? Get back into the gas chamber? You don't hold it? Is that nationalism?
Okay, right, that's it. You're off.
It's like conservatism. So full credit and respect to Zubida to dumping him at this point.
No, we can't have that. That's disgusting. I'm not going to tolerate that. I just don't understand why people just can't control themselves and have an intellectual conversation. And I'll be honest with you, like, Phil, you really have done a very bad disservice to yourself on this debate. And, to be honest, it's been a quite embarrassment tonight for the right. I'll be honest with you, because it's just no logical arguments, just emotions and taking the mick. And that's not how you get your point across, Yeah,
I agree. I'd actually say I've kind of debated before, who I know is definitely very, very far right, actually hasn't stooped to the same level as Phil. I think actually Phil came across as drunk, to be honest.
I'm getting that vibe.
He is like a little bit autistic on the whole definition of socialism, capitalism. I don't know. I find that always cringe, to be honest.
So Joseph being generous there, that there's no need for generosity. I mean, one thing to be abusing him, and I'd like to see Phil show up at a Tottenham Hotspur game. And just lodge it a little bit up there with the Tottenham boys. I wonder how gas the Jews is going to work on in White Hart Lane. But at least when we move on to Elron, it's like, right, now that the spurging is going away, can we get back on the questioning of Joseph?
I mean, just look at the World Economic Forum. All these big companies, are they really capitalist? Meaning, do they support free market or something? No, actually not. They are like corporatists, right? So what is it really? I mean, also China, is it not state capitalism, what they are now having planned in there? I would call it state capitalism. So I don't know, man. It is like, it is not very interesting to me. But I want to say one more thing about a Jewish advocate, right? For the white people, maybe you heard of him. He's making kind of waves lately. In France, Eric Zemmour, have you heard about him?
Only what I've read on the BBC.
Ah, okay.
So that is... Wa alaikum salam. You need to get a new mic, brother. You really need to get a new mic.
You serious, yeah?
Yeah.
What have you read about him? Because I would say he's the biggest ethno-nationalist supporter from.
Sorry, can I just Phil? You're not allowed on this show. Sorry, that's it. You know, you can come in as many faith counts as you want, but you're not welcome. Call it a night. You've obviously had a drink, and you need to reflect on what you've said, because that's completely out of order. That's completely out of order. So please don't come onto the show, otherwise you'll get banned.
I mean, what I've seen, like I'm not very good at French. I had like for 1 year I had French, never used it since. One week I've used it when I visited France, but never since then. So I'm dependent on subtitles, but there are coming more and more subtitles in English because he's making waves. But I would say he's even more, how can I say it? Like honest. He is more outside the Overton window than even the AfD here in Germany, or Marie Le Pen, I would even say. And that was quite surprising, because whenever I see like a Jewish advocate, he's always a civic nationalist. I've never seen, outside of like Luke Ford or something with a small YouTube channel, I never saw a prominent Jew with any kind of power supporting an ethno-nationalist cause for the indigenous people in France or Germany and so on.
And
so
everyone raises great points. Why would a Jew be supporting white nationalism? Why would a non-white person try to stand up for whites? Why would a Jew stand up for whites? Why would a Muslim stand up for whites? When you just have to look at how the responses for the whites are meant to be standing up for whites and how they behave towards them. So obviously it's notable if you see the situation in France. You'll see the very rare some people would do it anyway because it's a moral duty to do so, perhaps, right? And they will do it anyway. But you come to no surprise why the amount of allies is low. When you have an example of it just now leaving the chat with Gas the Jews, or just go to any Telegram channel and you get a good sense of what's left of the remnants of alt-right too, and how they behave. No moral compass. So it's not surprising that you wouldn't see the support. Is there latent support? Absolutely. The people around the world are not comfortable with the plight of Europeans and what's happening to them. And they belong to many groups. But again, that little ideological cabal that controls what is based will ultimately be the thing that determines its own fate. Right? And obviously the situation in France is fascinating.
That is a surprising development. I'm still skeptical because he is... because that is not normal Jewish behavior, right? I'm still skeptical, but this is exactly what I want, right? He's not a hypocrite, and I will welcome him, right?
I think this is I think this is one of the things the right's waking up to. It's like taking a long time, but there's like huge diversity and political thought amongst Jews around the world, and so. For instance, I belong to the Orthodox community. The Orthodox community, wherever they live, whether it's in America, the UK, Israel, they lean to the right on almost all issues. So they will vote in right-wing parties as a general rule. Obviously, there's exceptions.
But it's not a right that will help us. Tory right Conservative Party doesn't help us. They are just as detrimental to us.
The vast majority of the population doesn't help you, really.
Only explicit ethnopolitics will help us, and everyone who is considered on the normal political spectrum, right? I don't care. They are just as anti-white to us as all the others, because they don't.
Like 90% of the population are anti-you, basically, because you know you're still marginal minority.
They are not Zionists, right? They are not Zionists. They are not ethno-nationalists.
No, actually, no. Some really good points again from Elron conflated with other points. So no, of course, because the majority of people are anti-white. Let's say Britain, example. In Britain are white. The most of the people operating against white national interests are white people, not non-white people. Then you have the question, so the correct delimiting line is, are you pro-white or anti-white? Are you pro-English or anti-English? Then if you look at the pro-English side, you'll realize that they, within this, this is what this masterclass of spurging about the Jews is, because the 5 layers of the thing that separates the data, right, all the way up to the top of the pile of purity spiraling, all it does is diminishes allies. exclude the Jews, exclude the blacks, exclude the gays. This exclusion literally means the resulting population of the people claiming to speak for the English, for example, are not speaking for the English because their views are not married or lined up with English. And the non-English people, in this case, we're talking about the Jews. If Jews want to support them, just look at the case of young Jordan. He was warned up early. As soon as he shows up, oh, you're part Jewish, you're one of them, you've got to be a Jew, Jordan the Jew, Jewish Jordan. He'll never really be trusted because he's part Jew. Your own Achilles heel is the inability to see that these people making the most noise, the digital cheerleaders on the alt-right, are the ones that are doing the most to actually damage the case of conservatism. So everyone's making valid points saying, look, when I see a case in point, the exception proves the rule in many ways, right? Looking at the exception of when these voices show up, they're just the exceptions for the other side. So why complain when the left have all the allies who are Jews, non-whites, and everyone else? Because fundamentally, they're diametrically opposed. But then the idiots are told, oh, we must have high standards, no gays, no blacks, no Jews, this is only white. But you're not even English. And you're married to some Italian from somewhere else. You're a Slav in England. So really, are you cloning yourself for Wignatism? Because you can't be representing English nationalism, first of all, by your own standards, not mine, by your standards you can't. And then your views themselves don't marry up with what the English people think. The English people will wear a poppy to defeat your ideology, and they'll keep remembering to wear the poppy, and they'll never stop remembering. Just like in Berlin, the stones are cleaned, and you see little school children looking at the stones, so that they're reminded not to. So this idea that's kind of like dissident dissonance, and it results in this case of dissident dysentery by Phil, is exactly why the end of the right has failed in a moral sense, first and foremost. It has lost its moral compass, what is right and wrong. Erdogan's doing a great case to be able to question these things and see them, but even Erdogan can see the difference, right? That this is an exception in France.
Yeah, so basically...
They are civic nationalists. Civic nationalist is an anti-ethno-nationalist point of view. It is to say everyone can be German. That is dismantling the concept of Germany, who is the rightful heirs of their territory. Right, and so someone describing them as right-wing, basically insinuating that these people are really like ethno-nationalists, is just false, and everyone knows it.
Is it more than that, though, Elron? Is it also saying that there's such a thing as German culture and other people that are going there? Yeah. So that's kind of for me. That's where I mean, like, you would describe me as a civic nationalist, I'm sure. I believe, and I'm the same for Judaism. I don't believe Judaism should be defined just by someone who is of blood Jewish. I think anybody who chooses to take on the values of the Jewish people can join the Jewish people. And from a religious perspective and from a nationalist perspective, anybody who is a citizen of Israel, as long as they are culturally Israeli, they have the right to live there. That's
so
like,
hold on. When you have LGBTQ prides and all that, is culturally Israeli. Like, I don't get that.
Yeah, that is socially Israeli. Yeah, that's because the majority.
Let me ask you something. How do you, as an Orthodox Jew, feel about your country practicing practices that would be deemed haram in Islam? And I'm sure in Judaism, is homosexuality allowed? Is this?
It is haram.
By stoning from your own books. From your own books.
Zabida,
you've got to get a good mic.
Zabida has to learn to just lose these kind of people, right?
Please, brother, it's really disrupting the stream, brother. Please. So hold on, this is what I don't get. Like, we need a homeland because this belongs to us, and our ancestors were here, and we're Jewish people, and this is our religion. But then you've got LGBTQ and all this sort of degeneracy, which goes against your orthodoxy being very prevalent. Which one is it?
So in Judaism, it's a sin to break the Sabbath. It's a sin to eat insects. It's a sin to do so many things. It's that people do all of the time. And my position, and I think the position of most of the Jews I'm like friends with, is that that's for each individual to make their own personal choices, and we don't impose halakha or sharia on other people. We hold by the laws which we think. If we choose to hold by in a personal capacity.
No, I'm not asking about whether you're
I'm just going to finish my point. I'm just going to finish my point. So I think there's a difference between somebody being in a relationship which they choose to be in. I think that's their business, and the state should stay out of that. I don't think the state should impose who can marry who and who can't, because I think that's down to the individual. Israel isn't a theocracy. It's the synagogue and state are separate. It's a secular democracy, and I think that's the best thing for it, because you have a diversity of people there. I think the character of the state should be Jewish, but I don't think Jewish law should be enforced on people. So the day of rest should be Saturday, not Sunday. The festival should be Jewish rather than Christian. But I don't think the state should be mandating how individuals live in terms of what food they can eat. Whether they work or not work on the Sabbath, that's the individual's business. I don't think the state should be putting people to death or penalizing people or anything for violating biblical laws.
Okay, well, can I just say something? Phil, I can see your original account, so as much as you want to try come into the live stream with Ralph's name or somebody else's name, I can see that it's linked to your original account. Second of all, as far as I'm concerned, in the Torah or the Old Testament, the story of Sodom and Gomorrah is narrated, right, of a land of sinful men, getting with men, which was destroyed by God. So I just find it strange how modern Jews are actually like, we would call them coconuts. And what I mean by that is, like, based on the conversation I've had with you, is like they're just liberalizing their religion, and they're changing and reforming their religion to fit with 21st century modern world standards. And going, sorry, let me just finish, please.
I'm just saying, I'm not speaking as Orthodox Jews, I'm speaking as me.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish, please? Yes, so it's not about imposing, yes. You have already said that you want to establish a Jewish state. You follow an organization called, or not organization, but a political religious ideology of Zionism, which has its roots in Jewish religious, sentiments or principles. Yet there is nothing sentimentally Jewish or Mosaic about what's going on in Israel. So it just seems like religion.
I would say, let me point out.
Why can't I? Elron, with all due respect, this is not your fight, yeah? I'm not even addressing this to you, yeah? I'm speaking to the two Jewish guys on the panel, yeah? So my point is this. As much as you might have a liberal stance on homosexuality, the religion, the way of life that you have affinity to, clear-cut says that it's not allowed. It's haram. What we will class as haram. Like, please be honest and give me a reliable rabbi, yes, a serious rabbi, and tell me what he says about homosexuality in your religion. If it's every man to himself, we don't care what he does in his bedroom, or do they say this is a sin against God? Be honest.
So there are many rabbis, Rabbi Rappaport, Rabbi Jonathan Sachs, blessed memory. There are many rabbis who repeat the same things that I repeat. Is that
Khayyam, can you please mute the background noise, please, if you don't mind?
They have all shitty mics. What's up here?
I don't know what's going on, But
why does the guy keep coming back with this shit mic?
Your problem with your perception, say, but you think that Judaism is a religion in the same way that Islam is. Like, Judaism, as we said before, isn't just a religion.
Joseph said we're very similar. In the beginning of his show, we're basically identical. That's what he said.
I said you took the practices off us. I didn't say we're identical. We're very different in terms of philosophically, but in terms of ritual and narratives, Islam has borrowed from
I was listening to your interview actually before you came on. I was listening to you speak on some sort of channel, some sort of radio show, where you was basically explaining about Hajj, and you were saying Muslims and Jews are very, very identical. This is what you said in your little interview on the radio. They're very identical. They're very similar. When they do Hajj, we have something called Hajj. Like, you were basically highlighting like very.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same thing. I'm saying in terms of ceremonies, rituals, laws, and like narratives, stories, we are very, very similar. In terms of the application, so the philosophy that underpins it, we're very different. And why we're different is Judaism is an organic religion that evolves through the generations, whereas Islam always looks back to the first generation and tries to emulate it. So it always goes back. So if something was the ideal is to emulate the Prophet of Islam and the Sahaba, his followers. That's not the case for Judaism. We don't want to go back to the generation of Moses and follow their laws, because the religion updates, and actually most of Jewish practice that we follow today was introduced by people like Ezra, and been introduced by the men of the Great Assembly. And so most of modern Jewish practice was Moses.
I mean, sorry, it just doesn't make sense, because as far as
I know it doesn't make sense because you're looking at it. No, let me just finish though. It just shows, with all due respect, how you guys have corrupted your own religion. Because this is just my opinion. Because I'll tell you why. You saying that Mosaic. Sorry. You've just said that Moses' message has been updated. How does the truth need updating? Not his message. No. That's not what I said. I said the religious practice we don't look back to emulate the lifestyle of Moses. Because the religion. You're not going to be living in tents and wearing robes. As an example, Zabida, most of the diet.
This is very different, I think, to understand the faith. Though I'm no expert in Judaism, but the reverence of prophets, or the reverence of the saints and stuff, is not the fundamental approach of Judaism at all, right?
Many of the dietary laws that we follow today that limit what we can and can't eat came long after Moses. But we can't change that. We are mandated, because it was instituted by the Supreme Court, to follow these rulings. And so Judaism isn't like Islam. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's more of a civilization than a book which had an instructor. Like, the constitution of this civilization is the Torah. It underpins it. It's where we get our morality and the direction which the society has taken. But you have to view Judaism as a civilization. Let me ask you, you just said you get your morality from the Torah. So
yeah, and just even on that little slide note for Zabida, I'm not sure if she's so tuned in or not. Absolutely, and both as Christians and Muslims, we have different perspectives on the Torah and obviously the rest of the books. But both Muslims and Christians accept the Torah. And therefore, within the Torah, you must accept Exodus, and therefore you must have that understanding of the Jewish people is intrinsically tied to the return, right?
Based on what I'm reading here, the Torah says explicitly, or not explicitly, but what I'm seeing here is Orthodox policies related to LGBTQ inclusions are grounded in the Torah and subsequent rabbinic teachings, which prohibit sexual relationships between individuals of same gender and base gender roles on birth biology. So if you're getting your morality from the Torah, and the Torah is saying, well, this is wrong to be gay, and then you are now coming around and say, well, actually, it's none of my business, are you going against your own Torah?
No, so I'll explain what I'm saying. So liberation, as the liberation movements, whether it's the emancipation of workers, women, whatever those liberation movements, they've come out of Judeo-Christian societies. And the central theme of the Torah is one of liberation, of one of becoming free, and achieving autonomy. And when I'm talking about the moral direction, I'm not talking about specific laws. Yes, Orthodox Jews are bound to specific laws, and everything you said is correct. Like, it's forbidden in Judaism to dress as the opposite gender. That's one of the laws. It's forbidden for a man to lay with a man. That's one of the laws. But when I talk about the morality, I'm not talking about the black and white, you can do this, you can't do that. I'm talking about the philosophy and the direction, and what those laws are actually, the sum of all of the laws are there for. And that's where Judaism differs in a big way from Islam. And so I can sit here, and most rabbis can sit here and be supportive and compassionate of individuals' free choices. So for instance, and there are ramifications under Jewish law. So I'll give you an example of one which is less controversial. And I've got many family members that don't keep the Sabbath. If a Jew doesn't keep the Sabbath, they're not allowed to pour wine for you on Shabbat. They're still my family. They can go to synagogue and they'll get called up to read from the Torah in the same way that I would. But there are certain societal ramifications for the actions that they have chosen to take from a religious perspective. But most Jews are very, very compassionate to we see ourselves as one big family. We say brothers and sisters, and we're incredibly supportive. And it's not on us to impose, because every Jew has a slightly different take on religion, and there's huge differences between the different communities. Even amongst, say, you take the ultra-Orthodox, there's huge divisions amongst the ultra-Orthodox. as to how you apply actual Jewish law. And so that's why, for me, it's best that the state stays out of Jewish law and it's down to the individual. The ideal from a Jewish perspective is we have the Supreme Court and they can introduce laws that are then applied at a societal level, but we don't have that Supreme Court today. We haven't had it for nearly 1600 years. And so today, I think the best is the separation of church from state, or synagogue from state.
I mean, yeah, I just find that very interesting personally. You know, when I think of Islamic State, I think of a country that's governed by Islamic law. When I think of a Christian state, a Christian that's governed by Christian law. When I think of Jewish state,
we're not a religion. Because we're not a religion. That's what people.
I understand that. I know that. Yeah. So basically, from what I've heard tonight, is that your race supersedes your faith and your religious scriptures
people,
and your
not race, peoplehood. We are a civilization, and we accept everyone within our civilization. They are their family.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, I don't feel like. But this is just my humble opinion. I don't feel like there's a high regard for religious sentiments, prophets. I just think it's more about, you know, your people, which you've clearly said that you'd be more offended if somebody disrespected your people rather than the prophet Moses or God, because you think, you know, these prophets and God are open to criticism. That's your opinion. Which for me, again, I'm just saying this very humbly, that alhamdulillah for Islam, because it generally just for me highlights why, you know, Allah had to introduce Islam. Because for me personally,
God bless Avida. She's holding to the Islamic line really strongly. I was waiting for something when she said, "Okay, you chaps have actually corrupted the Torah and therefore warranted the final messenger." So you've got to admit, Avida is funky as hell.
the responsibility that was given to your people has definitely not been what's the word, kept from what I'm hearing from you personally, Joseph, and looking.
Zabida, I'm going to give you a very Jewish story of something that happened. It involved a very, very great rabbi, and effectively there was an elderly man. In the Judaism, you lift up the Sefer Torah, the Torah scroll at certain times, and he was holding the Torah and he fell, and someone actually I'm going to butcher this story, so I'm not going to go there, but effectively in Judaism we revere people. The people are the most important thing, people over ideas, because people are the living receptacles of the religion. We receive the Torah, we live the Torah. What's the purpose of the Torah, the prophets, and everything else, if not for the people on this earth? So for us, we're very, very focused on doing good deeds in this world. We're very, very focused on creating loving relationships between people and trying to be. And also, I also have to stress, there are Jews that will be listening to this and completely disagreeing with me. But we're not one monolith that all speaks the same language and have the same thoughts. But this is certainly my interpretation, and the types of communities I associate, Orthodox communities I associate with, is that for me, I would rather that someone question, ridicule my religion than actually do the same to a fellow Jew, an elderly Jew, a woman, a child, whomever. And I know Islam is the opposite. Within Islam, you say,
well, it's not the opposite.
The
We wouldn't tolerate.
or your parents. You love the prophets more than your parents. You love Muhammad more than your. Am I right in saying you love Muhammad more than your own parents?
Yes, of course.
Yeah,
but you just
don't have such a law in Judaism.
Yeah, but with the same, Joseph, if somebody attacks an elderly Muslim woman, you know, all hell will break loose. It's not about like, oh, we're so blindly following.
The honor of an elderly woman, which is more important, the honor of an elderly woman or the honor of Muhammad?
You know, the honor of a Muslim's blood is more honorable, like more, what's the word? The honor, the sacredness and the honor of a Muslim's blood is more than the actual Kaaba. You know that. So the fact of the matter is, of course, when somebody slanders the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, right? Yes, we're allowed to feel khira, we're allowed to feel jealousy, we're allowed to feel anger, right? Doesn't mean we have to automatically be violent towards that person, right? There's a bit of an over-exaggeration. Our love doesn't have to necessarily be physical. When you love somebody, you there's different ways of showing that love, you know? So, you know, when somebody disrespects the Prophet, you know, we get upset, we get frustrated. you know, we get angry, but it does not mean we have to go and commit violence towards them. And it's the same way for an elderly woman.
That's how we are. That's how we are. That's a Jewish take.
No, but the reason why we put a lot of importance on the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, is because obviously Allah is the one that blessed us to have this moral guidance, which gives us salvation in this world, especially in the corrupt, you know, world that we live in. And if you look at, you know, like Moses and Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, especially Moses's task as well, leading the Israelites, and how he sort of through God's permission laid the foundations for Israelites to be free. And so, you know, if it wasn't for Moses, let's be honest, if it wasn't through Moses, through God's permission, would the Israelites be in the same position that they're in today? So he obviously fought for the Israelites and led them out of, you know, the destruction, and allowed them to, you know, be for themselves. And so this is your history. And it's the same with the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. He fought for the Muslims. He fought against the enemies of Islam, for us to be a 1.8 billion people nation to this day. So, you know, we have to put respect on those.
You want Judaism to be imperialist as Islam?
Sorry? So, Bida, I think
to be as imperialist as Islam?
I think you are missing the part of pragmatism. Why are we seeing so many Muslims allying themselves with all these progressives? You can make the same argument.
Sorry, I've just realized the time as well. Not long to go to Elron. I think then it's Jordan's swan song, so we're almost there. I'll skip through this other chap who comes in with the big tiger and stuff if I have to. So.
But I would say it's pragmatism. When it comes to Israel, what's the point of the Western countries? What's their support for Israel? They say it's the only democracy in the Middle East. So that means they must have, they can't like...
That's not quite strictly true for the British Wolf, but no, the predominant support from the United States is by Christian Zionism. Christians fund most of the money and most of the political support with their Jewish companions to ensure, for example, the state of Israel is protected. If the Christian Zionists were to ever withdraw support, then there would be no support from the United States for the state of Israel.
Jump back to like rabbinical rule or something at this stage, right? Because the support Israel gets is for being like secular democracy. On the other hand, I would say, so you have a lot of...
Again, just to add some more material information for everyone to support. No, I have been to many churches in the United States, including ones where there's lots of evangelical support for the state of Israel. Tons of American Christians go on holiday to Israel to visit all the sites that matter to Christians. So the support of the state of Israel is downstream by the Christian support for the Holy Land. This is easy to evidence.
Immigrants coming from the West, and they are just like secular Jews that see the importance of mostly Jewish people, like a nationhood, more than religious dogmas. And they couldn't get people moving in there if they have all these religious laws, because the normal Jew from America would never immigrate to Israel if they have the strict rules. However, what you will see in Israel is that is not a problem.
To be honest, I've never heard this line of inquiry. I'm not sure if this is something other people have heard before. It's quite a unique line by Elron. Elron has some unique takes on the affair.
You might see it is a huge percentage wise when it comes to LGBTQ for the moment, because they are recent immigrants. But what you will realize is demographic is destiny. And these people are having very few children, and the Orthodox Jews are overtaking more and more positions of power. So it's not a threat to Israel and the Jewish core of the Jewish religion. So this is what you need to understand. It's pragmatism. It's the picture, the Israeli state pictures to the West explicitly as a almost like liberal democracy or some bullshit. And all of this is taken into account. And I see that as well with Muslims allying themselves with these degenerate transgender people. You see them marching together.
I hear your point, Aaron. But I just want to ask Joseph if he understood what I just said prior to you speaking about the importance of the prophets, like Moses, who, you know, fought for the Israelites.
We honor our prophets whenever we pray. And we don't pray to prophets, but we mention the prophets when we pray to God. We only pray to God. We're not allowed to pray to anyone else or to anything else. But yeah, there's huge reverence to the prophets within Judaism. The only thing I was saying is that we also have huge reverence for life. Is like to quote Muhammad Hijab, for you, life begins. For us, death begins. Like he was saying, like as a Muslim, you celebrate death. As a Muslim, we celebrate life. This life is for living. Even the expression "l'chaim," to life, like life is central.
You're
to the
for the
Jewish
dunya,
faith.
we're for the akhirah, basically.
Yeah, but you're ignoring your religious obligations. Yeah, you're ignoring. You're becoming pagan.
Which of my religious obligations am I ignoring? Which of my religious? And his mic is so bad. But which of my obligations am I neglecting?
From what I see, yeah, it's like from Islamic perspective, you're obviously for the dunya. You're lavishing in the dunya. Like I'm sure even like in Jewish scriptures, because this is what the Quran says about the Jews, is that you guys recognize that some of you are going to go to hell, and you actually accept that you can withstand hell for 40 days. Is that true?
No, there's nothing like that that I'm aware of. And
I don't think that's correct understanding. The Jewish, correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I don't believe hell is something that's important for Judaism. It's heaven that matters, right?
Jewish tradition. But you're right, we are for the dunya, that we are for making this world a better place. That is why we are here to make it a better place.
You're for a temporary world. It
was a bid that we're for making this world a better place. We're for removing suffering in this world. That is our ultimate purpose. That's why all the mitzvot, that's why all the commandments are focused on doing good in this world. They're not about doing good in the world to come. It's about making people's lives better today.
But like, you know, this world is temporary. Brother, please, I can't do it anymore. Birdness, brother, please, it's hurting my ears. Okay, I got headphones, really hurting my ears, bro. What I'm saying is, it seems like you prioritize this world over the next world. So you're about temporary fixes. This is just my humble opinion. And it seems like,
and to those who maybe don't necessarily understand Judaism, I'm no expert at all, I'll tell you that, but this is a pivotal piece of understanding of the thinking behind, you would say, for example, even progressive Jews or Jews who are not religious or not necessarily observant, is that it is the spreading of the light in this world. And therefore you can argue strongly that that's the reason why Jews, for example, would support anti-oppression or injustice in any particular polity. It's quite unique to Judaism. It's not similar in Christianity. It's definitely not the same in Islam.
You have this onus, this superiority over your not, I'm going to say race, but your identity as a Jew over the message of God that was preached to your people and your ancestors for salvation in the eyes of God. And it feels like that's not as important as your lineage, which for me personally, like it's almost a bit of like an ethno nut argument that you guys make, because you are very overly proud of your heritage and that supersedes everything. And for me, it's like my ethnicity, my race doesn't get me nowhere. Like in the day of judgment, God's not going to say to you, were you an Arab or were you a Jew? You're going to be judged on your principality and your morals, right? So I just feel like maybe you're just different, Joseph. Maybe I need to speak to more Jews, but this sort of over like exaggeration of you being a Jew more than the religious principalities, it's like for us it's the other way around. And I would have thought that Jews were very similar to us in that aspect. So I don't know where this sort of
this is why we have the disconnect. For you, the only reason you're doing good is that you think something nice is going to happen to you in the future. That's a really superficial existence.
Wow.
No, that's not true, because you say, you know, there's that, hold on, okay, for 1 second, please. I have to correct him for this one, please. Yeah, there is something called ihsan. Yeah, like, you know, when it comes to the pillars of faith, you have iman, which is your faith, which is practical, and you have ihsan, which is more about Islamic spirituality. And it says to worship Allah as if you can see him. And it's not out of fear, because there's a beautiful saying by a actually Sufi woman called Rabia al-Adawiyya, which basically she says something that even Sunnis can accept. to not worship God out of fear, but to worship him out of, she basically says, if I worship you out of fear, do not let me enter heaven. If I worship you out of, what's the other part she says? It's a very famous saying, but which Muslims can take. Yeah, it's like don't allow so don't allow me to enter heaven if I only worship you out of fear. Let my worship of you be sincere, not from a place of fear. And if it is from a place of fear, just to get some sort of reward out of it at the end, do not let me enter. Yeah. So as much as that's your interpretation, which you have a fair point, that's how it might seem to somebody that doesn't know. But the thing is, we worship Allah out of love. We worship Allah out of gratitude, right? Because how can we worship a God who gave everything to us?
If you truly loved Allah, you'd want to make his world the best place it possibly could be. And that's the purpose of the mitzvot. If you really worship Allah, you'd want to study his world and master his world. And that's the Jewish perspective. The Jewish perspective is we love Allah. We have gratitude, incredible gratitude for the blessings that we have and for the blessings of being alive. And our duty is to improve, not like improve because we can't improve on what Hashem's created, but improve creation to make the world a better place. And that is the purpose of Judaism. The purpose of Judaism is to do good, not to receive good. The purpose is not that you're not doing them for the reward. I mean, there's reward and you should have fear of heaven and all of the things that you listed. But the reason, the motivation is love for Allah, love for God, Hashem, and his creation, and to study his creation and to improve and to make other people's lives better and your own life better.
Yeah, I mean, I get that. I mean, I don't want to get all philosophical and go into some sort of spiral here. I mean,
Joseph, you can say that.
No, but it was a very, very great articulation of the primary tenets of Judaism, right? And obviously, right on the money. It's okay to be a self-hating Jew says, start the magical shape-shifting theme song right now. So, I'm not sure what else to say about that comment.
That, but I look at the action. When I, for example, look at making the world a better place, I'm looking for example, how many refugees has Israel taking in, right? Almost zero, right?
So even though, God bless Elron, straight back on the topic. He's like, right, we've done the religious stuff, but can we get back to the politics of Israel?
They are a neighboring country of Syria. Well, you might say, well, they are like hostile towards us.
They're surrounded by the people of Syria have been unfortunately, Israel's been at war with its neighbors for a long time. So there's a huge security implication for taking in refugees from neighboring states. What I would say is that manifestations of what I'm talking about manifests in different ways. I'm talking from a religious, philosophical perspective, but how does that play out in the real world? If you look at progressive Jewish communities in America, they have a concept called Tikkun Olam. And for them, Tikkun Olam, repairing the world, for them, what it is they have a left-wing view of the world. And for them, Tikkun Olam is healing the world and basically spreading.
It's not only a left wing. There's ultra orthodox like the Chabad Lubavitch who believes in Tikkun Olam. Absolutely, and what I see is you're basically saying. My opinion is that the majority.
Let me finish my point, and then you can tell me your idea. Within the Israeli state, how that will manifest is the contributions that Israel as a society makes to the world, the medical breakthroughs, the science, drip irrigation, silly things like that, which makes the world a better place. And it's through creative output of the state. The state's been around for 70 years, and its creative footprint on the world, on the sciences, on technology, on medicine is phenomenal. That's another manifestation of making the world a better place.
Yeah, but you're not giving it up for free, right? You're benefiting from this.
Well, hold on. What about the porn industry?
I benefit when I make the world a better place.
But when I'm looking for example,
who's involved in the porn industry then? Sorry. Are you telling me that there isn't like a lot of Jews working in the porn industry? Is that making the world a better place?
I wouldn't say that's making the world a better place, but Jews are in every industry. There's lots of white people, there's Muslims, there's all kinds of people in the porn industry.
But obviously, if a Muslim was to do porn, he'd be a monarchic and a hypocrite, and he would be condemned. But obviously,
these are religious Jews. Islam is not, but Judaism and Islam are not the same.
Sorry. based on your standard of Jews making the world a better place, and then you've got a lot of Jews working in the porn industry, which is causing corruption in the mind of men, women, and whoever. How is this?
What stats are you using to say there's a lot of Jews working in the porn industry? How can you possibly substantiate that statement?
Well, we can look at the.
Like, no one goes around and does surveys of like porn workers, owners. It doesn't like you're basically using far right anti-Semitic talking points, tropes.
Please don't do that with me, yeah, because at the end of the day, it's something that I can back up. And when you say things like,
you're going back it up to me to show me how the majority of the porn industry is Jewish.
But it doesn't mean that they be disproportionately or like involved because they're Jewish. Like basically, you're saying
I said a lot.
You
basically mean the most.
it
doesn't mean overrepresented.
You keep up with your assumption that Judaism is the same as Islam in the sense that to be Jewish you must be religious as much in believe in Moses and all that, as the same as to be a Muslim you must believe in Prophet Muhammad and all that. Like it's as we explained to you over and over again, it isn't like that. Like Judaism, it's a civilization, it's a nationality. It's like it has its nationality character. So this is why you can have an atheist Jew and not atheist Muslim. So
yeah, I mean, again, like I said, for me personally, when I look at Jewish synonymous with Judaism personally, this is just how
this is how you like, but doesn't mean how the Jews are like.
No, I know.
Because this is how you think it should be, doesn't mean this is how it is.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, for me, that's just like when you call yourself Jewish, I believe that you are religiously Jewish, because, like, I don't understand how you can, like, if you say Jew,
that's just not the case. There are a large amount of Jewish people who don't believe in God, right?
Hold on,
still Jewish.
When you say we as a people are Jewish people, and you say anybody can be Jewish, then like that doesn't really make sense to me, because like it's like me saying you're an Arab and I'm an Arab and anybody can be Arab.
Sorry, I haven't explained something clearly.
Hey, anyone can be English, right?
I haven't explained something clearly. When I said anyone can be Jewish, what that means is they have to accept the laws of God. They have to join the Jewish people, believe in God, have sincerity in belief and the prophecy of Moses, and they join the Jewish people for religious reasons. You can't be like an atheist. You can't be an atheist and convert to Judaism. So just to reframe,
I mean, let's just make it more simple analogy. Let's make a simple analogy. Like Judaism is like a Native American tribe. Like Native American tribe have their own set of belief, but it doesn't mean you have to believe in those certain
Jewish,
way.
You have to believe God. So how can you be
to be Jewish, in order to let me explain this really clearly. So you are Jewish if you have a Jewish mother, irrespective of what you believe. Now, if you are born and you don't have a Jewish mother, so you're like you could be Muslim, Christian, Chinese, whatever, and you want to join the Jewish people, the only way to join the Jewish people is to accept the religion of the Jewish people. At a later date, 20 years down the line, potentially you could abandon that religion and you'd still be considered Jewish, as long as at the point when you converted, you were sincere. Now, to convert to Judaism isn't easy because the community has to accept you, and the judges, they will assess whether you are sincere, and if they judge you to be sincere after a period of years, you can convert to the faith. And so that's the only way into the people, the only way to join the civilization is religiously.
Whether you sincerely love God has to be judged by a man who cannot see into your heart, and he has to wait months. Well, the conversion process is much harder than a simple shahada.
Correct.
Much.
I mean, it's really, really difficult. You can't just become Jewish, and it's actually, if you're Orthodox or practicing Jew, observant Jew, it's pretty hard to be an observant Jew as well. So.
Harder to become Jewish, but it's a much harder religion to practice than Islam. With the greatest respect, Islam is a walk in the park in comparison. Judaism is a very, very hard religion to follow.
So, and we pray more than you pray. You said you pray 3 times, you pray 5.
Is it even your prayers, you blink and you're finished. I'm in synagogue 4 hours in the morning on a Saturday. I'm in synagogue an hour every morning, and we have much longer prayer sessions than you. It's not a competition.
No,
when it comes to dietary laws like halal, I wish I could eat halal. It's so easy. Kashrut is incredibly complex. It's very, very difficult to eat. When I go on holiday, I take my own hob, my own oven to cook on. I take all my food because I can't get food there. So it's very, very, very limiting being Jewish. It's not an easy religion.
Everyone has their own sort of relationship with God, and people can do as much as they can. Sorry, Khayyam has been on the show, and I tried to get everybody in. So Khayyam, go ahead if you want to say something. Go on.
Yes, I would like to say, I would like to talk to Joseph. Joseph, you're a Jew?
What do you think, mate? Okay, so just a quick jump because this chap's on for a little while. He's no disrespect to him, don't know who he is. I don't care for the tiger picture. And I think the last bit before we get out of here is Jordan, who of course is having an interesting time as it stands. I didn't quite make what to make of Jordan's take over here. Obviously, I believe Jordan's a bit upset because I'm aware of one of the hit squads to cut his channel, and he's probably a bit peeved with life, I assume, or something. And we're going to listen to Jordan and I think Elron at the end. I think that's it.
Off the back analogy, but what I'm saying is for your prophecy,
I usually leave around this time to go hit the gym. I was about to go, but thank you.
Yeah, you look like you spend a lot of time in the gym, man.
Looks like it. Looking hench, I am.
No, thank you. Joseph, I have my own show too, and I don't want to take anything away from Zubaida, but I really am very interested if you will get some time to take Indians and Sikhs. Do you take them for real or they're just jokes?
Is racist Indians. You have racists in every society, but the majority of Indians.
So now we have it's the last bit, which is Jordan Elron.
Indians, I think, are great people and a great nation.
Oh God,
Okay,
Jordan! Now I'm
Jordan,
against 3 Jews on the panel here.
How you doing, mate? You all right?
Hey, man.
Jordan is intellectual pseudoscience rhetoric. Go ahead, mate.
Oh, sorry, I missed that last bit. Sorry, what was that?
No,
So I don't think this is. I don't think this is Jordan's finest kind of moment or anything else. But obviously, he comes and it doesn't help. Then Sabina just trolls him on arrival, right? He says, "Hey, tell me more about your pseudoscience." So it's a bit of an awkward entrance for Jordan.
Just go on with your posh
Sabina does crack me up.
accent, mate. Go ahead.
Something about intellectual pseudoscience, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, go on. Ask your question.
Sounded pretty passive aggressive. So Joseph, mate, to the best of your knowledge, are there any memorials in Israel to the fallen dead from Britain and America, specifically from World War II?
So this is apparently the big gotcha question. So apparently the big one that obviously they all got excited going, Jordan got the Jew, he got him. Is there so the claim is that Jordan has had a defeater, to use argumentation speak, because do the Jews have a war memorial in Israel?
I know there's graveyards, and I'd imagine there are memorials as well. But
It's not really what I asked. I shouldn't imagine there's too many British or American soldiers buried in Israel, and those that are, I would like to think they would get the
calm down, mate. Calm down. What's with all the aggression?
I don't think
it's like 1 a.m. Chill.
Are you right? I seem to have thrown you off a little bit. Are you okay?
You haven't thrown me off.
Well,
I just don't know if there's any memorial. You got really angry.
You don't know. So what do you think about the fact that there's a memorial, a Holocaust memorial to like Jewish people in basically every major European city?
Because the Jews were genocided in all over.
So my ancestors that died trying to save you motherfuckers, like what?
Wait, you thought your ancestors died for us? Your ancestors? No, they didn't. We just fought for their own countries because, the leaders said so. We didn't really care about the Holocaust back then.
So you'd be cool if we took down all your Holocaust memorials, yeah?
I mean, on a personal level...
Doesn't seem reciprocal, is all I'm saying.
George, what do you think we should have a memorial?
We're allies, are we not? Israel's the greatest ally to America and to Britain, is it not?
But you're not American, you're English.
I said to America and...
So I think Jordan is sharp, and fast is what we expect from Jordan. He's coming here firing questions. I haven't really built the first one up with the memorial. straight onto, aren't we the greatest allies? Aren't you the greatest allies of United States and Britain? I think the Jewish people have big concerns about the British relationship.
To Britain, is it?
But it's not the greatest ally.
Why are you deflecting all the fucking time? Why are you using all these dirty tactics? I'm just asking a very simple question. Where's the memorial to our fallen war dead who died for you?
There's a slight difference between war. You didn't die for us. You chose not to bomb Auschwitz. You could have bombed the railway tracks to Auschwitz throughout the war, and you chose not to.
Maybe we shouldn't have stepped in at all. How about that? Have a good night.
You didn't step in for us. You stepped in for.
Okay. You know what? I actually.
So I'm not sure what to make of that. There's two bits of this. There's Jordan 1 and Jordan 2. There's Jordan 1 that we're like, hey, why don't you have a memorial for us? We shouldn't have saved your ass, motherfuckers. You should be grateful. Goodbye. He is going to come back very, very shortly.
See, George, can you come back? Because to be fair, you kind of do got a little bit of a point there, and I would have actually liked you to maybe.
Like,
no,
why just a coincidence of any
Why do you have so many Nazis?
Listen, Joseph's response seems very ungrateful because a lot of British soldiers did fight against Nazi Germany, did fight against Hitler.
Whether
it's intentional or I can't shout, 1 second. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, if the British had lost, the Jews would be in a very horrible place right now.
Yeah, and we have a memorial. We have a memorial in England and where they died. All over France and Germany, we have a memorial where they fought. So what's the problem?
Yeah, but it just doesn't make sense to me how Joseph would be very dismissive of his question.
I'll tell you, let me speak for myself.
Let me remind you something. The Holocaust was a genocide. It was not some kind of conflict. It was a genocide, systematic genocide. It wasn't just some kind of conflict of two sides who fought each other and some people died and all that.
I understand that, but the British involvement...
So why are you conflating between the two stuff? Why do you remember this but don't remember that?
The perspective, the Jewish perspective, the Israeli perspective, is during the Holocaust, there were multiple opportunities for the Allies to bomb Auschwitz. They didn't. They did liberate the Jews. But they weren't there fighting for the Jews. And Britain in particular has very dirty hands because throughout the genocide of the Jews in Europe, when they weren't bombing Auschwitz...
To be crystal clear, the ideological battle fought in World War II was not a battle over the Jews. It was a battle between liberalism, communism, and fascism.
They also locked the doors of mandatory Palestine, a place that could have taken hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Jews from Europe and saved them from certain death. They limited to 10,000 people allowed into the country a year. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of Arabs flooded in every single year. No one was massacring the Arabs, but the Jews were being massacred, and the British locked the doors of of mandatory Palestine, which then became Israel.
Yeah. 2,000 Jews were drowned because of...
So everybody's just acting in self-interest at this point. This fake ally and this fake British, it's just all a facade then.
Not fake. We just didn't fight for us. It wasn't their higher interest, basically.
Nobody says that Britain and Israel is the greatest allies. We have good Israel has good relations with Britain. And Britain has good relations with Israel, but there's I don't know what it's called. Britain abstains in every United.
And this is quite a common myth. I hear this a lot. It's almost like a trope for some strange special relationship that doesn't exist. Britain has not ever really supported the state of Israel, right?
Nation either votes against Israel or abstains from voting. When it came to the partition, voting to see if Israel exists, almost every nation in Europe, with the exception of, I think, Greece, voted that Israel should become a Jewish state. Britain abstained from the vote. There's this myth that Britain is always had Israel's back. It hasn't, and to this day, it continues to vote against Israel in the United Nations.
Yeah, to be fair, the United States is the strongest ally of Israel, right? The United States is continuously on the side of Israel in United Nations votes and abstaining in vetoes. Britain has no such track record.
Yeah, like why you?
Yeah, but I think the point. Okay, I hear that. But I think what George is saying is like, obviously, like the Holocaust has become even part of British curriculum to a certain extent. We study World War II. We read we watch the film The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
Yeah.
Which is so British. When the Holocaust is extensively taught here in Britain. What's this name? Hold on, please. Ralph was saying that there's some sort of memorial in Germany who recognizes crimes against Jews. But how come there's no recognition in Israel about, even the Balfour Declaration or the British soldiers who did fight against Nazis?
Jews,
Like, why?
because the Jews didn't kill British. The Jews didn't kill any the only Jews that were British that were killed by Jews was when the British were locking the gates of mandatory paying the Jews were being slaughtered in the Holocaust.
Joseph, it is actually worse than that.
Jordan 2 has come back. Jordan 1 was like just a punch to the face and then he ran away, but Jordan 2 has come back for business now.
Wingate,
for example, memorial because he was a friend of the Jews. Like Wingate, Joseph, do you recognize Wingate? Like the guy who was basically the founder of
Wingate.
Yeah.
Or Wingate, he was
memorial. He's
Yeah.
memorial all over Israel. This guy, because he fought for the Jewish people. Actually, this is why he's memorial. Like,
all right, so I want to ask George. Sorry, Aaron, please. I want to ask George, like, what? Can you please expand on this claim? What's the basically the major?
I'm just literally back because you asked me to come back, and I appreciate your time and whatnot. But like,
I mean, credit to Zabita. She's running a great stream here. It's one of her best streams. And yeah, she's like, okay, let's get these guys to go against this. So she's like pointing Jordan and Joseph because the question wasn't answered.
I don't. What could possibly need elaboration from the question I asked? I only asked one question.
I mean,
didn't I?
I don't know if you've heard Joseph's response, but obviously Joseph makes the counterclaim that actually Britain wasn't as assistive as it makes out, and it sort of abandoned Jews at a certain point. So
yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but Joseph makes the argument that Nazi Germany was in a process of rounding up and genociding Jews. Now, I don't know what Joseph's opinion of the Second World War is like, but the conventional narrative that we are told is that the Allied powers defeated the Axis powers, and because of that, Jews were liberated from places like Sobibor and Auschwitz and Dachau. So, you know what I think is super funny is that Joseph can stand here on the one hand and be like, well, it wasn't. It was a genocide. It wasn't a war. It was a we deserve this special treatment. Okay, what about other genocides? Why is there no memorial to the Rwandan genocide?
Holocaust Memorial Day encompasses every genocide. If you actually knew what you were speaking about,
you guys don't get a monopoly on all the genocides, Joseph. You don't get to own all the misery and the pain and the suffering of the world. Sorry, dude.
God, why are you so triggered?
George, why are you so triggered, bro? Honestly, all you do is throw ad hominems and try and reduce it to like, George, it's late at night. George, go to bed. George, whatever. You have nothing because you know when you talk to someone like me, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to make that Nazi argument.
Really?
You finished?
Yeah. I found it fascinating that you brought up because the British didn't bomb Auschwitz, that this was actually a bad thing. First of all,
the railway tracks on the way to Auschwitz.
Yeah,
not the Auschwitz
I read the
itself,
Wikipedia article, right? And the Wikipedia article says no major American Jewish organization yes, of course. So you're trying to entrap me here, right?
I'm not trying to.
Basically, ask which.
Okay, what could do you think just with
not enough food would be
it's so much more simpler than you guys are making out. I'm sorry to interrupt there, and it's so much more simpler than you guys are making out. Either we saved you from the big bad scary Nazis, or we didn't. And if we did, why do we have these Holocaust memorials everywhere? Where's our fucking memorial for our fallen dead?
There's loads of memorials for British fallen dead. There's like
I don't understand this point. I understand the question that George has about should the state of Israel be constructing the equivalent of one of those some other kind of memorial that's which would be the fallen absolutely everywhere. Here, as well as the Allies. So I'm not quite sure what the claim is. The claim that the Jews need to
also have memorials to all the soldiers of all the different countries in the world? Should there be just one big sort of all the Allied forces that helped Israel? I'm trying to work out if that the claim is, moving beside all the ad-homs and the excitation level.
I just asked you to name. Oh, in Israel. I thought you meant in Israel.
What's going on? I mean, you basically I think the reason why, because when there are many families of who were victims to the Holocaust all over the world. There aren't many families in Israel who have been killed while fighting.
Yeah, I had a great uncle that was involved in a little incident called the Great Escape. Literally died fighting Nazis. What's your point? What is your point? I've heard you two waffle on all evening. What's your salient code? We're not that bad, guys. Really, we're your friends, but we're not really your friends. We're your allies when we want to be, but we're not really.
What? We're just saying that Britain.
I'm talking in the geopolitical sense. You know what? Joseph, stop it. Everybody who's got an IQ of more than 110 can see the underhanded tactics that you use when you debate. Right? So I don't understand what your target audience is here.
I'm not sure if that was Jordan being incredibly clever or very curious as to why he picked 110. I mean, obviously 110 can be factored as 109 plus 1. So I'm not sure if he picked 110 because it has no real salient IQ kind of number effect. So very curious, interesting.
Seriously,
110, eh?
Invite me on to talk about Israel and Palestine, and I've just been inundated with little.
Terrible the way you twist it. You're not talking to one of these people that you can do that with anymore.
Don't victimize yourself, Joe.
Yeah, you're right, George. You're high IQ. You've got high IQ of over 110. I can't. You're right. I'll be quiet. Sorry.
You're right. You are great, glorify George.
You really came on and stuck it to the Jews. Good job,
yeah,
George. Good job.
Yeah,
you got us. You got us with your little memorial. Where's the memorial in Israel?
Where is the memorial?
Just answer the question. You can't, though, can you? That's the thing.
We answered the question, but you ran away.
No, the answer to the question is there isn't one. The answer to the question is there isn't a fucking memorial in Israel to the fallen of the USA.
Sure.
So you know what you did do? You did rename the Golan Heights to the Heights to the Trump Heights recently, didn't you?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, what's the connection?
Well, that was your little tip of the hat to America, wasn't it? You're going to just call that. I mean, that's fine. You don't need to. Don't honor the soldiers that died saving your people. Victimizing myself.
The British and the Zionists were literally at war during the Holocaust. Yeah.
Have you read Winston Churchill's essay on Bolshevism and Zionism?
No.
Yeah, I read it. I read it.
Oh, you read it. What do you think of it? Any interesting thoughts about
I think of it that he made a clear distinction between Jews who support Bolshevism to Jews who oppose Bolshevism. He made a clear distinction.
Yeah, kind of the point of the essay. What did you think about his bit where he said that it's an interesting phenomenon that the race of Christ and the race of the Antichrist are probably going to be the same
He
people?
didn't use the term of race of Christ. He just said that Jews are some kind of pushed into Bolshevism because of some...
Listen, anybody who's listening right now can simply just type that in and go look for it. It's an available essay. It's public for anyone to go read. Whatever, you know.
Yeah.
What's your point, George? What's your point?
My point, Joseph, is that you stand on the shoulders of your fallen ancestors, and you bitch and you whine and you guilt monger, and you do this for political reasons to drum up advocacy for your fake bullshit country in the Middle East, and everybody is sick of it. Wow. Everybody. From the Muslims to the white people to everybody's sick of it. You know who's the worst? You know who actually.
So basically, Jordan's claims is that you're guilt mongering and you whine and etc. because you have a fake country that isn't really legitimate and everyone is sick of it.
Suffers from this worse is like regular normie Jews who have to be advocated for by people like you, Joseph, pushing aggressively for your fake country in the Middle East. When many of these Jews, just like in that essay I referenced, probably just want to be left alone. They probably just don't want people like you advocating. Well, how many Sephardic Jews, like actual Arab Jews, do you think there are, Joseph? That's like, look at this ginger white guy running around.
I pray with Sephardic. My biggest following is amongst Mizrahi Jews. My biggest following is amongst Mizrahim. My biggest following.
Yeah, I don't even know what that word means, dude. But
it means Arab. Jews from the
way that you conduct yourself, the way you put yourself out there, as a peace advocate, it cracks me up. It cracks me up a lot.
So basically, just to cover Joel's points, forget the early ad-homs and the excitement, energetic levels, what have you. But so is the question really, is the point being made? Because obviously the Spurgs were out there going, "Oh, George smashed it." I'm like, what is the actual strict claim? Is it that Joseph himself, as opposed to Jews in general, are Jews in general just whining and complaining and ungrateful, as a few of the comments have said, or is Joseph specifically, Joseph himself, whining, complaining, and trying to whisk up support for the fake country of Israel? Are these the two gotcha arguments? Because I'm not quite understanding where they were, other than being characterizations at level 5 and 6. I'm not quite sure what the claim is, other than the one about you should, your little old Hume's is our distinction, you should in a perfect world be making memorials to us, right?
The hypocrisy on suffering, once again, there's this ADL, right? This ADL, for example, going to Ukraine, right? And having meetings with the Ukrainian leaders, telling them, ordering them to stop talking about the Holodomor. So stop talking about your suffering, and especially don't mention the Jewish involvement in the Bolshevik movement. So they're actively covering up Jewish involvement into genocide. By the way, in your holy scriptures, you advocate for genocide. Yet, when someone speaks about these things, you're an anti-Semite. Yet you want us to always remember the Holocaust.
Everyone, the Jews run Hollywood, but I love Hollywood. The Jews run the LGBT movements, but I love the LGBT movement. They've done so much progress for gay people. You can say that. You can say Jews run this movement as long as you have nothing bad to say about the movement. Just don't say Jews run this movement and I don't like it, because then you're an anti-Semite. That's how it works. And don't even try, Joseph. I can see you formulating the thoughts in your head. Be real careful, Joseph, where you tread. Yeah.
Be really careful.
And it just escalates very quickly here with one would like to say a thinly veiled threat, but be careful where you tread, Joseph. John really going in.
I don't know who you're talking to. I'm just warning you not to step on a landmine. I'm just warning you not to step on a landmine, Joseph.
Yeah, what's going to happen? Right. What's going to happen, George? Right, what's going to happen when I tread on this landmine? Tell me, please. What's going to happen?
Same thing that happens to those little Palestinian kids when they step on a landmine. Same thing that happens to anybody when they step on a landmine.
So what's the metaphorical landmine?
So basically,
you're making some really interesting threats. I just want to know what's going to happen. Are you going to school me? Are you going to attack me? What is it? What are you going to do, George?
See, you would like it to be threats of violence, wouldn't you? You'd like me to be making some.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you're threatening.
I'm talking about the fact that I'm part. I'm talking about the fact that I am part ethnically Jewish myself, dude. I'm part Ashkenazi myself. Right?
Don't make me count to three.
Unlike you, I don't LARP as fully Jewish, where I'm not actually fully Jewish, right? But I am part. So I'd love to hear you call me an anti-Semite. We have already twice since I've come on here. But let's try again, shall we? Oh, you thought I was making physical threats of violence against you, or were you just playing the victim card to get everyone to think that I'm a Nazi?
I mean, you're the only one who claimed what we all conspire against you. You're the one who claimed.
I mean, this is I really don't know what to say at this point. I don't know what to say anymore.
Moments of wisdom coming up from Zubida. I don't think Zubida has really understood, let's say, the strength of feeling against Jewish people from the right wing.
The thing is,
hey Joseph, why is my great grandfather's name listed twice on the Yad Vashem Memorial Holocaust Victims list when he actually survived the Holocaust, made it to Amsterdam and changed his name?
Potentially,
because there are no Jews who have the same name.
Oh wow! I say the same thing to you, Joseph. I say the same thing to Jews as I say to Nazis. I say the same thing to Jews as I say to Nazis. The Holocaust happened. Get over it.
Okay, get over. Well,
I think we just
Can I just say something very clear, right? Honestly, I thought Islamophobia and the hatred towards Muslims, from what I've seen today, it's I don't know, man. There is some bitterness. I can't lie.
These are light. These are even
Islamophobia when you basically.
And the fact that it's coming from English people, that for me is what really shocks me, because
Jews, I don't
know, man.
Despite what George says, I actually don't like. I'm trying my hardest not to go on about Jewish persecution, because I'd rather focus on Jewish achievement and Jewish strength, and because I think it's more empowering than just focusing on all the things that go wrong for us. But Jews face more hate crimes in the UK and America than any other community. I think proportionately and in actual statistics as well, despite us being tiny minorities in these nations. And so This, what you've just got at the tip of the iceberg. This is nothing. I get death threats on a daily basis. On a daily
I mean,
basis.
this has been very strong for me, to be honest. Like, as much as I disagree with you guys. Well, hold on, I didn't.
And what is the answer to that very, very pertinent question? What is the source of Jewish citizens as resentment? George says bitterness. What is this source of specific, enduring hatred just against one bunch of people, the Jewish people? Well, we have two choices. Either it's something being perceived incorrectly by everyone else, or it's something they're culpable for and responsible for, right? Let's be honest. Let's put those two cards on the table, or the two axes on the table. Are the Jews doing things that have warranted pervasive hatred, or are the people who are performing that? If you look at the writings and such things, particularly if you look at the best writings come out typically out of de-radicalization programs, intelligence services and the support services. And it's a common pattern against de-radicalization, because radicalization matters a lot because that's the limit of thinking. So when someone finally decides to be a suicide bomber or perform New Zealand mosque or any other kind of event, or a lone shooter, be it, let's say, an incel, it looks like the pattern is always the same. It looks like they go through certain stages of progress, then they get to the end of this hate pipeline where they actually take physical action. In all of those patterns, there's always a common thread of impotence against a powerful enemy. So for Muslims, they're fighting the West are going to get them. The West have crushed Islam, must get them. For white nationalists, it's going to be the Jews are coming and they're using black and brown people to crush the entire white race, must do something. But the common patterns from the very good intelligence writing, from intelligence sanction services writing, is that it's a usual sense of impotence that causes the amplification of an enemy. Even that enemy therefore becomes amplified to a point of being irrational. It doesn't matter. And past certain stages of irrationality, those people then who actually go ahead and perform such things will typically have detached their reality from any rationality. So the legitimate question then is, right, have the Jews been really bad guys throughout, let's say, just keep the European context, let's take the Middle East out for a second, have the Jews been really bad to the European people? If you plot the history of, say, 1,000 years, have the Jews done good things for the European people? Well, at an obvious glance, if anyone is reasonably educated will understand that the Jews have contributed formidably to European civilization. Writing, poetry, plays, philosophers, scientists, the lists are endless. Jewish contributions within European society are very hard to mock or scoff at. I mean, you could argue that they've some of the most pivotal parts of European history are Jewish. On the other hand, you've got this idea somehow that they've never managed to integrate, that they've always been aloof, and some of the people who are anti-Jewish always seem to be able to construct some sort of characterization. On the other side, when you look at these arguments, and the Israeli senator in the Intelligence Square debate just articulated it very well, there's also a fundamental resentment. It's interesting that Jewish citizen went to resentment first. There's a certain envy or resentment of the other that does well. You see this pattern differently. Look at those Indians performing. How can Priti Patel be the Home Office? How can the black or the brown do well? Good Lord, can this person know? There's always a resentment when the other does well. And that's legitimate, because when you want to care about your own, you need to protect your own. You need to look after England with the English. You don't want the German, I don't want to see German culture being altered by high-achieving Turks, for example, right? High-achieving Turks can't be German. They can't do German things. Fair enough. But does that mean that they become a bogeyman? Do they become the scapegoat from Leviticus? So right there, side by side, you've got this question. So why is it that this is happening? And a lot of this is on that money right there. Interesting, the chat comments are too.
Please, brother, yeah? What I'm saying is, like, because obviously I invited you onto my channel. Like, as much as my main disagreements with Jews are definitely political. The Palestine issue is the one that for me is where you will find the most resistance.
If you remember those four different constructs we started off with, the Jewish people, the Jews, and then Judaism, and then the state of Israel, that's political, and Zionism, which is ideology. For the most part, I would say Zubida and lots of the other Muslims who want it out, their primary concerns are political. Some of them might have theological issues, more than the Muslims who are just mainly interested in theology, but almost all their battles are with the problems caused politically. But the right, the far right, white right, it's not political. It's much deeper, isn't it? It's literally the people they don't like.
It's not Judaism. Judaism is a veneer over the Jews that practice Judaism. Israel is a proxy for where the Jews are. Look, they're in a nest. Zionism is the way they got in there. What would the alternative be for European conservatives and nationalists? It would be to defend your own. You're going to have to do things that you may not like. And the question is anti-Semitism helping you? By which I mean anti-Semitism, I'm focused on the hatred of the Jews as people, as opposed to the hatred of Judaism. You can be a Muslim and have issues with Judaism. You can be Christian and have issues with Judaism. But that's very different from having issues with the Jews per se as people. The majority, I think, of what we've heard and said is the Jews, right? It isn't Judaism. It's actually the Jews as a people, right? That's particularly the bit that's happening here. I'm going to play one little clip before this bit finishes. It's almost over.
As for your faith and you being Jewish, that does not bother me. And so obviously my contentions are valid, and you understand the contentions being an Arab Muslim, right? But from what I've seen here today, it's been like really, really, really extreme, and like it's not even coming from a place of like I believe that I'm actually making like logical arguments towards Joseph based on real life current events that are affecting my people, which he, even as an opponent, can understand why me as an Arab Muslim I'm saying the things that I'm saying. But some of you guys that have come on here, it just sounds...
I'm not sure with Jordan's last comment, I'm not quite sure, but they're the ones that call themselves a nation. Perhaps so, but their nationhood is formed on their people and the Torah, which references the nation, right?
It sounds very whiny. It sounds like self-hatred. It sounds like projecting slightly, to the Jews, saying, this is, you guys, I just don't know. Like, I'm just not really impressed by the right's arguments today, to be honest. Like, I would have thought the right would have come on here and actually raised.
One of the things I said at the beginning.
I think you've been decent. I think you've been decent, Aaron.
I think Aaron did a fairly good job. I think this is Aaron's second interaction with Joseph. Maybe he had a little brief one in between before, but his first real one was on our stream early on, and I think Aaron learned from that experience and did very well to maintain decorum, order, structure, and try different approach lines, consistency, contradiction, ADR supports for hate speech, all legitimate reasoning without any evidence of hatred of Jews, right?
But I'm just saying, like, Phil, clear-cut drunk, it was all over the place. George just honestly thought, like,
I don't associate myself with Phil.
But hold on, Aaron. I feel like George slightly did have a point about the memorial thing. I think that was a very interesting point. But then towards the end, it just got very personal, very bitchy, very catty. So,
I think I actually had a good conversation with Joseph today. Not so much with Adam. I think he engaged with.
Well, I think he did. I think Aaron and even Joseph's acknowledging that, right?
With some dirty tactics there, always interrupting, for example. With Joseph, I had actually a good conversation, right? I don't know. When it comes to Jordan, I mean, I think he's pissed off, but he made some valid points. I mean, I don't know where your criticism is.
Why we are not working.
No, but bro, like the way he was talking and his tone, bro, it seemed very, very personal for him, and he wanted to get the last word in. It felt like a bit of a competition as to who's the smartest, and let me outsmart Joseph. I don't know, man. It just seemed very personal, like. Yes. And for me, like, honestly, this has really opened my eyes a bit, because like I thought that we as Muslims got it bad, like the whole world hated us, and like obviously like there is like, I don't know, man, the way that these guys sort of came on and overly, like, I don't know, man, it's just very strange from what I've seen.
I think one of the things I said at the beginning of it, and maybe you see a glimpse of it, when I go to a Muslim's house and I look at their bookshelf, it's wall to wall with books on self-improvement. Basically, every religious book is a book on self-improvement, how to be a better person. I go to a Christian's house, I see the same, a bookshelf full of books on how to be a better person. And so when I'm engaging with Muslim anti-Semitic people who I consider either have hostile views on Israel or anti-Semitic views, by and large, I'm speaking to someone who devotes a huge amount of their time to try and be a better person. One of the things I find with people on the far right, they don't have that moral guide. They don't devote the same amount of time to how to.
The thesis of this video and the thesis of upcoming multiple videos on the same topic, and I've heard this from multiple positions of voices I respect, particularly the end of this cycle of the alt-right, the moral compass is gone.
right? We saw this in the Phils, we see this in the Telegram, shitposting. There is no moral foundation or ground. There's just more ethno-state. Blood and soil with no spirit. There is no guide. There is no literally a moral order overarching the movement.
Be a better person. They're consumed with hate and focusing on a group, often Jews, Muslim, whomever, and that's a focus of hate rather than a focus of self-improvement. And I find it's very, very difficult to build bridges, to engage, to make peace with. I'm excluding Alvon because I actually have spoken to him a couple of times, and I completely disagree with almost everything he says, but he doesn't seem to be consumed by the same hatred that other people do. And what you got today was like I've had people ring up my wife and threaten to shoot her in her, we get horrendous abuse. This is nothing. George's just an angry white guy. It's fine. But it's
yeah. I mean, I hear that. I mean, yeah. For me, it's just like, I said that I didn't want to disrespect you, and that's not my intentions for you to come here and be bombarded with 101 questions. And some of the things that were said today were very, very bad, and this is not what I set up the show for initially. We've had different groups of people. As you've clearly seen, my channel is a melting pot. It's very diverse. We've had Christians on here, we've had Muslims, far right nationalists on here. And like I said,
John is like angry white guy.
But yesterday I was live talking about Hindus. None of these guys turned up. They were literally nowhere to be seen. So obviously, today, this is their time to shine, I guess. But to be honest, they really didn't do anything good. To be honest, I think our conversation, yes, it's been heated. I think I've been called anti-Semitic twice by you now, Joseph, to be fair, throughout the first time I've spoken to you. But I think that's better than maybe compared to some of these guys, with their reputation. But it's not my intention. Maybe my terminology or my wording can come across like that. But I feel like you know where I'm coming from, though.
That's what I'm saying. I think you've made an anti-Semitic statement. I don't think it's coming from a place of malevolence. It's not coming from a place of hatred. It's coming from a place where I would consider ignorance, you would consider a disagreement, and so for me, you can say something, but I don't believe you're motivated by any ill feeling. You're motivated by compassion to the Palestinian people, and that's your motivation. The people who are coming on the stream today, they're motivated by a place that they don't.
These are quite applicable words. Motivated by a love for the European people as opposed to a hatred for Jews. Motivated for the case of young Zabita, motivated by the compassion and love for her Muslim brothers and sisters in Palestine as opposed to a hatred for Jews. There are Muslims who actually hate Jews still, right? Behind every rock, or drive them into the sea. But those, of course, digging deeper will be shown to violate the Quran. Again, moral foundations. So, good Muslims should not be doing such a thing. And proper pious Muslims wouldn't do such a thing, right? So that differentiation is quite critical. And Joseph is pointing this out. He notices that Elron has not performed that behavior.
Like Jews, and they think Jews are behind all the things they don't like in the world.
Porn, banking, everything.
And so they hate us. I believe they're wrong, but maybe they know something I don't about who controls the world.
Well, I mean, look, as a Muslim, alhamdulillah, we believe Allah controls the world. Like when I hear these arguments, like Jews, with all due respect, they're not powerful than God, right? So no Muslim should ever make the statement that Jews control the world, because that's shirky. That's like you're committing shirk. You're basically taking the power away from.
Again, this last exhibit is fantastic. Again, Zubida is correct, pointing to the moral compass. Of course, Jews don't run the world. It's absurd. And you shouldn't believe any group is running the world in such a way, right? That would be a non-metaphysical position, right? First of all, God wills it, right, as Christians are taught. So no, absolutely.
From Allah and giving it to people. But, the fact of the matter is, I think it's been a good show. I think it's been a very interesting, insightful show. I think I've learned a lot about many different things personally. I don't know if anyone else has any closing.
I want to say two more things at the end. First of all, I want to repeat what you said about Jewish settlement in Palestine. If there wasn't like this division between Muslims there, that would have never happened. I would say the same thing to the European people. If there was a united European people, all this mass migration would have never happened. So this is the first thing. The other thing, when it comes to hate.
And Aaron is absolutely correct. And his following his conclusion, why are they not united and when were they last united? Under God. Lost God, lost the unity.
Crimes and so on. We Europeans, we don't have an organization that is investigating hate crimes, because literally everything I see on the media, I consider a hate crime. So we don't have these organizations. The Jews have.
Again, Elron, on the money all night. Absolutely. Where is the protection for racism against white people? Where is the protection for hatred against white people? Where is the protection for institutional structured policies that are anti-white? Nothing to be seen there. Staying on message, Elron, on point. Racism against white man bad, white man should be on his knees, critical race theory. Absolutely, there's no advocacy. So then the following question is, why not? Why is the conservative movement, since Power, Forward, Tender, all of them, why have they failed to deliver this? Could it be because wrapped up in that possibility of a wonderful dessert that could solve this is a bunch of cockroaches? Is linked inside this the addition of will hate or blame the Jews, must string up the blacks, must get the Muslims? Are these things connected? Could it be that the rest of white society is not listening to you, taking you seriously? Because as soon as you come and say, let's take an example from tonight, Chris Patriot, I'm just a nationalist, I just love my own people. Oh, you're Sabina, you're Jewing it, you're acting like a Jew. Could it be that the first part of Chris's message would resonate with English people, but as soon as he opens his mouth and adds the second, the entire message goes away, and with it, the movement? Could it be that you could be an English ethno-nationalist and an ethno-pluralist and not have the cockroaches associated with your message?
Of these organizations that investigates hate crimes against their people. How accurate they are is in question, but there's definitely an increasing anti-Semitism, I think. And that is also a reason why some Jews and more Jews ally themselves with more conservative people like Viktor Orban, for example, because the victim hierarchy has changed with the progressives. The Jews are now in question with their #1 victim status. It is now more like these people of color and LGBTQ. And yes, they ally themselves, for example, against Israel, the state of Israel. Some will say because this is another white country, basically. So they can, because they're afraid to call it like a Jewish country, because they still, they know that if you attack Israel on the basis of the ethnicity of the Jews, they will get flagged. But if you critique Israel like another imperial state of the white race, then you can criticize it.
Do you think that white countries are criticized at the same way that they criticize Israel in the same level?
What do you mean exactly? Can you be more concrete?
They not just go against Israel, they actually want to dismantle its existence. Do you think it's happened against so-called white countries that they call to dismantle their existence at the same way they call Israel?
Oh yes, definitely. The official laws. I mean, here in Germany, we don't.
This is not a strong question from Adrian. I'm not sure if he's being clever or not. Absolutely. I mean, from President Biden downwards, people are calling for the eradication of whiteness. They're calling for the removal of anything that is associated with white. So there's a clear and present concerted effort against white people. There's, as Joseph said, racism against white people, but it's much more structured, deeper, and it's public, and it's open, and it's blatant. So the threat to white people is clear to evidence. The anti-white sentiment is everywhere. You can see it. But that doesn't really get you far, because once you recognize the problem, so what? You understand that's there. What's stopping you being able to do something about it? Could it be gas the Jews as part of that? Could it be string up the blacks? Do you think that's part of it? Do you think the reason a lot of white people, if you look at the evidence and data on racial tolerance, reject, for example, messages from that movement, because they're not just rejecting necessarily the ideology, they're rejecting the baggage that comes with it? Could that be the case?
Have even laws to protect the German ethnicity. You can insult the German ethnicity
equal to Germany country as a country. There are people who call to dismantle as German as a country.
Yes, the very concept of civic nationalism is an attack or dismantling process of the German nation, what the German nation is.
And you think it's equal to dismantle the Jewish Israel?
Absolutely. In Israel, you have a pro-Jewish state laws and so on. You are very confident in Israel.
You don't think that
is why I give you this. I hate this victimhood that just because the state of Israel is stronger than the Palestinians, everyone sides with the Palestinians, right? It is the same here. Yes, if white people for now decide.
Let's be blunt. Who are we kidding? The white people in the right-wing movement don't side with Palestine because they give a shit about Muslims, brown people, or Palestinians. A few little inspections will show you how little they know about any of those topics. They just do it because they hate Jews. And they believe attacking the enemy will make them stronger, right? There's no love of any of these movement of people for anything Palestinian. They don't care about Muslims. Generically, they don't care about the Palestinians. They don't even care about the injustice. You don't see them jumping up and down talking a lot about Burma or any other small conflicts occurring with lots of disastrous effects. No. The Palestine is just a proxy for hating Jews, right? That's all it is. So, I mean, Muslims like Zabida, for example, will run around right-wing channels who very quickly learn what she has to learn. That there's no real love for the Muslims, the Palestinians in that right position from the Charlie Big Potatoes or Chris's, any of them. It's just a little curtain with which you can say, get the Jew, right?
That they engage in their own interests, the other minorities have no chance, right? So, and there is this belief in the West right now to always side with the powerless. I call it like bio-Leninism. That is what it is, right? And yeah, the same goes on for Israel. I think this is the main reason that the state of the West is to always like look for the weaker people and then support them. I think this is the major reason.
So, Lady Spade, do you believe the same thing happens to all the black people who are crying about reparations, slavery, and racism? Lady Spade, good to see you this evening. Would you actually turn to black people and say, stop whining and complaining about white man bad? Stop telling white people they owe them money and reparations. Stop making white people feel bad about slavery. Would you say the same thing, Crimea River, or would you only say that for the Jews? That would be an interesting question for you to answer, Lady Spade.
I kind of agree with that, and I think that's one of the key reasons. Certainly, the left support. One of the key reasons they support the Palestinians. They see so when the Jews were downtrodden in the Holocaust, they sympathize, they empathize with the Jews. The left loved the Jews because the Jews were persecuted and weak and vulnerable. As soon as the Jews developed the ability to defend themselves, and they actually repelled numerous invasions from surrounding much more powerful Arab states, they reassessed the situation. They saw, actually, look, these Jews are actually quite powerful, and actually the Palestinians keep losing, so the Palestinians are weak.
Yeah.
And so they just switch sides, and it's just this weird way, because if the Palestinians did come out on top and there was the genocide of the Jews, they would instantly switch and support the weak Jews.
There's two reasons. The ideological reason is simple, because Marx was so disgusting that he couldn't even understand Hegel correctly. Not that he was meant to understand Hegel, because Hegel was great. Fundamental to the ideology of neo-Marxism is justice being a result of the dialectical inequality. So where there's inequality, there is oppression. Hegel was neutral on it. Marx is not neutral. Marx saw it as oppression. Marx saw it as an injustice. If you wire this into studies, look at Dutton has great ones, other people have great ones too. If you wire this into trait behaviors across the left versus the right, you see very quickly that because the left, the progressive left, is opposed to liberals, are overflying the justice moral foundation scores. They're looking for, and they're actively seeking for, it's almost like an insatiable appetite for injustice so that they can signal virtue and be virtuous by fighting justice. There's no true love. It's not right-wing love. It's not Christian love. It's not a love taught by God. It's a love taught out of a programming towards their moral traits that says, I must look for injustice and fight it where I can. So yeah, absolutely. They dump the Palestinians tomorrow, which is why, for example, the point is Elron's trying to make is that, hey, the Jews are no longer the victims like they were in 1945 or 60. The new ones are now Muslims. First off, they're black people not so much anymore, other than the BLM problems. Muslims, now it's trans people. Eventually it'll be some other intersection. And the left has a problem that it needs to keep hunting for sources. It needs a demand, a supply of injustice. Right? If there's not enough justice to satiate the demand, then the moral left are left in a moral vacuum. So if you read really interesting left accelerationist thinking, if you read lots of those people, they already can see that they're in a post kind of ideological phase where really, if they are winning progressively, then they're losing their source of injustice. So right on the money there, if the Palestinians were to suddenly, let's just say Jordan, Syria, and Saudi Arabia went nuclear, had nuclear nations and decided to send in a conventional force backed by nukes, and the West pulled out and they swapped roles, you'd see that the left in the West would immediately choose the side. So it's not a side based on what we as conservatives would look like as the moral foundation of an in-group protection. It's purely satiating a demand for injustice.
Just being genocided is such a weird way of looking at the world. I'd also agree that I think that, not with a lot of what you said I disagree with, but one thing I think that is very, very poorly documented is anti-white racism in the West. I think the Jews have really led the way in recording hate crimes and putting in place.
Thanks for that, V. But obviously, great full names of Fisher, Smirnick example would be good examples for people to read to understand the how the left are in some ways intellectually ahead of the right at this point. They already understand they're in a post-socialist context. The right are still lost believing that there's a nationalist context. It's already post-nationalist.
And procedures and processes to deal with the hate that our community is subject to in the West. The Muslim community and the African American community have followed suit. And they've, again, built up the infrastructure to actually monitor, record, and handle and deal with the threat. I don't think anything exists of that nature that records white racist, anti-racist. Definitely thin people are subject to violent attacks because they're white, and there are all kinds of manifestations of anti-white racism in society. So I'd kind of agree with you on that point, and then probably disagree with most of the other things you said.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough.
But I'm going to go to bed now because it's half one.
Yeah.
I didn't like you're a maniac. It's like 3:30.
3:30.
Oh,
for me, 3:30.
Yeah, I just wanted to make it clear. Look, I just want to say, look, thank you, Joseph, for definitely coming on. I mean, you had a lot of opposition today, and you and Adin obviously done your, you defended your. Yourself, which obviously, I give credit to anybody, especially when it comes to your faith. I will never really knock anybody for defending their faith. So you guys done that very well. I mean, the point of the matter is these dialogues are very much needed, and it's especially between Muslims and Jews, because I am speaking from the Muslim perspective. And from the Arab perspective, so that's where my grievances are. I just want to make it clear I don't have no affiliations with the far right, or nor am I aligned with them in any sort of way.
And Zabina, to credit, has had great conversations on this, and I think she should have more conversations and continue to build that conversation and take all her battle fighting points to Joseph. And I think that's a healthy, good conversation, and I think both will learn from that. Absolutely.
Yes, I do have an open panel where they come on here and we have debates with them, and I do give people a chance, because I think it's kind of interesting to hear the sort of what do they call that? Well, the two kryptonites going back and forth. Everyone's got their own kryptonite, and the Jews definitely have their kryptonite are the Nazis. So to have them in a platform and actually speak it, have it out, and really for the audience to really see, because they come with their accusations and their conspiracies and their propaganda, and obviously you guys have your gripe against them. So for you guys to sort of have it out, and this is something that happened on my show with black nationalists like Sasha Johnson and white nationalists, and I don't think a journalist would have been able to get those two fractions on a channel. So I think I'm doing something good here by hosting a panel where two sides finally meet and have it. And I mean, again, today some people from the right really, really just embarrass themselves. I'm going to be completely honest, because.
By the way, any
there was no
updates
actual
on Sasha Johnson? Never heard of the incident after the lie that was spread that it was a white supremacist shooting her was debunked, and it was actually a gang related crime. I've never heard. Is she dead? Has she recovered? What's going on with her?
From what I know, she's still alive, and the gun, the wound had her in a coma. So obviously she's going to be disabled for life, or it's going to be life-changing things, but she hasn't died. That's what I know. But yeah, sorry, let's get Joseph to bed.
It's very ironic for a black advocate to be shot by their own people, right?
Topic about that one, but yes, Joseph.
Just be thank you for having me. I think you lifted a big conversation.
Everyone had to have one pop of the way out. He's like, "Come, can we?" But I think it's kind of over.
Civil, when dealing with.
I don't know if I'm having internet problems, guys. I'm not sure if I'm losing connections. Hello? I think I might have lost my connection, Jabs.
Right, so that was pretty much yesterday's, or the second part of yesterday's discussion. So I appreciate everybody having a listen. I've kept it up. Obviously, I thought, you know what, it was too much of a saucy conversation not to have up. Like I said, the opinions expressed on the channel are not necessarily mine. It is an open panel where people can, from different walks of life, different theologies, or different political groups, can, say their piece within reason. And part 1 will be uploaded tomorrow, where it's just me and Joseph speaking. So thank you guys for tuning in.
Probably some quite uncivil people with quite opposing views.
I'm going to be doing a separate show now, so I'm going to end this one, and we're going to be doing a bit of open panel, and we'll see what happens. See you in a couple of minutes.
So, chaps, I think that was the affair. I'm not sure what you guys think, but definitely something to take away there. Yeah, I believe it's super late. I've just realized, and my spare sushi must be waiting for me over there. I believe there is a moral question to be asked that supersedes the pragmatic questions of the politics that we fight and face. And that moral question is anti-Semitism the Achilles heel of the right? Has anti-Semitism allowed variants of neo-Nazism or these fascism or these strains of them to pervade and in some ways infect a movement that is struggling to conserve Europe and Europeans? Or is the opposite true, that only by noticing the Jews, naming the Jews, singling out the Jews, and getting the Jews will Europe be safe again? I guess all of you are going to have to take that on yourself. And I'm sure if I was hoping to get 100 downticks just to prove that one of the holy crown jewels of the failing second wave of the right is anti-Semitism. No doubt you see me in the comments. Peace out, boys and girls. It's quite late in Berlin. Gute Nacht, meine Kinder. Too late, I'm sure, for people to want to jump on.